time. You're not there, miss. Yeah, you might not be at your best, but it's fine. I don't mind telling truths when you need to hear them, and be kind when that's what you prefer. How about when you can't see a way out, help you fight, and let you know that it won't always be this way. You will get there someday, babe. Feel the sun on your face, visit Paris or Broadway, and chill out on Sundays.
Hey everybody, how are you? Hey Shay Doc, what's going on? So I know that some of you have been waiting. I made a live presentation yesterday, I guess, and then I said I was going to go live, and then one of my kiddos got sick. Well, she's been sick, but she was feeling really sick. So I put it off till today, and then I left my banner on all day long so it looked like I wasn't going to go live today, but here I am, begrudgingly. I hope everybody's doing okay. If you're not doing okay, just let me know and we'll work with you. Tommy Angel, Summer has not been located. Not yet. The WVLT, the news report from Kingsport, the news channel from Kingsport did a update yesterday, and of course I'm going to broadcast it. And then when I did, everyone's like, so there's no update, there's nothing going on. And it's like, no, there's no update, there's nothing going on. And then of course they don't know everything that's been going on here in YouTube land, but I feel like if they did, it still wouldn't be an update anyway, except for you guys all got took a little bit. Hey Shelly, how are you? So with that being said, today's conversation will be more so about going back to the basics. For now, I want to say I don't really know what's going on. I was initially talking to Candus, and then all of this stuff happened last week, and she lied to me, and now I don't know where I stand. It's all changed. The perspective has completely changed. I trusted her, and I believed everything she was saying implicitly, and I wasn't checking my source, and my source was Candus herself. My biggest concern is I don't know why a mother would lie. I know that they wanted to get one over on the YouTubers and such, and I myself am a YouTuber, but at the same time, I've been somebody who has offered to help. And whenever there's something going on, I'm like, hey, do you want me to squash this for you? And she'll say, yes, I'll squash it for me. And then she gives me the correct information, or what I would assume was the correct information, because I didn't think she was misleading me. And then I would go deliver it to whomever. C-Dub said, what was it about her that made you trust her? Well, you know me, C-Dub. I am a regular person with a past, and if it weren't for forgiveness, I would be nobody. So I look at her and I say, hey, look, they may live in a messy house. She may be on drugs. But this doesn't mean that she hurt her kids. This doesn't mean that she didn't love her kids. And I say that because I didn't grow up this way, but I have family members that grew up much like the Wells children, and they didn't know any different. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not going to say that it's correct that they were living how they live. But I will say that I've seen it happen, and the children that I saw who were my cousins, they had no idea. As long as they had whatever they wanted, their parents spent all of their money that they had available on them. They didn't care about house repairs. And like Don, my uncle was a construction worker. So you would assume that he would be able to fix his own home. And I say that with lots of love in my heart because they were great people. And I would prefer to have stayed there all summer, any summer, in comparison to going on vacation and such, because they were good people. Now, I'm not saying Don and Candus are good people, but I will say that I started with giving them the benefit of the doubt that they could be. Don, I never spoke to, and I will tell you that when speaking with Candus, I often, made sure to ask, do you feel safe? Are you okay? She feels safe around Dawn. So that lets me know that, she doesn't believe she's in danger, and thank you. She doesn't think she's in danger, and she didn't think her children are in danger. And this is evident through past. Remember, they had like the police report that she had called the cops on him with the Jose thing, after the Jose thing, and then she dropped the charges. I mean, it just lets me know that she was comfortable with him, despite the fact that he was, a little bit sketch-edge. Now, I never talked to Don, and then I didn't know what to believe when he said stuff. I still think that he says a lot for somebody who isn't saying anything. And when I listen to his interviews, I honestly I don't get anything from them. I don't get truths. I don't get lies. I just hear like a lot of mumble jumble. Like, really, and that's not even trying to be rude. It's just what I hear. Hey, Sonia, how are you? So, I did a video yesterday on Hunter, and I don't want to play my video and like be like a third grade class, but I have to, because I did make a mistake in the video and I have to fix it. It's 7 minutes long. I'll be in chat with you guys, and I am going to put it on. And then I have, I want to, I know I just said that everything he says is mumbo jumbo, but he did recently do an interview on Benny's channel. It's Benny Keys, and I will be linking it in my description. I know a lot of people don't agree with Benny, but I don't care about that. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to, I'm here to make friends, but I'm not here to defend anybody. If you don't like him, just in my chat, keep your comments to yourself, so on and so forth. I just don't want any problems with anybody. I do appreciate people who can get people like Don on panel, because I couldn't even get him to respond to my messages, and I wrote him a few. So with that being said, let me go ahead and pull this up. All right. So I'm going to add this on. Hey, Delaney, how are you? I love you guys. Yeah, I'm so happy you guys are all here. There you go. I sometimes think to myself, like, I like my chat so much that you guys are all just my friends and we all just get to chat up. I love that stuff. All right, let's go. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everybody's doing okay, despite the fact that we're all going a little bit stir crazy over this case. With everything that's been going on, I have decided to go back to basics. I want to go and find out things that I just overlooked in the beginning. So one of the first things I did was go back and look at Hunter's interviews and his mom's interviews, and I found just some things that I wanted to clarify within myself and ask you guys for a little bit of help. Obviously, we see that they were very close. I just wanted to go back and check, where their friendship was and when around the time did it end. And I do think that this has a lot to do with Summer's case. I'm not saying that they are guilty of anything, but I think that there's something there between the two parties that they're keeping from us. And I don't know what it is. Like I said, I just think this. It's all of my own opinion. One thing that they did mention was the stuff about Jose, and Candus even mentioned that Jose was Hunter's dad. When I went back over the interview with Unmasked, Allie mentions Jose was hitting on her daughter, which absolutely leaves me with more questions than answers, especially because Hunter's dad was trying to get him back at the beginning of this case. So does anybody know? Can anybody clarify that for me? There are just so many avenues of this case that I'm not fully aware of. And because of what's been going on, I just don't feel comfortable making assumptions anymore. What I can say is that True, Hunter, Allie, they were all very close with Candus, and they seemed to be at each other's house a lot and did a lot of things together. As you saw in some posts, Candus even refers to them as family. She said Hunter was like a son to her, and True felt like Summer was a sister to her, and that's what Hunter said as well. I could see how a bond like that would be hard to break with the kids wanting to continue to hang out, but as a mom, I don't think I would let my kids hang out with somebody I had a falling out with. It just doesn't seem logical to me.
Okay. All right. Any more, Melissa?
No, that's all. Go ahead.
Has anybody had contact with Jose since he got taken to North Carolina, as far as you know, Allie or Leslie?
Nope, and I prefer not to hear from him ever again, because there's these things that you post on Facebook, like 1 through 10, what am I to you? Well, my oldest had it up on her Facebook one day. And he turned around and he goes, "Number 10, your crush, LOL. I'm sorry, you're a 43-year-old man. What in the hell are you doing? Tell my 15-year-old daughter you got a crush on her. That's nasty."
Like, you're gone.
Nasty.
Blocked from every platform.
It seems like Allie does have the ability to cut people off, but she didn't cut Candus off for what reason? I really wonder what she had a falling out with her about. For now, all we know is Hunter's a regular kid who got invited fishing on this tragic day. But I don't know. I still feel like this may have more to do with Summer in the creek than we initially thought. I'm not, of course, saying that he's guilty of anything, but do they know more? Are they all hiding stuff from us? I definitely feel that way. And with a little girl missing, sometimes I get more angry than I should, but I think, shouldn't they be more focused? Shouldn't they be telling us more? If they're willing to pull pranks to prove a point, why can't they just tell us the truth to prove a point? I sit back and wonder if the TBI told Allie and Hunter to stop talking, but haven't told Candus and Dawn to stop talking. Is there something behind that? When Allie was in reference of the 3 hours that were missing, she said that that was something the police didn't want them to divulge because of the interrogation. But the interrogation into what exactly? I don't know if we know. Is it maybe just Hunter and Candus were hanging out and doing bad stuff and they didn't want them to divulge it because Hunter's a minor? Or did Hunter tell them something that we don't know yet? I do feel really bad that he's so young and being wrapped up in this, and it took me a long time to actually put this together because I don't want to hurt his reputation. As we know, he's just a boy. And from what I've seen in his interviews, he is trying to give it all up. So, what's up? What's going on here? Why did this family have a falling out? And why were the kids still allowed to hang out with the family they had a falling out with? And Don himself says stuff about Hunter, like that he was in a gang and stuff like that because he was throwing hand signs and pictures, which I don't think really meant he was in a gang. I think that's just things teens do. But with that being said, if he was so on the fence about him, why is it okay with him that his family hangs out with him? Or do you think he wasn't okay with it? Hunter's grandma and Candus seem to have had a falling out as well, but I think it was because of the grandma that they had met initially. So I wonder when Leslie stopped, I don't know, trusting them, but still letting the kids go over there and hang out. I do know that Summer had a close connection to True, and maybe that's why Candus wanted her around. But I do think that it was weird that when she would run away, she would go to Candus's house. As a parent, I would feel that would make me upset and I wouldn't want them to hang out with them any longer. But again, they were allowed to go hang out. So what is it?
Who got the most whoopings growing up? Who got in the least amount of trouble growing up? Who is the rebel child? Who made better grades in school? Who talked back more? Who is the funniest? Who is the most expensive child? Who is more financially responsible? Who goes out more? Who spends the most money on unnecessary things? Who will get married first? Who will have kids first? Who has the most style? Who has had the most boyfriends or girlfriends? Who is the meanest? Who is the loudest? Who is the sneakiest? Who is more caring? Who is the overdramatic one? Who is the overprotective one? Who will be the last to leave the house after they're grown? Who will put y'all in a nursing home?
I'm not trying to play the blame game, but I'm going to say that I know this isn't Hunter's fault. All of this, what's going on, it could have been avoided. If Summer had been in reach of her mom, then we would have always known where she was and what she was doing and who she was doing it with. With that being said, accidents do happen and children do definitely get away from you, but enough for them to be kidnapped from your home? I don't know. This is all just so bizarre.
Not mom listening to damn Christmas music. Look at you, mom.
And all these cast characters, it's just too insane. And I kind of wish I wouldn't have gotten into this case, but it's not about them. It really is about Summer. This little girl has stolen my heart, and now I can't get her off my mind. So I want to figure out what happened. what went wrong, and why will be the question that I ask when Summer's found. But for now, why was Summer with Hunter and not her brothers? Were they really supposed to stay at home to clean? And if Candus had a falling out with them, why were they hanging out? I didn't get the vibe that Allie hated Candus, but from what it appears, once they had their falling out, and I didn't see them hanging out anymore. I want to know why that day? Why was Hunter invited to go fishing that day? I think that's a pretty good question to start at. What do you guys think? Because as of right now, I definitely have some questions. I always got questions. One thing I will say is it is absolutely legal to post these photos, even though True and Hunter are both minors. As long as I don't accuse them of anything or lie about them, it is all it is all fair use. If they're posted on a public platform, even more so. But you are legally allowed to take photos of people's children, and they don't have to sign a release. If they're out in public, it's a public matter. With that being said, I think True saw my video because she made her TikTok private today. It's okay. I actually feel really bad. I don't want her to feel invaded, but she was speaking out so much in the beginning, and I feel like she just slipped out from under us. We don't know anything more, and she had a lot of good info in the beginning, and Crazy Crime Chick and I are like, hey, she was saying all kinds of things. Like, she was saying all kinds of things, and we can't find the screenshots. And I don't think any of us even took the screenshots because we assumed that they would always be there, and then poof, they were gone, and now we're left with just, what did she say again? Hi, hey Oz, thank you, welcome, Super Spy, Super Sleuth. But yes, yeah, she was saying a whole lot. She was saying a whole lot in the beginning, and then she just ceased to say any of it. So I wish we would have recorded it. I wish one of us would have taken a screenshot or something, but we all missed that opportunity. And now she has, she's gotten quiet, and it's okay if she went quiet. I do know that the TBI told Leslie and what's her name, Allie, that they couldn't talk anymore. At least that's what they told Teresa. So Teresa from Unmasked. So with that being said, that was why I said that in the video, that if they're being told to not talk, why is it okay for Allie to talk? So I don't know. Let's see. I'm going to pull up the video of why, and playing this little clip, I hope it doesn't get me struck. I'm going to do everything that I did before, because I'm going to be playing a video from Chris McDonough, and he just asked that we show all of his stuff and don't cut off his logos, and to tag him. So I hope that with doing that, he won't strike me. Let's see. The time was 6:27. And I have to show this because I did make a big mistake. Matt Willis, what's going on? Let's see. It's this one. It's the inside of the Summerwells home and bedroom with Candus Wells by the interview room with Chris McDonough. I will be linking it in my description along with any other videos that I played. I'm trying to get better at that. So let's see. It was at 6:27. I'll just start it at 6. Actually, let me do something. Stop screen, share screen. Okay, I got it better. So the sound will be better this way. Okay, I'm going to play it now, and I will be in chat.
Hey. You know, I have much more respect for what you're telling me by standing here. Yeah. And I got my little camera here, so. But I'm looking at this terrain, and I'm going, holy cow! She could have even. There's a million possibilities here. Yeah, there's down there, and there's the road down there. Yeah.
Crazy, why didn't you tell me I'm playing the wrong video? I'm supposed to be playing the one from the pond. My bad. Let me fix it. I was like, why isn't it coming up? It was only supposed to be like 20 seconds in. Yeah, that's my bad. Just joking. So I'll be linking 2 videos from Chris McDonough today. Damn. It was the watering hole one. I saw it and I was like, nope, it's not this one. It was the last one. Here it is. I'm very sorry.
Right? Yeah, she wanted him to stay.
All right, I found it. Wow. I was like, it's not supposed to be that far in. It was supposed to be set already. But I've been watching these all over again, so they're all just fresh in my mind and jumbled up. I already have said this in every live, but I will say it again. It's okay, Crazy. I forgive you. I will say it again. This case has me more confused than any case I've ever, I would say, quote unquote, worked on. I don't feel like I'm doing it any justice. I just can't gather my thoughts. It's just so confusing. It's so real life, if you know what I mean. Okay, here we go. So it's going to be in 30 seconds this time.
And asked me what I was doing. I said I was sitting at the hospital in the parking lot waiting on my mom to get done. And he said, well, why don't y'all come over? I said, well, as long as your mom says it's okay. And I guess he woke her up or said something to her. And he said, yeah, she said that's fine for a little bit. Because I guess his grandma was coming over or something. She don't like her. I don't like her either.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, seems like you guys have had a falling out. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
And,
it was stupid part on out, really, honestly.
What was it over?
Well, I don't know if it was her husband or Hunter. I'm just going to say Hunter's daddy. Come out with all these guys and stuff, and we're supposed to move down here. And they couldn't find a place to stay or whatever. Well, I don't really remember what this guy's name was. I know he's a Mexican, I think. And
that Jose guy?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, she wanted him to stay. And she was also staying at my house.
Okay.
So I said, well, if you're going to be with him, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. That's y'all's deal. And I don't know. They did whatever they did because I didn't really pay attention to them. I just hung on.
I made another mistake. I just started talking to you guys, and then I forgot to stop when she says right here. This is why I was confused in my video, and I said, is Jose Hunter's dad? Because she says that.
And
that Jose guy?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, she wanted him to stay. Hunter, I'm just going to say Hunter's dad. Come out with something. She don't like it.
So right here she says...
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, seems like you guys have had a falling out. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
And,
it was stupid part on out, really, honestly.
What was it over?
Well, I don't know if it was her husband or Hunter. I'm just going to say Hunter's daddy. Come out with all these guys and stuff, and we're supposed to move down here.
So as per always, I was taking Candus at face value, and I didn't realize she just skipped the part where she said she forgot to say Hunter's daddy's friend. And so, yeah, I only watched it maybe 1 or 2 times before, so I just mistakened it. Delana says, Amanda's view that does anyone have actual facts in this case? Just asking for a friend. Delana, I don't even know if they have facts in this case. Crazy, I'm not going to play it because I don't, I've never spoken to her and I haven't asked for her permission. But I will say it because, I mean, it's all speculation at this point, and that's how she's saying it is speculation as well. But she's saying this. So I'm telling Crazy Crime Chick that there's a lady who has made a video. Now, I actually don't even know where the video is. Somebody gave it to me in my comment section. So if you want, I will link it in the bio later because I don't even know her name. A lady who has a very new channel. She had about 100 subs, so I will sub her up. She was telling people about the drug test results and how Dawn had said that. She said actually that Dawn had denied being on drugs altogether, but I don't think that's what he said, or at least that's not what I remember. I just remembered him saying that Candus had done it, or I'm sorry, he did say he hadn't done it, but he did say that Candus had done drugs or popped for drugs. So, Ark, I did hear that. I'll read Chris McDonough's thing. Just remind me. So, with that being said, she said that she had a friend that pulled up their drug tests in the system, and she doesn't, of course, want to give up her source. And she said that indeed Dawn and Candus popped for crack cocaine, marijuana, and then that Dawn solely popped for methamphetamines. And with that being said, I heard the same thing allegedly. So, yeah. It's kind of what we already knew. I mean, I already knew this, and Crazy already knew this, but there's just some things that you wanted to keep, I wanted to be respectful, just in case they didn't do it, just in case they're still innocent and, all that stuff. I didn't want that to be used against them, that they maybe had been using drugs beforehand. Of course, being parents and using drugs doesn't necessarily go hand in hand, but I say that with, marijuana in my garage for me to smoke. I'm in California. Don't come at me. But, I know it's different. I do know it's different. As Dave Chappelle would say, cocaine is a hell of a drug. So I don't know. There's more to it. There really is more to it. And I mean, at some point, I don't know if we're going to be the ones to say it, or I'm just going to wait for somebody else to say it, and then I'll say whatever else is added on to that. But yeah, that some lady did do a video on it, and I said, okay, look, she said it now. I won't be the first. I'll just corroborate and say, that I heard the same allegedly. But J-Doc, that is true. He did say that the children have been taken out of their custody. The oldest is in a foster home by himself, and then the other two are together. I don't think that's why the boys were taken, though. And I'll just leave that at that. Yes, but that was to pick up meds. Oh, okay. We guys were talking about. Yeah, crazy. It's just, imagine knowing so much and not knowing anything at all. Like, I have all of these eggs and I could put them all into my basket and it means nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Everything that we know just doesn't make sense. And then people are saying now, hey, what about the trail cams? There's trail cams. We did know about that too. There are trail cams up now at the house, and those were put up. I had heard by Candus, and I actually have a photo of like one of the trail cams, like whatever they are able to pull up. And I guess at that time it was Don in his truck talking to Cher from Voices Behind the Wall. So, they work. So yes, they do have trail cams now. They didn't have them when Summer went missing. I wish they would have. But surviving the storms, it's like we know so much, but we don't know anything at all. At least that's how I feel. I can't put all these puzzle pieces together as much as I try. I really can't. But I have this on my mind constantly. I constantly have Summer on my mind. I can't even front. I won't. My phone is dying, says Crazy Crime Chick. Where are you? Go home. Go home, Crazy. Okay, so somebody has said to play the part with Hunter. I mean, not with Hunter. With Allie when she was with Unmasked. So, and then also I will pull up the Chris McDonough had a statement, another statement. He just has all the breaking news. He's trying to make us all look bad, but I think it had something to do with Jeannie and the SA stuff in Utah. If that it is Utah, yes. It's one of those states with 4 letters. Okay, let me pull up Chris McDonough's. Here you go. So let me pull up his thing first. We'll go that. We'll read over that real quick. Thank you guys all for being here. I really appreciate it. There's so many other places where you could be, and you're in here with me, so I really like that. So this is the interview room. Okay, so Chris McDonough said, an official Utah police report has been filed and the PD is investigating SA charges. That said, things have changed for some who would harass or connect with victims on behalf of a suspect. Here is the law. I hope consideration will be given. 76-8-508, tampering with a witness, receiving or soliciting a bribe. Number 1, a person is guilty of the 3rd-degree felony of tampering with a witness if believing that an official proceeding or investigation is pending or about to be instituted, or with the intent to prevent an unofficial or inofficial proceeding or investigation. He attempts to induce or otherwise cause another person to testify, to inform falsely, withhold any testimony, information, document, or item, elude legal process, summoning him to provide evidence, or absent himself from any proceeding of investigation to which he has been summoned. A person is guilty of the 3rd-degree felony of soliciting or receiving a bribe as a witness if he solicits, accepts, or agrees to accept any benefit in consideration of his doing any of the acts specified under subsection 1. The offense of tampering with a witness or soliciting a receiving bribe under the section does not merge with any other substantive offense committed in the course of committing any offense under this section. It is rare where I come across a word I can't say. Substantive. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, with that being said, Chris McDonough is letting us know that SA charges have been filed, and I don't know if you heard his most recent interview, or not interview, but his most recent show. He was alluding to the fact that Dawn had done it to one of Jeannie's friends, because he said, well, now that you've spoken up, it gave your friend courage to speak up, right? So that's what I got from it. I don't know if I'm correct. I don't know if anybody else heard that, but I definitely, my ears perked up like a friend. So was this like did he do it at a sleepover? But let's see. Let me pull up. Ooh, you know what? At some point we should do the Candus Wells answers our questions live. I completely don't even remember what that was about. I mean, I don't even really remember. I need to really go back to basics. I didn't even watch that one. I forgot she answered questions at some point for Teresa and Melissa at Unmasked. All right, here we go. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing chat right now. Amanda, I'll help you gather up all those eggs. Take them right down the rabbit hole with us. Where's Summer? Someone said that it does not sound like Grandma in the last video that Summer was in. Let's see. Whoever said that, I didn't even see who said that. But in the picture, if you look really closely and zoom in, you can see Candus. You can see her phone and you can see her. So it may not have sounded like her, but I think it was her. So Surviving Storm says, Chris told us TBI has the recording of Candus calling Mary, and it is evidence. He told us to keep that in mind. In my opinion, he was saying the family is focused. Another thing I heard somebody say today was, I believe it was Jays for Justice that said, normally the police would tell you if they felt a family wasn't a part of the investigation, or like they would try to help clear them, or, you know, give them a little bit of kudos. Like, aside from they are, or what do they say? Like, they have been complying or whatever. They have said that. But with that being said, that's not clearing them. They're just saying that they are being compliant and answering questions and not being elusive. I think they're being very elusive. It's hard to say that. I feel like I should post a picture of myself and just put like, I was duped. I'm sorry. It sucks. All right. So I asked Teresa for permission to play this. I said I was going to play a small part, but we wanted to hear the part where they were talking about TBI, right?
Grown up is just because you have a falling out with.
We want to make sure that I shared it correctly. So let me unshare it real quick so I could make sure that I did it correctly. Because when I share the audio, it sounds so much better than when I share audio with you guys from my computer straight. Okay, here we go. All right, I'll be in chat. Tell me if there is any part that you want to go to directly.
Any adult, you shouldn't take it out on the children. No child deserves that.
Very true. And Miss Leslie, would you like to tell us how you fit into the family?
Well, me and Allison worked together. And when we started working together, we became close friends from day one. And, it's like her kids. They call me aunt. Her kids call my daughter their aunt. And we've all got close. And Hunter has become one that, you know how some kids are, they don't feel comfortable opening up to the mother.
Right.
Mhm.
Or the, any kind of role figure. And he actually opened up with me, and we was talking, and I encouraged him, hey, it's summertime. You're 15. Go get you a job. And that way you can save money. You can get the things that you want.
Mm-hmm.
You can help mom buy school clothes. You can do a lot of things that you couldn't do because you don't have the money. And he was excited. He filled out an application. He got a job. And I mean, just to look on his face when he got his first paycheck, that was $127. He acted like he got a check for $1 million.
Aww.
Yep.
I mean, he called my daughter straight up and he said, Aunt Stephanie, look at what I got. And I mean, he was just, and Hunter's the type of person, he's good-hearted. Yeah, he has a temper. What 15-year-old don't act like they conquer the world,
Oh, they know everything.
Mm-hmm.
And see, that's like the night that Allison said that she got the phone call. We was at the football field. My grandson plays football. And he was at his practice. And at 7:29, Hunter called my phone to tell Allison that Summer was gone.
Mm.
And I mean, from that time on, it bothered Hunter because he was wondering what happened because she was alive the last time he seen her.
Okay.
So Candus sent the TBI and all them to here to talk to him. And I mean, he's just, I don't want to say he's declined, but he's not as, I don't know if you would say anxious or whatever. He don't want to leave the adult side. He wants to stay around them all the time. He don't want to go out
This
and
has
do
got to be a
stuff
lot
to
for him.
enjoy. He don't want to go out and enjoy himself doing stuff because he's kind of scared, That's the way I get it. And he wants to shut down. And I mean, Lord, there's kids coming from everywhere.
I know. That's why I'm like, you can see like they're all directions. They're just coming behind you.
But I mean, Hunter's a good kid. I mean, he honestly is. And if you ask me if I think anything happened, Hunter done anything? No, I don't. I mean, he wants to take a lot of things into consideration of other people.
Mhm.
Sounds like a good kid.
He is.
A lot of 15-year-olds don't work. So it's good that he wants to work, get his own money. I mean, it's hard for him. You know, he was close with Summer.
He doesn't seem like a
His
bad
little
kid.
sister too, you know? So, and to think that, you know, she could possibly have been abducted. I mean, I think any kid would be scared to leave the house or their parents' side. And it's not easy.
It's a lot of weight on his shoulders at 15 too.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of
lot.
responsibility that he didn't prepare for, and most people wouldn't, because you don't expect something like this to happen so close to your family. So, Allie, can we back up a little bit and tell us about how you met Candus or the family, and how you guys became friends, how long you've known each other?
I met Candus through my mom.
And your mom is Sherry.
Yeah, my mom's Sherry. My
Okay.
mom met her down at the Santa train, which is a big thing here in Kingsport, Tennessee. Every year they have Santa coming on a train, and all the locals come to it and watch them. And, you know, we just clicked. Me and Candus had a lot in common. We're the same age, you know, and I didn't care. You know, it didn't bother me that her house was dirty or not. I get that when I had friendships.
Mhm.
To me, it's how the person treats you, and, you know. And then my kids knew her before I did. They knew
Oh,
her
because
kids
of grandma?
because of my mom Sharon. Yes.
Interesting, I missed that.
So how long ago was this? How long have you guys known each other? How long have you been friends?
We've known each other for about a year and a half.
Okay.
2 years. And let's see. I stopped having contact with her back in September, October.
Okay.
Yep. Because Hunter's father was moving down here from New York. Candus opened up his house to him and his 14 people that he came down with, and their kids.
It's a lot of
They decided to
people.
go back home the same day, and we kind of got stuck with Jose. Me and Jose started kicking it off. And the next thing you know, Candus was getting drunk every night and putting her moves all over him. First of all, you don't do that if you're married.
Right.
Second of all, you don't do that to your best friend.
That's very true.
So I just had enough of it.
Who's Jose? I have to ask. How does he play into the mix? So that we don't create more speculation, I just want to put out, like, who's Jose? Otherwise everybody's going to start going to find out who Jose is.
Well, he's just some guy.
Was he part of your husband's family, like, or the 14 people that came down with your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Me and Andrew were never married. I would never marry that thing. Nope.
Okay. So I'll just say
no.
H's dad. Okay. So around that time, you and Candus had stopped talking, but was Candus?
Pausing real quick to say that Teresa from Unmasked, who I'm sure you guys all know, and she's amazing. Unmasked is linked in the pin message. She told me they had the opportunity to question H or like do an interview with him, and they didn't want to. I thought that was really big of them. So if ever you doubt Unmasked and their class, and you know, I've heard people say that they're doing it for money or whatever. No, definitely not. I don't think so.
Still friends with your mom, Sherry?
She started. Heard my mom Sherry had a falling out too over certain things.
Okay.
And after I stopped talking to her, she went back to my mom's doorstep and started being like trying to be best buddies with her.
Okay.
And then
And
she still kept contact with my kids, you know, with my older two, and I just didn't see it at that time.
your kids are older, correct? I mean, like you don't have any little ones like Summer's age. You have teenage years.
Yep. I
So
have a
there's
16-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a 12-year-old.
oh girl. all the teenage years right there.
So one of the reasons I even did that video is because it, when going back to basics, I was thinking to myself, as a mom, if you're going to be making good decisions for your kids, one of the first ones that I would make is that anybody that I cut off, my kids would get cut off from. And that's the exception of like family that you just can't get along with, but you don't choose family, stuff like that. In that video that I played at the very beginning, we hear Allie tell Unmasked that she cut off that guy Jose because he wrote on her daughter's Facebook wall that from 1 to 10, his crush on her, it was a 10, so she cut him off, which is, yes, absolutely, I agree with that girl. So you're able to cut people off. Why didn't she cut off Candus? If you really want to think about it, I wouldn't let my kids kick it with somebody if I didn't hang out with them anymore.
God bless you. So they all could contact her on their own. Like, so Candus was able to, they were able to have their own contact with her. That's why I was trying to ask, like, they're all older. It wasn't, you didn't have the little people that, she needed to call you and be like, hey, can so-and-so come and hang out kind of thing.
Yeah, my kids contacted her on their own.
So, okay. So you guys had the falling out. The children were, and you were still close with her children, and she was still close with your children, and then your mom and her had their own separate falling out.
Yep.
So this was prior. I'm sure you're aware, at least now, that there was a domestic incident that took place at the Wells house.
Yep.
Was that Jose?
Yep.
Okay, so that puts timing into perspective for me. And then in your friendship, did you ever?
So that right there that they're talking about is the time that Dawn got arrested over the Jose thing. And then I'm assuming allegedly, I remember that's when Candus had them all over when he was in jail or something like that. But it was over that guy. And also, Candus herself has said in interviews, I believe she said in interviews that she knows, she believes that Leslie could have gone down at the bottom of the hill. I believe she said that or something to that effect, because I didn't hear that personally from them. But I will say that Candus, whenever we talk about kidnappings, she doesn't really, obviously she says that her daughter was kidnapped, but she doesn't really play on with the cast of characters that I bring up. With that being said, she is the one who told me about Jackie Dobbs, or, had all the information sent to me too. But, she wouldn't speak on it. The one person she did mention that could have been a part of it, allegedly, she felt like it could have been Allie. And I thought to myself, of all people, why throw her under? You're not doing it to anybody else. But at the time, I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. I didn't know what was going on. I assumed, hey, maybe she does think that. I don't know. It's also sketch-lech now.
Witness any type of domestic incidents like that?
Not towards the adults, but Candus, yeah, she used to sit there. She used to yell at those kids, beat them, call them names. I felt sorry for those kids. I mean, you can't sit there and beat a child and call it names. You gave birth to that. That's your own flesh and blood.
Okay, so when you say she beat her child or the children, do you mean like a spanking? I mean, can you give me like an example? Because otherwise, beating could go into 20,000. I mean, Was there like a paddle? Did she make them go out and get their own stick off the tree, kind of like old school times? You know, I mean, I want to know so that we don't create, once again, more speculation on what beating means to you.
She used to take a belt. She had a belt. She used to chase them around with it when they needed it.
Okay.
Yep.
But you never saw domestic issues between Dawn and Candus.
Nope. I have heard of them, but I've never witnessed them.
Okay. Had she told you about them prior to, like, during your friendship? Had she said, like, these are situations that are occurring, or that she was on the statement she makes for the domestic incident? She talks about that she is afraid of Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think with that she was, I don't think she was afraid of them at that time.
Okay.
I think it was just like doing it out of spite, making it look good because, like I said, Donnie was in Utah. Then he comes home and he's got a strange man in his house.
Now is that guy
You know,
Chris?
from what we heard, is they were all getting along at one time. The next thing you know, we found out that Donnie got arrested. Jose's wherever. And Candus was alone. And then Candus turned around and dropped charges.
Okay. Melissa, did you have a question? I heard you pop in, but I
No,
didn't
well,
get to
she said strange man, so I didn't know if she was referring to Chris, but I think she was referring to Jose.
to Jose. So that is another question. Did you ever meet Chris that lived on the property that would have been her, I believe, nephew?
Nope, never even heard of him.
Okay. So he didn't live there when you guys were friends?
Nope.
Okay. Let's see.
I do want to ask one question. Now, there's so
Absolutely,
many
go ahead.
rumors going about the shave head. There was rumors it was lice. There was rumors that she wanted to be a tomboy. Do you know why the heads are shaved in Summers?
Yes, little Summer wanted her hair shaved because Candus shaved her head. Two of the boys had their heads shaved at the time. My son had his head shaved at the time. And at first, it was just a thing, you know,
Mm-hmm.
shaving people's heads. Like my daughter shaved the back of her head underneath.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, there was a lice incident. And we got sick of dealing with it, so she shaved her boys' heads. And then next thing you know, Summer, being a typical little girl,
Mm-hmm.
she decided to get a hold of some scissors.
Oh.
And next thing I know, she had her head shaved. But she liked it.
I always say I'd shave my head if I could. If I thought that people wouldn't try to figure out what the heck was wrong with me, I hate it. I'd shave it all off. So I get it, little Summer, shave it. Do you know when the lice incident was? Like how long ago that actually was? Because the current photos of the boys, they don't look like they have their heads shaved anymore.
Who thinks it was punishment?
Well, we had one lice incident when I was up there. And we cleared that up. And then when we stopped talking, all the kids were still on a virtual schooling. So
Okay. So that was before you guys were not friends anymore then?
Yep.
Okay. Was
Did
lice a
Don ever
common
shave
thing?
his head?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Did Don ever shave his head too? No.
not really.
Well, I just figured with all the lice going around, I thought he would shave it as well.
Well, I don't think any lice could live in his greasy hair. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't even think his hair hardly ever grew.
Don's?
Yeah.
Yeah. It does he have like a little, he has a little bit of long hair back there in the back. A little something going on.
But it's taken forever to grow.
Do you, how was your relationship with Don? Were you guys friends as well?
Yeah. We'd sit there and we'd cut up all the time, you know. He'd come home from work. Hey, how you doing? You know, we'd sit there, we'd listen to music. You know.
Okay, so everybody was kind of friends at the time. Everybody was hanging out and getting along, and then the incident happens. Then you guys aren't friends. Now everybody's hanging out. She stops by. So let's go back to first, Melissa. Do you have any other questions about the friendship and stuff before we go on to June?
Oh yes. Now, was that the only time that she picked up Hunter? Was just that one time to go to the swimming hole, or did they hang out often?
She used to bring the kids over here to the park across the street from me, and they used to play in the park.
Okay, so then you guys would hang out together, or the kids would go over and hang out at the park with her and her kids?
Yes. And there was a time when my oldest kind of snuck off and went up to her house with her best friend and spent the night there. And then she pissed my oldest off, and my oldest caught ways with her.
Is that recent?
Yep.
Okay, I think we're almost getting to the part that I wanted to play. After that, we will be listening to Dawn's newest and probably last YouTube interview. I'm just guessing.
I've seen a lot of photos of your oldest daughter, I believe to be your oldest daughter, with Summer. She seemed like she liked her. She loved her a lot.
She did. That was her little sidekick.
Little buddy. Okay, so is there anything else that we should cover prior before we move on to June? That you guys, anybody can think of?
And Candus and Donnie, yes, they used to drink all the time.
Okay. Do you know of any recreational drugs use that was there?
They still drink all the time.
Well, they get high. Off marijuana.
Marijuana, okay. Let's see. Somebody did ask a question real quick that I would like to. Was the Wells house like more of like a party house, like where everybody kind of went and hung out, or was it more like just, family, like occasions, barbecues, kind of things like that? Like how often, like how was it, like a party house, or was it just a chill hangout spot?
Well, it wasn't a party house because no one really came up there.
Okay.
I mean, Donnie and Candus used to get drunk every night. Candus had this thing about after 5:30 at night, hey, let's get drunk.
They still do. Facts.
On the daily?
Yep, on the daily, she did.
Facts.
Okay. Did you guys ever live there with her?
I stayed with her from time to time.
Okay. You and the kids, or just like you'd hang out there and stay there?
Me and the kids.
Okay. And how about your mom? Did your mom ever like stay over there or live there by any chance?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. So all right, so let's talk about June then. So on June 15th.
Quick, I do have something else.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Is Jose still over at the house, or did he leave?
No, her mom supposedly brought him to North Carolina after Donnie got arrested.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any more, Melissa?
No, that's all. Go ahead.
Has anybody had contact with Jose since he got taken to North Carolina, as far as you know, Allie or Leslie?
Nope, and I prefer not to hear from him ever again because there's these things that you post on Facebook, like 1 through 10, what am I to you? Well, my oldest had it up on her Facebook one day. And he turned around and he goes, number 10, your crush, LOL. I'm sorry, you're a 43-year-old man. What in the hell are you doing telling my 15-year-old daughter you got a crush on her? That's nasty.
Like, you're gone.
Nasty.
Blocked from every platform.
What?
So she can cut people off.
We'll start with June 15th then, and we'll talk about that. So walk us through what you know of June 15th, and then we'll ask some questions.
June 15th, like I said, Candus stopped by here, asked if Hunter could go fishing with
no boy.
with her in Summer. She did not have the other 3 boys with her. I asked her where the boys were. She said they were home. They were supposed to be cleaning.
Got some fireworks going off?
Yep, fireworks going off.
Well, that's what it sounded like.
Starting early.
So you guys
Yep.
think the boys cleaned?
And she brought them home between 2 and 2:30. Summer was asleep in the back seat of her car
Okay.
in the truck.
Now was
And it was strange because
was the grandma there? Did she go swimming with them and fishing that day with them?
the grandmother, when Candus picked Hunter up, the grandmother was in the hospital to get her knee checked out.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And
And
what time was that at? What time did she come and pick up Hunter?
it was between 10 and 10:30 in the morning.
Come on, Bear.
Okay.
Bear.
So when she dropped him off between 2 and 2:30, did you see Summer in the car at that time?
Bear, who's crying?
Yes, Summer was in the back seat of the truck.
And she
Was there milk
sleeping.
also in the back seat?
Yep, the 2 gallons of milk were side by side, and she was leaning up against them. And I was asking Candace questions like, "Oh, she must be tired out. She must be pooped, you know."
So, in Candace's report and in Allie's report, they say something completely different. She said that Grandis was in the hospital when they went to pick Hunter up. But if you listen to Candace, she says they were wrong. That's not how it went. They went straight from the hospital to so place and so place and so place, but basically saying Grandis was with them. So, who's telling the truth? Let's play that game.
Must have had a long day. Because usually, if she heard my voice, she would wake up. And she'd want out of the truck. So, I kept peeking my head around Candace because the back window was rolled up. She finally rolled the window down. I said, "Oh, I just want to open the door. I want to touch her. I want to give her a hug, you know." She goes, "No, we have to get the groceries home."
Okay.
Was she in her red SUV or was it a red truck?
It was a Silverado.
Oh, okay.
It was her mom's truck.
Her mom's truck.
What?
Did-
Oh, wow.
Listen to what she says next. I have questions.
So then Hunter did go to the store with Candace, and Summer.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know, did Hunter actually go fishing or did they just swim? Did you ever find that out? Like, because she asked if he could go and go fishing. Was there like fishing and swimming, or how did that work out?
From what they're telling us and what Hunter has told us, they just went swimming.
Okay. When you saw Summer in the back seat of the truck, do you know what she was wearing?
Ooh. I know she had a long sleeve pink shirt on, like a hoodie type thing. And I believe it was her gray pants.
Okay. So did he happen to tell you if he went into the store with Candace? Or, like, did they all sit in the car and wait for Candace? Do you know anything about the grocery store trip?
He said that him and Summer were outside in the truck watching TikTok videos.
Okay. And did Grandma stay in the truck with them, or did Grandma go into the store with Candace?
Grandma went in the store with Candace, which I thought was kind of odd because we just got out of the emergency room with a sore leg. What are you doing in the store?
Did Hunter say if Grandma went to the swimming hole with them? Did they go pick up Grandma and then go to the swimming hole?
He didn't say.
Okay.
Do you know the name of the grocery store they went to?
Priceless. It was Priceless.
Priceless.
Okay, so
now
go ahead.
There is rumor going around that Candus gave your son alcohol at the swimming hole. Is that true?
Yes, that is very true.
I know if Melissa had something else because she's frozen on my screen. I don't know if she's frozen for you guys, but
She knew that's what they did
Yeah,
together.
I was frozen for a second.
okay. So, how far from the swimming hole to your house, approximately, like time-wise or mile-wise?
I'd say about a 15, 20-minute drive, depending on which direction you take and traffic.
Would the grocery store be on the way from the swimming hole to your house?
Yes.
So it would make sense in your mind that she would stop at the store before bringing Hunter home and then driving home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhat, but there's several grocery stores from here to her house.
Okay. So that she could have dropped him off and then went to the grocery store and then went home.
Yep.
Okay. So one of the things that's been talked about is that Hunter said that Summer had fallen asleep in the car during the ride home. Was that because he was watching TikTok videos with her at the grocery store, then she fell asleep after on the way from the grocery store to home, or had she been in and out of sleep, or what do you know about that?
It's this part.
He said that she just fell asleep right after, they were watching TikTok videos and she fell asleep because she was tired.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There was another thing too, that Summer had went underwater for almost a minute and he had to save her or get her up out of the water.
No.
He said that she was underwater for 10 to 20 seconds. That minute thing blew completely out of proportion.
Yes, it did. It did.
Well,
And
that's
he
interesting.
was only under, he said that she slid on a rock, went under, and he jumped in and grabbed her.
Okay, so she slid on a rock, went under, and then he just reached over and got her out. So
Yeah.
like very quick reaction time. That makes so much more sense, because we actually had a lot of questions about like how a minute would have gone by that somebody would have known she was under for a minute and nobody would have gotten her out. 10 to 20 seconds makes a lot more sense. I appreciate you guys answering that. Great question, Melissa.
Yeah, there's no way that a 5-year-old would stay underwater for a minute. And your son not knowing, where'd Summer go?
Do you guys think she went under?
Everyone did blow that out of proportion.
There's a lot of it blown out of proportion.
Yes, a lot.
It did. It got blown up way out of proportion.
And one of the things that gets me is them to actually believe that a 15-year-old is in a relationship.
That was another one. Yeah, everyone was saying that your son and Candus were dating.
Yeah, that was one big rumor. That's crazy. Hunter's got a girlfriend.
Oh, Hunter.
Yep. He's head over heels for this one.
Uh-oh. Watch out, Mom.
I will say that they are close, but I don't think Hunter and Candus had a relationship. At least, not a long-term one. I don't think they had one at all, allegedly, according to my opinion and all that.
Do you know how many alcoholic beverages that she gave him that day? Like how many drinks did he have?
I've heard one. And then I seen on here that there's a video that some dude posted. I guess the dude went to the site and he kept counting out all these Twisted Tea bottle cans.
Oh.
For one,
Okay, that
they
was
didn't even
over a
match one
week
another.
after it happened. And more than Hunter and Candus and them went up there because it's a
Right.
known place. It's at the horse pond where people go ride horse. And more than Hunter and
What
Candus.
did she say
Now,
right there?
I heard one. And then I seen on here that there's a video that some dude posted. I guess the dude went to the site and he kept counting out all these Twisted Tea bottle cans.
No.
For one,
Okay, that
they
was
didn't even
over
match
a
one
week
another.
after it.
Did you guys hear that? I never had heard that before. She says, for one, they didn't even match one another. And remember, I said that. And remember, guys, you have to remember everything I said. But watch this. Watch this. This. When Jamie Wilson, who I will also now have to link, I'm going to have to write a list of everybody have to link. When Jamie Wilson went to the pond, he looked at all the Twisted Tea cans. One of the Twisted Tea cans only one of the Twisted Tea cans was the one with the same description that they gave, that it was like a tall can. So, let's see. The creek. Also, I have a little theory. See if you guys want to go down that rabbit hole. Oh, actually. Share screen. You guys aren't missing anything yet, I promise.
Really amazed at the.
Okay, now you guys are missing stuff.
Hold on. Holy moly, look, and you shall find. I
So,
found another one. Right there's one.
This one's peach.
Branch right there. Huh.
Oop, that is so tiny.
Okay, and y'all can see I stepped right there, and it's kind of underneath that. Anyhow, we're gonna go really slow. I was honestly amazed at how many of y'all could see stuff that I missed, even though it was dark.
So, who thinks that this looks like a knee brace a little bit?
Somebody was talking about something purple. That's what that is. It looks like a little piece of maybe a fabric, or I don't know, something off of a rubber.
Doesn't that look like a knee brace? Let's look at that again. Just kidding, I can't rewind it. Hold on.
That's what that is. It looks like a little piece of maybe a fabric, or I don't know, something off of a rubber float, maybe. I don't know. I've had people say
It does look too thin, but it kind of looked like a knee brace for a second to be.
Another one. Dang, that's one of the big cans. No. There y'all see.
I hear you, Delana.
That's what's in that. And yes, the very back there is another
Hey, Leilani.
big Twisted Tea can.
So that is the actual...
So there y'all see the trash.
I believe that is the actual can that they drank. That right there is the actual can. Yeah, so if you go back, and there's a Mountain Dew in there. So...
Y'all see the trash. You got it. This is what it looks like. There's a vehicle pulling in. I don't want to get them on camera. So there y'all see the trash. No. There y'all see. That's what's in that. And yes, the very back.
So that is the tall Twisted Tea can. So this one is peach as well, but it is tall. So maybe there only was one. I don't know. I only need a little bit of any kind of alcohol to get super twisted. I'm the lightweight, cheapest date ever. My husband's a lucky man. It does have a knee brace type hole, Christy Lou. I'm gonna have to look at that again. But I also Googled like elbow bands and stuff, and I couldn't find anything like that. So he was paid in alcohol and vapes, Brenda said. What do you think he was selling, allegedly, in your opinion? Okay. So that was what I wanted to show there. But yeah, so she mentions that. I had never noticed that. I was right. So they watched that video. They watched Jamie's video.
Happened. And more than Hunter and Candus.
How many drinks did he have? Was in, she slid on a rock, went under, and then
He kept counting out all these twisted tea bottle cans. For one,
Okay, that
they
was
didn't even
over
match
a
one
week
another.
after it happened. And more than Hunter and Candus and them went up there because it's a known place. It's at the horse pond where people go ride horses and fish. Mm-hmm. So they're not going to tell me nobody has drunk up there at the horse pond since Hunter drank that one.
Brenda, correct.
Was it a twisted tea that Hunter Hunter had drank?
It wasn't.
Yes.
It was, okay.
And Candus keeps.
So, Brenda, I'm going to address your comment real quick because I should just rename all of the videos that I did supporting Candus as I was duped. Because I really did believe everything she was saying. And I thought, why would they lie on her like that? But you are absolutely right. Brenda is saying if she bought it for her mother, H would have never just taken it if it, as if it was bought for him, I believe is what you're trying to say. Absolutely. He would have never grabbed Grandis's twisted tea if it was for her. Right?
Keeps changing her stories. Like, every day it's a different story. And they don't add up.
Do you know, had she given
Add
him
up to
alcohol
what?
before? Do you know?
Not that I can really say.
Okay. You were there when he returned home. Did he seem like he was intoxicated or like that he would have had like any
No, he
form
was
of
a perfect
alter?
15-year-old.
His sister said he was allegedly.
Straight combinations, walking a straight line.
So he probably could have had like a few sips. Nothing to get him too
Inebriated.
All he told us is that he had twisted tea from her. And she also had purchased him puff bars, which are nicotine vapes.
Oh.
As well.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure we catch any questions before we move on to anything else. 10 to Life, thank you so much, and I think I got yours. No Drama would like to know, since you guys were at the Wells property often, do you know that if their dogs would bark or how often they would bark? Like if a stranger came up, did they bark? Did they bark when you guys that the dogs knew came up? How were the dogs?
Yeah, okay. They have about 20 dogs on their property. They don't spade their dogs. They don't neuter them. I know of, I've been around 12 of the 20 because the dog just had puppies.
Okay.
Those dogs would bark. Anytime someone came up that driveway, they bark, even if they knew you. If they knew you, once you got up to the top, you were fine.
I've heard different.
If they didn't know you, they were trying to eat you up before you even got on net.
While I was being duped, I was told different. I was told that they were dumb dogs and that they probably wouldn't bark at a stranger. I've seen different now. I've heard different now from more than one person. I've seen it myself. But then I've also, cracking cases, they went to the property and they said that the dogs were docile. So, I don't know. I still think that they would have barked.
That property.
Like at the drive? Like they would have known you were coming like when you were at the end of the drive?
Yes. Like, Candus and her mom, Candus, and the kids had left last summer to go to Wisconsin to meet one of the new grandchildren that were being born. And me and her neighbor were taking turns feeding the dogs. I'd go up one day and feed the dogs. He'd go the next day and feed the dogs. And keep eyes on the property.
Okay.
As soon as my mother would pull in the bottom of that driveway to even start up that hill, those dogs would come running down. Showing their teeth and all. Those dogs are very protective.
Interesting. Okay. Melissa, do you have anything that you'd like to ask for that?
That wasn't Robbie.
Oh no, I was having problems with my camera.
Oh, going in and out?
Yeah.
Do you happen to know about Summer's room being in the basement? Was it just her room that was in the basement, or was there more, like, did the parents sleep in the basement? Were the boys in the basement? How, you don't have to tell me all their living situation, but just, was she alone down there, or was it just her playroom?
At one time, it was all the rooms. Like, you walk down the steps, to your right was Summer's and the boys' room with their toys, and then to the left was the side where Donnie and Candus slept. And then something about she had gotten a CPS report one day, so they moved the boys' room upstairs to the living room. And they kept Summer's room downstairs.
And the parents were still downstairs?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a very, very small house.
Were the dogs like well-mannered? Like, were they vicious? Did they have any dogs that would hurt a child or somebody who would come on the property?
Those dogs protected those kids.
Okay. I'm just making sure we anybody else that has any questions before we move on.
Me too, Matt. No tolerance whatsoever.
Okay, so here's kind of an off-the-cuff one. When you saw Summer in the back of the car, did anybody else see Summer? Were any of your other kids there?
No.
Okay, so just you were outside and we're talking to Candus about, can I, wake her up? I want to say hi to her, kind of thing. I want to talk to her. And there's a lot of speculation since we released a picture and a video of that day of Summer in the backseat. A lot of people are speculating once again. So I'm going to ask, since you actually saw her, did she look like an okay sleeping child to you? Did she look like anything was wrong?
To me, at the time, I just thought she was sleeping, but you can ask Leslie. I even questioned that myself. I was like, what would happen if she died of a secondary drowning? A lot of people don't know what secondary drowning is.
Right.
And I keep asking myself that to this day. Was she really sleeping, or was she alive? I don't know the answer to that. Because I wasn't.
So, you guys just heard what Allie had to say right now. She's saying that she has questioned it herself if Summer was alive in the back of the car. Now, Teresa is just a boss and is just so true crime at heart and so curious at heart that she just asked the next question without even thinking, and it was perfect because it makes you say, Oop, no, don't do that.
Able to physically get my hands on that child.
Hunter was sitting next to her in the back seat, correct?
Hunter was with her in the back seat, yeah.
And how long had it been since she'd fallen asleep to the time that Hunter had gotten dropped off? Those fireworks, man, they're going. You guys have a show outside.
Hold on a second.
So basically, she's like, wasn't your son back there? If she were dead, wouldn't he have known? And then if you listen to H's interview with Chris McDonough, I believe at some point he says that, he got out, or, that he had to get out. When he got out of the truck, that she had to get out first or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it was, but again, just a little bit of conflicting story.
I have neighbors shooting off fireworks.
Bye, Annie. We'll see you later. Thank you for stopping in. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you got a whole 4th of July show going.
Okay, are we done yet, people? sorry about that.
No, don't be. It's that time of year.
It's in a couple days.
No, you stay here, Bear. Ellie.
No, stay right here.
Stay here.
So did Summer wake up at all, Allie, when you were talking to her, or did she move around or make any like noises that she was about to wake up? They probably can't even hear me over the fireworks. So. Try to wait it out. There we go.
Come here.
Okay. When you saw Summer, did she move at all? Did she make any sleepy noises? Did she? I mean, anything
not
like
that I can remember.
Okay.
Because when I got to look at her, they finally rolled the window down, and then they're like, "Well, we gotta go," because we got milk in the car.
How long would it take to get from your house to her house?
That's about a 45-minute drive.
Okay. So the video that she had sent, she said, was taken at 3:09 that afternoon, where Summer is sleeping on the milk. So that would make sense if she drops off Hunter around 2:30-ish, that she would still be driving home at 3:09, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's a new video that's floating around where Candus is taking a video of her sleeping like that, and she asked her mom, "Is her arm still up?"
That's
her mom
the one I'm
goes,
referring
"No."
to. Yes, that one.
That's kind of creepy.
That's asking about if her arm is still up?
Yeah, that's the whole video is kind of creepy.
So we were told that her mom she was trying to capture a photo of her with her arm up. We assumed, and that's all I can do because we didn't ask the question at the time, we assumed it was she was sleeping kind of funky or anything. Some kids sleep with their arms in weird spots or on their face or picking their nose, or, little kids sleep all kinds of funky ways. And that she wanted to try to capture a picture, and her mom accidentally took that video.
There's a book that I pray tomorrow, and I was going to ask God something.
No, because mommy's got to work tomorrow. No.
That's 10. I think for both of them.
Nope.
Why? Why? Oh, what's the point?
That's my 12-year-old.
I love it. Why? I need to know why. Why can't I do everything I want to do when I want to do it? Okay, so I have another side question about that day, and then let's see if Melissa has any more that she wants to ask too. Do you know?
That's me.
There was a situation probably closer to where you live. It happened a couple days after, where a gentleman named Tony was actually arrested for attempted kidnapping of trying to take a boy out of his yard. Have you heard that story?
I've heard bits and pieces of it.
Okay, I was asking because I wanted to know if you actually knew who this Tony was, or if Tony knew the family and you guys, or the Wells family. Okay. Okay, so we don't know anything about Tony there, Amanda. Just for you. All right, Melissa, what else do you have about the day? I have so many questions they get lost in my thought process. So I'm trying to catch anything in the chat. So also, if you guys have something, let me know.
I mean, I'm just trying to. I want to talk about H's dad and that whole thing. I mean, I don't really have anything else about the day.
Okay. Is there anything else that you ladies can think of that would be important that you've seen in speculations or I'm sure you guys get sent all kinds of fun stuff from social media. Anything that you guys can think about from that day that you want to make sure that we can clear up before we move on to the after the day?
Yes, there's a rumor with me going around on Facebook. I'm sitting at Candus's house, and yes, my shirt was dirty because I'm Italian and I wear what I eat. You can ask Leslie that.
Melissa knows that too.
And
So, as per always, there is going to be people that you don't like who broadcast news or newsworthy things. Sylvia came in right now and said that she had just left Sharon Prairie Boys live voices behind the wall. I know Cher. From what I see, she's getting Dawn to talk, and she may have gotten more out of him than anybody. And with that, I can say I like it. You know, I don't hate it. I hate their lies. So I have spoken with Cher before about streaming her stuff, and she's given me permission. So with that being said, according to Sylvia, Cher played some calls by Dawn, and if Cher's playing them now and didn't play them before, it's because they probably have something sketch on them. I did see that somebody said there should have been a trigger warning. So this live just took a turn. You know, trigger warning, guys. If this isn't for you, if you are not happy with Cher and what she is doing, I'm really sorry. But I'm going to play some of it to figure it out. Okay? Actually, I did that wrong. Let me unshare it real quick. I just want to see everything. And if you guys know me at all, you'll know that I am nosy and I am always being called like a fencer, you know, because I will listen to everything, and I don't care what side of the fence it's on. I will just listen to it. Okay, so this is going to be Cher. Anybody got a list of all the people I played today?
You can't do that, though. Instead, you keep attacking your sisters, attacking...
Oh, Cher's going in.
She pressed charges.
Oh, no.
Understanding him. And, I'll tell you right now, he does not want me to play this recording. He's tried to stop me today, even told me it was against the law in Canada, which it's not. It's a one party in Canada. Yeah, so I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it in a few minutes, but there is a trigger warning. He does talk the way he talks, usually, you know, about his sisters, so. He says things that people aren't going to like about a lot of things, from Ecto Search, his sisters, just like everything, the whole call.
So super trigger warning, I guess.
Maybe triggering to some people. So definitely trigger warning, and I would not want his sisters to listen to this. I am not saying I agree with what's coming out of his mouth either, you guys. I am just putting it out there.
Trigger warning.
Hold on.
I'm really nervous, to be honest with you. Really nervous. I've never played anything like this on my channel. Not yet. I'm not saying I wouldn't ever. I just hadn't. Good to know, Mandy.
All right, sorry guys. He's texting me right now. This is Dawn's words, not Cher's. Thanks, Dalen. Yeah, all of them. Trish, Jeannie, Mary. He's talking about all his sisters. He's basically angry at the world in this phone call.
I'll ask her, April.
You guys will hear it. He is drunk, so you could, keep that in mind. Yes, definitely trigger warning.
Phoenix, I think they're off again.
Answer that question. Unbelievable. Hey, Miss Wednesday. Hey, Debbie. Hey, Lori Dozer.
I guess as off as you can be on.
Trigger warning. Yes, trigger warning. Don't shoot the messenger, y'all. Mary, hello. Okay. I'm telling you, he doesn't say nice things, so and again, I'm sorry, but I do not agree with a lot of what he says. I'm just putting it out there. Now, I did text Don today and told him it's probably in his best interest to not have any further communication with me because of what my beliefs are. But he's still talking to me. Somebody had emailed me a question. I asked him that question. It's as simple as whose name is the Subaru in, and he cannot answer that. He had asked me, like, why? Why do you believe it? Is it my past? No, Don, I know you're watching right now. It is not just your past. It's all the inconsistencies. It's everything that doesn't make sense. Even when Cam and Allie were there and they showed the door to the basement, and you can only see out. You can't see in. So let's say there's someone with perfect timing. There's no way somebody outside saw inside that basement door and saw Summer there to know that that was the time she was in the basement, because that is like basically like a one-way mirror type window there. You could see out, but you could not see in. So I just want to put it at that. So now the other thing that stood out to me is they were not at the prayer circle yesterday. I noticed Robin had made a comment, and I'm going to show a clip. Everyone has the prayer circle circling around. I took this, of course, from J for Justice, just a 30-second clip of what Robin's explanation for them not being there was. I found it interesting, so I'm going to play that really quick. Julie, thank you. Welcome to the Crazy Train. All right, here we go. Hold on.
They can find the Summer, Father God. We are believing that they can in the name of Jesus, Father. Amen.
Amen. There's some people commenting, asking where the parents are. Candus is not feeling well, and Don is working his butt off like he always does. So, like he always does. But there's a lot of people praying, whether they're here or not. We know there's a lot of people, a lot of churches, church families out there that have their own little vigils, that have their own prayer, Wednesday night especially, prayer meetings. So we know there's a lot of prayer going on, whether they're here or not. They're here in spirit. And also someone's asking you to do Waymaker.
Okay, so I know that's not true. Like, I know they were drunk last night. Candus crashed early, drunk, whatever. Don was drunk. He called me when Candus went to sleep. So I then texted Robin today. Usually we go back and forth, and I asked Robin, did you, is that what Don and Candus told you? Or were you just being kind and kind of just, kind of covering for them, being nice? Or is that what you were honestly told? And I told Robin, I said, because I know the truth. I know what they were doing and I know where they were. And she didn't respond. She read it, but she did not respond to it at all. So I found that interesting because she responds to most everything else. So maybe she was lied to and felt bad too. I'm not sure. Are you ready to play that a little? All right. So the recording might be bad because it was recorded on hubby's phone, so we're just going to play it off his phone on here, and we will try to put it up in a better way, over the weekend when hubby's not so busy, okay? So we're going to play it. Maybe I'll pause it to answer some questions. I don't know, but it's almost a darn hour, so I really want to get through it. If you guys will just kind of listen to it. Again, it might be choppy. You'll have to maybe, I don't know, can they slow it down? They can only speed it up when they listen back or something. I'll try and figure something out over the weekend to get it up there with writing and everything so you guys can better understand. Right?
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. All right. Mary texted me and said she pressed charges and all this and that crap over something 40 years ago.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. She just texted you?
Yeah.
She pressed charges on you and then texts you?
Yeah.
What the F?
Yeah.
On. You didn't answer or respond, did you?
Trish said in that one video to get a hold of her. So I tried everything in the world to find her number, call her, blah, blah, blah. So I posted on Facebook, Trish, BS. You've had my number all along. You could have called me.
Yes, this was last night at 9 p.m. for us. And Mary, Jeannie, Trish, I'm sorry again, trigger warning for this call for definitely you women. I'm sorry.
Long time ago. But you're full of shit.
Oh my God.
She don't want to contact me.
Oh my God.
She went on that some woman's show and said all this and that crap. She's full of crap.
Did you respond to her though?
Who, to Mary?
Yeah.
All I put on there was that Trish told me to on that one show to get contact her, and I was just trying to contact her. That's all I put.
Chris McDonough made a post saying if we talk to her, even if I talk to her, like it's almost like threatening me that I'm not allowed to talk to your sisters because I'm friends with you.
That's so freaking funny.
Yeah, did you read that?
Oh, you know what though? Did you threaten her?
No.
All right then.
I told her I was sorry for her experience.
Why would you be? Well, nobody's sorry for any of my damn experiences. I've spent my whole life in prison. Nobody's sorry for that.
I am, but nobody cares.
No, nobody cares about that. Ain't nobody ever touched Trish or anything else. You know, and Jeannie's responsible for her own crap, and she knows it.
So, wait, were you ever alone with Trish?
Never.
That's what I thought.
I don't even know Trish. I remember riding in the car with her one time with my dad to Idaho and back. That's all I remember about her or being a... No, hell no. She ain't playing that bullshit. She's a liar.
Do you think Allie or Hunter would take Summer, though?
It's a possibility, yes. We've been thinking about that all along.
I do not like them at all. And I just, like, you know, there's red flags, yes, that make you look bad. But I just don't think that you're some monster. Like, that's why I asked you, are you covering for somebody else?
No.
Like, maybe your friend or something? Like,
I would never cover... I'm going to tell you straight out, Sharon. I love my daughter more than anybody I've ever loved in my entire life. You think I'd cover for anybody for her? Hell no.
No.
Hell no.
Not even your
No
wife
way.
or your mother-in-law?
Hell no. My wife knows how I felt about Summer. I told my wife over and over, don't keep your eye on her close. She's my whole world.
Yeah.
She is my whole world. Besides God and Jesus first. Okay. Gotta put that out there. But, you know. But that's the truth. That's the truth.
Oh my God. Well, I can't believe she would call you or text. She texted you, and I can't believe she would do that after filing charges.
Her charges are bullshit.
I wonder if I can get in trouble for saying that. Like, she texted Dawn after she filed charges, people.
Yeah, she says she's not supposed to talk to me or whatever. But Trish is the one that put out there to call her and everything else. So I was just trying to get a hold of Trish. But so I just put on Facebook bullshit. It's bullshit. You're full of bullshit. But she had my number all along. She could have called me anytime because she talks to Mary all the time. And Mary's had my number and they've never tried to contact me.
Yeah.
So I'm calling bullshit. And as far as McDonough, he's the biggest instigator, liar, piece of shit I've ever seen in my life.
Everybody knows that.
Right.
I mean, everyone's starting to see that. Even people who used to like what he was doing are starting to see that.
He just can't let it alone.
No.
He's ruined the whole case all the way around.
Here, I don't know if you saw what he posted or not, but people are coming to me and saying, that is directed towards you, Cher.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, what? I haven't even done anything.
He's trying to scare everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He can't scare... Man, I can get on there and put on all kind of lawsuit crap or some laws or whatever directed towards him.
Yep.
They don't mean crap unless charges are filed.
He said, the Utah police report has been filed today, and the PD is investigating SA charges. That said, things have changed for some who would want to harass or connect with victims on behalf of the suspect. I've never harassed your sisters. I've never tried to harass them.
No, don't be scared of him. He's a freaking losing man.
Your sisters came in my live stream talking to me, and you know what, Dawn? I was nice to them. I know
that.
I didn't harass them.
I've been nice to him my whole life, sure.
Yeah.
How do you think I feel?
Yeah. Yeah. I need some vodka.
Huh?
I need some vodka. Jesus drank wine.
Funny.
Come on.
Oh, hell. I can't do vodka and I can't do certain things. I cannot do it. Some things set me off, and vodka's one of them.
Whiskey's what does that to me.
Vodka, I mean, whiskey, I can have a few shots and all I want to do is go to bed. But the other shit, I want to go out freaking do all kinds of stupid shit that I can't do.
Punch a tree.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know.
Man, he's just trying to scare them
Yeah.
and everybody else.
He's parading them around. I said to your sisters yesterday, I said, I hope you know, I feel like, because I am a sexual assault and a rape survivor, and I feel like you guys are being extorted. Do you know how much money he makes off of telling your story? Yeah.
And you know what? I'm a rape survivor.
I know you are, but I haven't shared that with anyone. I do think it's important, your story, because I feel like people would understand more, but I think you're right. Then people would be more. All right. I don't really care. I told Don exactly how I feel and told him it was in his best interest to stop contacting me as of today because of what I think. I actually told him he needs to go to the police and tell the truth and do a full confession. So keep talking shit, people. And again, for his sisters that are in here, I'm sorry, but I think you guys understand what I'm doing here. Or like, nope, for sure he did something. Like, I get it, but
yeah.
I always want to. I stop myself so many times from sharing that because it's not my story to share.
I was kind of hoping you would, and I was kind of hoping you wouldn't, but
yeah,
it's the truth. It's the truth. I was beat down. I mean, I'm not trying to brag. I'm not saying I cry on somebody's shoulder or whatever. Man, it's just the past, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure them guys that are in their older ages. I'll never forget the one guy that I was going to kill. He had a shotgun pattern in his stomach where somebody shot him with a sawed-off gauge, and he had scar tissue all across his stomach. It probably blew it back a little bit, but it sure as hell didn't kill his ass.
Oh.
But I was going to kill him on that. It was so bad. But I tried to fight that big son of a bitch. And he picked me up like a rag doll and threw me on a bunk. And I landed on the corner of a steel. It was just steel, you know. You get that prison mattress. The rest is, you know, a steel L metal or whatever. I couldn't even walk for about a week. And it was pretty bad. I fought in there every day until that point. I couldn't fight no more. But oh well. That's just, you know, that's just the way it is. But I made trustee after that. I saved the girl.
We unblocked her the other day. What the heck? All right, when hubby gets back, I'll see if he will look on the computer again because we double checked it. Checking convictions. Unblocked. Okay, sorry. And a lot of you guys, if you think that he is going to continue talking to me, like, some of you have to have open minds. You know, I'm talking to him in a way he wants to talk. Yes. Does it sound good? No, it doesn't. But he's talking, right? So.
His life one day. I saved a guard's life.
Oh, and the reason I see in the chat, so you know he knows where Summer is. I told him that it is my belief that he knows more than what he is saying, and that he is either covering for someone, or maybe he had an accident and he got scared or whatever. But it is in my opinion that he isn't telling the full truth. And I told him that I feel like he is guilty of something, but I don't know what yet. But his actions, he said, why do you think that? Is it my past? No, Don, I mean, it's your past mixed with everything else. It's your past mixed with even me saying maybe SA should be on the back burner until your daughter is found. You can't do that, though. Instead, you keep attacking your sisters, attacking your niece, instead of just do like I say, put that on, like, let them file their charges and like deal with that when it comes to you, but let's deal with Summer. And it wouldn't continue with that. Instead, he is more concerned with trying to hurt his family or let his sisters think his dad is hurting or whatever. Like, it's more of attack to his sisters and niece, and that is wrong. So everything looks bad. The fact that the game's a false confession for $1 million. It's not just his past that makes me believe this now. It's everything. And he knows that. So yes, I was honest with him today and said, you better not, like, just know, like, contacting me now is not in your best interest because this is what I believe and here is why I believe it. And Don knows that. And he wanted me to not play this call tonight. I don't care because everyone can say I'm not about Summer, but I am. I am doing what I feel like could be helpful to find Summer. And Don fucking knows that. He knows that. He thanks me actually on this call for loving Summer so much. And again, if he's playing me, he's playing me. That makes him look worse than me. So I'm going to continue on with the call.
And he was so freaking happy. And I remember once I made trustee, and I grew up in the county jails in Houston, and they had 5 helicopters at that time. And we'd go to the launch pad. Once you make trustee, your job is to go around and hand out tobacco to poor freaking inmates that have nothing. So that was a good job. We had to run the city. We could do whatever we wanted as long as we was back by 7. You could go to bars if you wanted to, as long as you're back by 7. You could go out and deal dope if you want to, as long as you're back by 7. And when you got, man, them old black women and stuff to cook the best meals, best food you ever had in your life. In a county jail. We used to go and watch those helicopters take off and stuff. And we loved it. It was awesome. I mean, I was, what you call it, I'm institutionalized from way back. I was raised, all my younger years, I was raised in the county jails.
Like my dad, he calls it institutionalized. I don't know if that's the right word, but that's what he
it is. It's institutionalized.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. It's easier on the inside than it is on the outside.
Yeah.
But I've been struggling my whole life to not be institutionalized. I don't want to be institutionalized.
Yeah.
And I've been fighting and trying to do right, for so many years, and people just fight against that. They don't want to see you succeed. They want to see you fail. They're not happy unless they see you fail.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I know it.
And Jeannie has set me up a few times. She set me up a few times. She seen one time I had this beautiful woman in Houston, Texas, and I was in love with her deeply, and she tricked me. She seen that I was in love with this girl, and she made like that she wanted to be my girlfriend and everything like that. And then once I was like, she tricked me. Share, I swear to you, this is the truth. She knew I was in love with her deeply, and she was jealous of that love. She seen that, and she acted like she wanted to be with me and everything else. And I thought Jeannie was being for reals, and I was like, I thought it was odd because she was younger than me. And I did like Jeannie at that time. I mean, I thought I did, but down the road, she got with her cousin Ronnie, or not her cousin, but her. Okay, Ronnie is
cousin through like marriage, right?
Okay, her brother married this woman, and that woman's son, which would be I don't know what that would be to her. My brother.
If he talks to me again, he talks to me again. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I'm well aware. And I told him today, I realize by what I'm telling you, you will think I'm evil. But I'm not, that's not what I'm trying to be. I realize you will think I'm evil like you do everybody else. And my thinking is evil and I'm a sinner or whatever. And I realize that will be the last of contact. I don't care. I'm, like I said, I never set out to do this to protect Dawn in any way. I gave him a fair chance, and I told him exactly how I feel today. I spelt it out for him why I feel this way, and told him it's probably best he doesn't contact me from here on. But he's continued to contact me. He can't answer simple questions. It's not just your past, Don. You can think I'm evil. I don't care. He was upset because he thinks I'm all friendly with his sisters and trying to help his sisters screw him. That's not the case. I haven't helped them with anything like that. Again, the focus, as I told Don, is wrong. He shouldn't be worried about attacking his family. He should be worried about where is Summer, in my opinion, right? We all know that, but have I kind of handled him with kid gloves up until the last week? Yes, I have. I don't care now. I was fine when I started making reports over a week ago to TBI with losing the contact if it meant that there's answers to bring that little girl home. I'm fine with that. If he doesn't talk to me again, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Here we go.
Married some woman, so that would be like a step something. I don't know, not a cousin. I think it is. I think it actually is blood relation, but I don't know what it is. But I know he was very young when she got with him. He was like 12 years old. But when she decided she wanted to be with this 12-year-old boy, she was done with him. And then all this hate started. But I'm telling you the truth. She acted like she loved me. And I was very in love with that girl in Houston, Texas. I loved her with all my heart, but Jeannie played the part that she wanted to be with me, and she ruined that love. And I still remember that woman calling me, and she asked me if I was good. And I said, yeah, I'm good. And I never heard from her again. And that's the truth. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. But when she met her, I don't know if it's his cousin or what it would be to her. But I know he was 12, at least, like he was just a little boy. But whatever. But it's okay for the goose, but not the gander, whatever. And I know she went down for charges today.
Yeah.
But that's all right. Because if they drag me to Utah, I'm going to tell them the whole story.
That's what you gotta do. But do you think that they have a case though, after all these years?
No, I don't think so. I don't even think they'll take me back to Utah, but they could. But if they do, I mean, if I get of course, if you get a lawyer, you can get any freaking thing.
Where would it be in Utah that you would go?
Weaver County, or let's see, Ogden, Utah.
Make sure you text me that information so I know where you're at. So I can.
If I'm not locked up, I will. I can't keep her phone anymore. I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
This ain't no kidding though. I've been locked up a long time. I've seen people bring in. Well, I used to not keister. We used to call them keister, but I've seen people bring everything into prison. I mean, everything. From big knives, guns, everything inside the prison. I've seen it all inside the prison. They're scared to death in there. And the biggest fear about being in prison is that you got to kill somebody because you're never going to get out of prison. When you have to fight, you can't, you got to. Unless you're, I don't know what the women's facility's like, but it's bad. There's a good chance once you get in there, there's a good chance you're never going to get out.
Yeah.
Oh, hellfire, someone's here.
What?
Someone's at my house. Oh, that's why I was hearing things.
Okay, good. Good.
That's good, yeah.
Scared me.
Yeah.
Do you promise that you're not covering for anybody?
I promise with all my heart, sure. I don't know why people want to believe that shit.
Well, I believe it because I feel like I've gotten to know you pretty well, wouldn't you say?
A little bit, yeah.
I feel like you're not a monster, but I do feel like maybe you would cover for someone you love.
Oh, you know, I had all the wrong ideas when I was younger, though, sure. I used to be a monster. I used to think it was normal in my mind, you know, like, hey, man. Then when I was a kid, I used to think, man, everybody steals, the government steals, everybody does wrong. So I thought it was okay for me to steal. No, it's not. You know, I used to do all kinds of stupid shit when I was younger. And I got busted for that. But, you know, since I've got to know the commandments, it's against the commandments to steal.
Yeah.
You know? But in my younger mind, I didn't know any better. I don't know.
I think we all get that way.
Well, yeah, we all make mistakes when we're younger. We do. All I know is I've been working my ass off all these years to support my family, never ask for anybody's help, trying to raise my beautiful kids. And now everybody's, you know, the public's trying to say God done something to my daughter. And all I want to say is, fuck you. That's all I got to say to them. Fuck you. That's all I got to say to the public anymore. I'm done with them.
Yeah.
They don't know the truth from a lie. That's the truth. They don't know the truth from a lie.
Yeah.
They want to believe Chris McDonough, but they don't want to believe the truth. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Me and Benny was talking about that earlier. It's like watching a zombie show, but it's spiritual, not physical, but spiritual. And it's the truth. It's the absolute truth. We're watching this big zombie show that Satan has control over these people. There's very few that know the love of God. Very few. And it's just this actual zombie show, but in true life, but you can't see it in the physical realm. It's spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and most of the people just would rather believe a lie than the truth. It's crazy, but it's true. It's absolutely the craziest thing you've ever seen in your life, but the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And God has said it all along. I mean, you know, the war in heaven, when Satan decided, you know, did you know that Satan was the most beautiful and most talented and gifted angel of all?
I did know that, yeah.
Yeah, he's a rock and roll star.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful in every way and talented in every musical way. And he thought he was better than everybody else. God created him and made him that way. I think God knew what was going to happen. He's seen it coming.
Where's Candus?
Oh, she's asleep.
Aw.
Oh.
Have you been out looking again?
No, we can't even go out and look.
Are they going to let Echo search back, I think?
Motherfuckers want to turn it around like, what are you doing in my neck in the woods and this and that? It's all dangerous and shit because motherfuckers in the world want to say that we did something to our own child. They're fucking the world. Oh man, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be cussing.
Okay.
Hell with. I mean, I guess I can't say that. I guess I can't say that.
You can say whatever you want to say. Do you think it's easier to believe in, like, a lie is easier to believe than truth?
Well, it depends on what side of the war you're on. Because it's a war. You know, I mean, yeah, it's way easier to believe a lie. Most people want to believe a lie because Satan has control over them and their hearts. They have a heart of stone. I mean, you just gotta look at the Bible. I mean, it's all there. It's crazy, but it's true. It seems like a dream, but it's for reals.
So I want to ask you something. One last time, and I'll believe whatever you tell me. But since Candus is sleeping, you know that she's lied to you before.
Oh yeah. What woman hasn't, or man?
Yeah, but do you really? This is true. Men and women lie, but
it ain't just women; it's men too.
Do you think that her or your mother-in-law was capable of anything and lying to you, Dawn? Like, that's what I'm worried. Like, that's where I'm at.
They, of course, they freaking lied, just like I've lied.
But would they hurt Summer and then lie to you?
No.
And you wouldn't cover for them?
I won't cover for nobody, Sharon.
Not even Candus?
I won't even. I'll put it to you like this: I don't even cover for myself.
Yeah.
It's that simple. I'd rather be truthful and go down or whatever and make my peace with God or whatever it takes. I mean, I told her myself with my freaking stepsister. Like an idiot. I can't lie. It's not in my nature. I know what? No.
Okay, so I want to say something about that. When he says, you know, I even told on myself about my sister like an idiot. That is common for like high spectrum narcissism. They will tell on themselves just a little so that, you know, people will think, well, they're honest. Look at, they're telling them on something real bad about themselves. Why would anybody do that, right? But they pick like the littlest thing. Yeah, I'll admit to what I did with Jeannie was wrong, but I'm going to deny everything else and attack her at the same time. So, there's that.
I can't even lie for my damn self. I gotta lie for anybody else.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Rachel. Yeah, well, I just want to make sure because that's something that makes me nervous.
Yeah, well, I get that, you know, and I understand your concern, and let me tell you something. I appreciate your love because I know that you have the kind of love for my daughter like we all do, and I appreciate that. I get it.
Thank you.
Because let me tell you something. I loved her with all my heart. I really do. I mean, she's my whole world, and when I had her, I parade her around like, yeah, this little girl is my girl, and she loves me. Ha ha ha. You know, now I don't have that. Now everybody's turned against me, the whole world, except for a few. Very, very few. But yeah, hell no. No. I wouldn't take up for nobody. I don't even take up for myself like that. I'd rather do the time. I'd rather do the time and work out my sentence and work it out with God than to lie. But, you know, the thing of it is, I can't lie.
Right.
I can't. I've never been able to lie for myself. I can't lie for nobody else. I'm not sure as hell I ain't gonna lie when I tell you that I love my daughter with all my heart. I wouldn't cover for nobody. No way.
Hey, Jennifer.
Just the best. I'm gonna tell you something too. If you're gonna commit a crime and you're gonna do the time, you know the best way out of prison?
No.
Is through the front door. That means you're not lying. You've done your time. You've done the right thing, and you're gonna walk out the front door a free man. It's not like you're trying to escape or lie or whatever and try to run out the back fence. That means you're telling the truth. You've done your time, and you're walking out the front door on parole or whatever. You're done. You're doing what's right. And I learned that a long time ago. You can't hide from the law. You walk out that front door. You know.
Last night, Rachel.
I would never cover. Oh my gosh.
Well, I have to ask you.
Just a thought of what crazy people. People are so crazy. What is wrong with people? What is wrong with you, mate? Oh, I know. Satan. My bad. I should have known that. You can't say nothing to people.
Yeah.
They don't get it. They don't understand because you know why? Because 90 98.7 of people, 98.7 of people want to believe a lie before they believe the truth because Satan's got them. Satan's in their life. This is so crucial, and people won't see it. They're zombies. But you can't tell them nothing. You can't tell them nothing. It don't make sense to them. Nothing makes sense to them. Truth doesn't make sense to them. Only lies do.
Hey, Rihanna.
That's the only thing they understand.
I wish I could just snap my fingers and bring her home for you.
Don't we all? Don't we all? But only God can do that.
Yeah.
Only God can do that. And God has the power. He's the only one that can do something like that.
Yeah.
I'm walking up my hole, as Chris calls it. The motherfucker. He wants to talk shit about my fucking house. He don't know how long I've been working on this fucking shack. I'd like to see his punk ass get out here and lay a foundation and pour brick and frame the motherfucker in by himself with his kids and all that shit. He ain't never done no shit like that. No, he's got to get up there and lie to motherfuckers to make his money to buy his little precious little trailer and shit.
Well, he partners with Airstream. They pay him.
Really?
Yeah, he advertises that they help sponsor him or something like that. So.
Yeah, I bet he does. He's a cocksucker. That's why he's got a fucking. That's why he's got a fucking can't talk right. Because he.
Okay, again, trigger warning. This is his feelings, not mine. Yes, I'm going along with it because that's what I do.
Like so much dick.
Oh.
How do you think he made the fucking detective, homicide detective? Sorry, did I say that? Oh, my bad.
My bad. Show.
Well, truth so fucking hurts. It's the truth, though.
I just don't want to see you get in trouble for something. I don't want to see you get in trouble for something someone else did.
It's too late for that. It's too late. I've been in trouble my whole life.
Well, I mean, for Summer.
Well, you know what? Chris is trying to railroad us for our own daughter's disappearance, which we had nothing to do with. We love our daughter with all our heart. But he wants to lay the blame on us, and he wants to railroad me all he can. That's the nature of Chris. Because he's evil. That's the way he's been doing his whole life.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, it ain't your fault, and it's not my fault. So don't be sorry.
Well, I'm sorry that I have to ask you hard questions now, and I know you hate it.
They're not hard at all. They ain't hard. They ain't hard to figure out. He's done that his whole life. That's what he does.
Are you going to work tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I just can't hardly function anymore.
Well, try and go get some rest, and then call me tomorrow or text me.
All I can say, you know what, all the people that they want to believe a lie, you know what, let them believe a lie. That's fine, because it don't matter what you say to them. It don't matter what you do. It just don't matter to them. You can't say nothing. There's nothing you can say. You can sit there and tell them the plain truth, and they'll be like, "Oh, we got to decipher this. That don't make sense. Oh, this is what it really means." That's how people are today. And if you.
Hey guys, and whatever your thoughts are, we have victims and also his sisters, or some of them are in the chat. So please, if you are supporting what Don is saying, please be like mindful. You'll get blocked if there's disrespect to his sisters in here, because they're in here listening, but they're not causing problems or anything. They're actually being very kind, even though I've been talking to the brother and giving him a platform where he's been trashing them. Also with Chris McDonough, this is coming out of his mouth. Yes, I'm laughing and going along with it, but if I'm being an asshole to him, he ain't going to talk to me, right? So do we want him to talk? Do we not want him to talk? We all want answers. So please don't go along with what he's saying and bash Chris McDonough in the chat tonight either. I'm playing this for a reason, just to get the call out there to you guys, because I think there's several things in there that are alarming. So I'm going to continue on.
Watch that video I sent you. Isaiah, let's see, Amazing Prophecies. Isaiah's, whatever. I don't know if you watched that. You should have. But Isaiah described our time perfectly. He sure did. People would rather believe a lie and call good evil and evil good. And that's where we're at.
Yeah.
That's right where we're sitting. We're in the last days. Make sure you find yourself on the right side. It's so easy just to follow along with evil, and you'll have it all. But, if it's like the few, the proud, the Marines, well,
Yeah, definitely no worries there.
if you're going to risk your life, if you follow God and you keep His commandments, the whole world's going to.
Amber, this is from last night when he drunk dialed me.
I guess I promise you that. They have been.
Do you think you're going to be the person in the end that gets in trouble for Summer?
Oh, it's very possible, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just Chris the list, and all that stuff, yeah. But you know what? I'll gladly take that fall for my daughter's life. Even though I'm not guilty of it. I mean, the only thing is, I want to be here for my boys. My son misses me so bad. Mm-hmm. He couldn't let me off the phone the other day, and I'm not supposed to talk about my boys. The thing of it is Chris sit there and talk shit about my son. I said that my son has some kind of SA tendencies. I could fucking break his fucking head off for saying that. That's not right. Yeah, that's bullshit.
I didn't.
How could he say that to a precious 12-year-old boy like my son? How could he say some shit like that? What is wrong with him? Yeah. What is wrong with him to say? What kind of vendetta does he have against little boys? He's been persecuting them his whole life and sending him to prison. What is wrong with him? I was a kid when this stuff happened with my stupid, evil stepsisters. I'm not saying hey, don't get me wrong, Cher. I was in the wrong, but so was my stepsisters. Mm. Okay, we was playing. I mean, oh my gosh. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. Why is he after me? I was a young kid. And now he's after my son Josie. So was my stepsister. What the hell? Okay, we was playing. I mean,
oops.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Chels made a good point right here.
What's wrong with him to say?
Oops. Okay, hold on a second.
What kind of vendetta does he have against little boys? He's been persecuting them his whole life. The only thing is, I want to be here for my boys. It's very possible, yeah. Oh, yeah. Whatever, I don't know if you watched that. You should have. But
So, Charles says, he just said, I will gladly take the fall for my daughter's life. And then he quickly changed it to, even though I'm not guilty of it. So let's listen to that.
They described our time perfectly. He sure did. People would rather believe a lie and call good evil and evil good, and that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right where we're sitting. We're in the last days. Make sure you find yourself on the right side. You know, it's so easy just to follow along with evil, you know, and you'll have it all. But you know, if it's like the few, the proud, the Marines, well, you know,
Yeah, definitely no worries there.
if you're gonna risk your life if you follow God and you keep His commandments, the whole world's gonna.
Amber, this is from last night when he drunk dialed me.
Against you, I promise you that. They have been. Huh?
Do you think you're gonna be the person in the end that gets in trouble for Summer?
Oh, it's very possible. Yeah. Oh yeah. Just Chris the list, you know, and all that stuff. Yeah. But you know what? I'll gladly take that fall for my daughter's life, even though I'm not guilty of it. I mean, the only thing is, I want to be
Freaking gasp.
My son.
Freaking gasp. Like, did I just... That's probably the closest thing to an admission that I've ever heard. And of course, you know, it could be a Freudian slip. But, jeez Louise. I'm gonna play that one more time. I'm making a video after this. I can't believe that. Guys, it's gross.
They have been. Huh?
Do you think you're gonna be the person in the end that gets in trouble for Summer?
Oh, it's very possible. Yeah. Oh yeah. Just Chris the list, you know, and all that stuff. Yeah. But you know what? I'll gladly take that fall for my daughter's life, even though I'm not guilty of it. I mean, the only thing is, I want to be here for my boys. My son misses me so bad.
He's saying he'll take the fall for his daughter's life, even though he didn't do anything, but he just wants to be there for his boys. I don't mean to laugh. It's just all I have left. They literally, like, allegedly, they got rid of Summer. This is why we can't find her. This is why that no matter how many videos there are and how many people in their towns have looked or known what she looks like to look around, that's why nobody has seen her. Right? Oh, you're good, Cher. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And you know, it's a lot of controversy. A lot of people don't like, you know, what they hear and, you know, your conversations with him and egging him on and stuff. And I just say, I think you did good. And I know that along the way you were telling TBI everything. So I don't want to say that I know what you're doing, but I feel that what you did is going to get us the most answers that we're going to get. This guy's going to bottle up now. He would have bottled up anyway, but he's going to bottle up now and we're not going to find out anymore. That, you just got him to admit it, Cher. You just got him to admit it. I mean, wow. Wow. I'm dead shocked.
Just Chris the list, you know, and all that stuff. Yeah. But you know what? I'll gladly take that fall for my daughter's life, even though I'm not guilty of it. I mean, the only thing is, I want to be here for my boys. My son misses me so bad.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't let me off the phone the other day, and I'm not supposed to talk about my boys. The thing of it is Chris sit there and talk shit about my son. I said that my son has some kind of SA tendencies. I could fucking break his fucking head off for saying that. That's not right.
Is he talking about the older boy here, Cher, or is he talking about the eldest son, the Don Jr.? I feel like he's talking about the oldest 12-year-old, the oldest of their newest set of kids. Or, as Juno would say it, the replacement children.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I didn't.
How could he say that to a precious 12-year-old boy like my son? How could he say some shit like that? What is wrong with him? Yeah. What is wrong with him to say? What kind of vendetta does he have against little boys? He's been persecuting them his whole life and sending them to prison. What is wrong with him? I was a kid when this stuff happened with my stupid, evil stepsisters. I'm not saying I'm not. Hey, don't get me wrong, Cher. I was in the wrong, but so was my stepsisters. Mm. Okay, we was playing. I mean, oh my gosh, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. Why is he after me? I was a young kid, and now he's after my son Josie.
No self-awareness.
What the hell is wrong with him?
What's wrong with him?
He's got some mental issues.
Now, I know we've all been following the case. I don't know if any of you all remember that at one point they said they were having problems with their oldest son because they caught him, the 12-year-old, because they caught him drinking allegedly. I just had to throw that in there.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'll go back and listen. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Was that recently?
Yeah, well, Sissy told me about it. I said, Sissy, I can't watch no more of this crap. I'm just going to take your word for it. So I could be wrong. I'm not swearing to it, but that's what she told me. And he said that, well, if I have SA problems, then Josie must have SA problems. Does something to his little sister, and so we had to do something to cover it up, blah, blah, blah. How dare him say something about my son like that? A 12-year-old boy. How could he do that? What is wrong with him? That motherfucker's gotta be from Utah because all the Utah motherfuckers are crazy like that. That's all they can talk about in Utah, USP.
Would you cover for your son?
Huh?
Would you cover for your son?
Are you serious?
Well, I'm just
asking. That is really a rude question.
I'm sorry, but would you cover? I asked you, would you cover?
No. Why would I do that? I would just take it to the law.
He's like 12 or 13, right? So he would.
Well, then, so why would I cover for him?
That's what I'm saying. Would he get in?
I would try.
Oh wow, he's super triggered right there, and this is all allegedly, guys. Cher's just asking him questions, but I've never heard him get that triggered before.
Are you serious?
Well, I'm just asking.
That is really a rude question.
I'm sorry, but would you cover? I asked you, would you cover?
No. Why would I do that? I would just take it to the law.
He's like 12 or 13, right? So he would.
Well, then, so why would I cover for him?
That's what I'm saying. Would he get in?
I would try to seek him help. Yeah. I would try to seek him help. I mean, why would you? That would be ludicrous.
Yeah.
Besides that, Summer would whoop the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
And she has many times.
I had to ask you.
And Josie's the type of personality, I'm going to tell you straight out. Josie's the type of personality, he's a strong little boy. But he would never, ever, 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 ever hurt his little baby sister.
Yeah.
I'll sit there and watch him take a pounding from her, like, Summer, stop. He might hit me, and it might take me on, or somebody to his side. Mm-hmm. But his little sissy, hell no.
Yeah.
For any motherfucker who thinks any difference, all I got to say, and if you're recording this, which I hope you are, F you. F you.
Now, with that being said, this whole time I have assumed, and not necessarily Josie, but I have assumed that all of Summer's bruises were because of her siblings. Like, If she had bruises everywhere, I was like, well, she does have brothers that roughhouse. I've literally seen videos of them like beating each other up. The brothers, not Summer. But with that being said, you know, if he's saying, you know, the older boy wouldn't hit her, you know, so does that mean the younger boys would? Or you know, where did some of the face bruises come from and stuff? I have questions.
My son's got a heart of gold. And I'm proud of him. There ain't no way, man. All these people conjecturing all this stuff, they're the evil ones. Or even think of such a thing. They're evil. Mm-hmm. Because they listen to Satan, they don't listen to God. I think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
I think it's such bullshit, man. All you gotta do is look at all them pictures I posted on Facebook. Pictures tell 1,000 words. But right there it is. So every one of my kids are happy. They're awesome kids, every damn one of them. You know? How dare they judge our family? They need to judge their own families because they come up with some crazy ass stuff. they're the ones evil.
That is.
They come up with all this evil stuff. Oh, shit. They're the ones that need to be looking in the mirror.
Yeah. That is true. Oh my God.
Just look at the pictures I posted. I posted every picture I had in the hopes of finding Summer, and everybody turned it into something evil.
Mm-hmm.
How dare they? How dare they?
People were selling candles with Summer's picture on it?
Yeah. Yeah, Benny shut that. No, not Benny, but Sissy. No, wait, who was that? A friend of ours shut that down.
Yeah, I threatened her yesterday too. I said all the money better either go to Equisearch or something, but you need to cease like all.
I wouldn't send crap to. I wouldn't send shit to Equisearch because all they are is some glorified searchers that just come out here and party it up, and they go to the lake and swim. They don't do shit.
Wait,
what have they done? Equisearch? What have they done?
You don't talk shit about Tim Miller.
Didn't you want them to come back? Aren't they coming back?
Well,
not at my house.
But not when they're trying to benefit off the money. That's all they want is you send them money. That's all they're all about is money. It's like
aren't they coming back?
Well, yeah, but no.
Yeah, I threatened her yesterday too. I said all the money better either go to Equisearch or something, but you need to cease like all.
I wouldn't send crap to. I wouldn't send shit to Equisearch because all they are is some glorified searchers that just come out here and party it up, and they go to the lake and swim. They don't do shit.
Wait,
what have they done? Equisearch? What have they done? Tell me, what have they done?
Didn't you want them to come back? Aren't they coming back?
Well, yeah, but not when they're trying to benefit off the money. That's all they want is you send them money. That's all they're all about is money. It's like everybody else has come out here. Send me money. Send me money. Just like all of them. All of them. That's all they want. That's all they're here for is the show. Oh, send us money. Send us money. Well, they stay in fine hotels, drink it up, party, and go to the fucking lake. They ain't done a fucking thing. None of them. Now, don't get me wrong. I know the police, they have got out here and searched. And some of these people like that. But Equisearch, they're full of shit. They ain't done nothing. The only time we've seen them was at one lake and then another lake, and whatever, and blah, blah, blah. They ain't, boots on the ground, that's bullshit. Boots on the ground to the fucking bar, maybe.
Oh, shit. I didn't never hear that before.
Well, I have.
So I have.
Well, yeah, that would be freaking awesome to live the life they got. Brand new, nice homes and everything, and all this bullshit. They're all talk. I'll call them out. I've already called them out once.
Oh, shit. Well, they're coming back, I think, right?
Nah, I doubt that. Not unless the money's right. And what they do with that money, they ain't give a fuck about Summer.
So, okay, because there's rumors going around, I believe they're accepting donations to come back out.
Exactly my point. Accepting donations.
And LE hasn't, or law enforcement hasn't okayed that yet?
Well, I don't know why they would. They're just here for the party.
Yeah. Oh, but
Hell, I wouldn't want their asses out here just to party up. What good are they doing? They ain't done shit.
Hey, Bubbles.
They're just fucking all talk.
Hey, Van.
Just like all the rest of them. All of them. All of them. I can almost say all of them except for a very few that actually care.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can count them on one hand. Everybody else has turned out to be the real monsters. They want to call me a monster. Be in my shoes, I can show you some freaking predators.
Yeah, your neighbors with them.
Huh?
I said your neighbors.
My neighbors.
Or wherever they are, the lights or whatever.
Oh, the lights? Ooh. Well,
do you even think that she's in Tennessee anymore at this point?
I don't know. I don't know where she's at. All I know is they better pray to God I don't get a hold of them. They better pray I don't get a hold of them.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck Accusations and everybody else. They don't give a fuck. None of them motherfuckers give a fuck. But they better pray I don't get a hold of them.
Right.
I'll tell you that. If I find out and I know where she's at, they better pray.
See, that's what people need to hear from you, Dawn. That's what people need to hear from you.
Yeah, well, they don't care what I say. They don't care about the truth.
Some people.
It doesn't matter what I said, or you say, or anybody else.
Yeah.
Or they would rather believe a lie.
Yeah.
Like I say, 97.9% or 98.8%. I don't know. Somewhere in there. It's not good, sure. It's getting bad, and more and more people fall away from the church. They just don't care no more. And the more people fall away from the church, the more evil this world becomes. It's getting worse every day. You better pray that you can get your kids involved in the right church, the remnant church.
I wonder if there is
It's
one.
sad.
I didn't even look at it.
There is a remnant church. But it's going to get real hard for them. It's going to get bad, and they're going to be persecuted. So, if you want to get involved with them, you can expect to be persecuted like I am, and on your way to prison and everything else.
Are you on your way to prison? No.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. But it might come down eventually to your life. Reals. Are you ready for that? Most people aren't. Most people will turn away from God rather than have their life taken.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to get that bad in the end. Maybe not right now. Maybe God will turn everything around for right now. I think this whole show is just a show of how it's going to be in the end days. It's just a wake-up call. Yeah. And this whole show is just a show. I hope it is. I hope God will return my daughter. But only God can do that because nobody else knows where she's at. Only God does.
Yeah.
The cops don't know. Nobody knows. No YouTuber. Nobody. I don't know. I can't believe it. I've already went down to the lights twice since I talked to him the first night, and he won't answer his door. I went to the meth house.
Okay, the lights are somewhat neighbors. It's a family who have all been in trouble for kiddie porn and things like that. Yeah, so they do have a past, and I can't remember. Babe, is it Frank or Fred that's registered? I think it's Frank. I don't know. I think he's on the computer. Oh, so watch for hubby's comment because he knows. I think it's Frank is the registered, or they might both be registered. Anyways, they've both been to prison anyways for kitty porn and stuff, and it happens to be Don's neighbors.
Bust the door in and fight every motherfucker there. When they just opened the door and let me in, I got a good long talk to them. I says, don't you fuck with me, don't you lie to me. Fucking tell me what's up. And it's like, man, we don't know. The fucking meth heads ain't gonna call the cops. That's one thing.
Brenda requested I stop. What's up, Brenda? What's going on? Hey, Clarissa, how are you? And Florida Bass Fishing? Perfecto. Okay, and silly confused. We changed the Sabbath according to Don. Él me está volviendo loca también. He's driving me crazy. Nobody else knows where she is. Right, Brenda. He said, I did hear that. He said he hopes that God brings Summer back to him because he's the only one that knows where she is. But when he said that, I thought immediately the resurrection. Like, only God can resurrect people. And it just, it brought me, I immediately thought of so many scenarios of people talking about somebody that they've killed and says something like, I just want them to come back to me. And it's like, wait, what? Like Aiden Fucci recently, they released the video of him sitting in the back seat of the car, of the cop car before they went and interrogated him. And at some point he says, Tristan, if you just walk out of the, like he was about to say, like, you know, if you walk out of the woods, like he was so deluded that he was really about to give her a message saying, like, if you walk out of the woods. I will rewind it. Rewind it. I'm so old school. I will rewind it. I will take it back. It was a few moments back, so let me find it.
I think it's Frank. I don't know. I think he's on the computer.
Already went down to the lights twice since I talked to him the first night, and he won't answer his door. Nobody knows. No YouTuber. Nobody else knows where she's at. Show is just a show of how it's going to be. People will turn away from God rather than have their life taken.
Mm-hmm.
I'm breathing so hard.
It's going to get that bad in the end. Maybe not right now. Maybe God will turn everything around for right now. I think this whole show is just a show of how it's going to be in the end days. It's just a wake-up call. Yeah. And this whole show is just a show. I hope it is. I hope God will return my daughter. But only God can do that because nobody else knows where she's at. Only God does.
Yeah.
The cops don't know. Nobody knows. No YouTuber. Nobody. I don't know. I can't believe it.
You're right, Sugar Aunt. He only talks about her being dead.
I've already went down to the lights twice since I talked to him the first night, and he won't answer his door. I went to the meth house.
Okay, the lights are somewhat neighbors. It's a family who have all been in trouble for kiddie porn and things like that. Yeah, so they do have a past, and I can't remember. Babe, is it Frank or Fred that's registered? I think it's Frank. I don't know. I think he's on the computer. Oh, so watch for hubby's comment because he knows. I think it's Frank is the registered, or they might both be registered. Anyways, they've both been to prison anyways for kitty porn and stuff, and it happens to be Don's neighbors.
Bust the door in and fight every motherfucker there. When they just opened the door and let me in, I got a good long talk to them. I says, don't you fuck with me, don't you lie to me. Fucking tell me what's up. And it's like, man, we don't know. The fucking meth heads ain't gonna call the cops. That's one thing I got going for me if I go to a meth house. I ain't scared. I grew up in the streets of Houston. I've been in Dallas where Benny's at. Mm-hmm. They used to take me to the drunk tank every night. My wife would start a bunch of shit with me. And like, gosh damn, dude, we got to take you to the drunk tank at least. I'd be sober, taking care of drunks for 12 hours, and they fucking throw me out on the street. I had to find my way home. Like, you motherfuckers. You know how it is. Been to Dallas County Jail a few times. And I was raised in jails. And I fucking loved it. That's the problem. I freaking loved it. That's weird. That's the way I was raised.
Did he just say he
I
loved?
used to love the city jail in Houston. I don't know why.
He loved being raised in jail. That's just institutionalized.
I fucking loved it. That's the problem. They fucking throw me out on the street. I had to find my way home. Like, you motherfuckers. You know how it is.
Okay, Brenda.
Been to Dallas County Jail a few times. And I was raised in jails. And I fucking loved it. That's the problem. I freaking loved it. That's weird.
It's weird.
That's the way I was raised. I used to love the city jail in Houston. I don't know why. Freaking old black women cook them big old meals. The best food ever. But, yeah. It's crazy, but it's true.
I'm gonna let you guys in on a little bit of family history of mine. My mom has brothers that just grew up bad. They started doing heroin really early on, and they started doing drugs. Patty H, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. They started doing drugs really early on, and they started getting in trouble super early on, like Dawn. Like, when they say Dawn was in jail by like 16, it resonates. Totally have had family like that, right? Some of them have been in prison up to 13 years. And I have never, ever, ever heard any of my twisted uncles say that they actually enjoyed it. Like, they'll make fun of things that they enjoyed in there. They'll bring it up. But they will never actually say they enjoyed prison. All they wanted to do was be out. Now, with that being said, I do see correlation with some of my uncles that they feel comfortable in prison. When they're out here, they're expected to do so much. They're expected to be up at a normal person's tier. And with one of my uncles who has passed on now, he always felt like he wasn't enough for society. And it was almost as if he was just waiting for another stint. And if that's what Dawn is doing, that's just gross. I that's all I had to say. Sorry. Ugh.
All right, do me a favor, because I gotta go to bed, but do me a favor.
Yeah.
Don't talk to anybody tonight.
Oh,
Get some rest.
But he did.
Go to work.
right.
Figure out what you want to do or say tomorrow, if anything. Text me right now when we hang up with what county you'll be in Utah, so I know where to look for you in case anything crazy happens.
You need to get a hold of my crazy stepsisters.
Which one? Oh.
All of them. Tell them what the fuck.
Well, I don't
Why
want to do that.
press their charges 40 years later?
We can't do that.
Chris McDonough just don't want nobody talking to him to fucking try to sway them and do something else. That's all that is.
Yeah.
Because he's a little bitch.
Don't talk to them, Don. Don't talk to them. Even if they call you or text you, don't reply to them. It's a setup. You know that. Don't talk to them. Okay?
Well, they've already set me up something. I love her with all my heart.
How did they set him up?
I really do. I mean, she's my whole world, and when I have her, we care. I don't know. They can't prove nothing. I mean,
all right, do me a favor, because I gotta go to bed, but do me a favor. Don't talk to anybody tonight.
Oh, I won't.
Get some rest. Go to work.
Right.
Figure out what you want to do or say tomorrow, if anything. Text me right now when we hang up with
KT. I don't really. The thing is I knew he was talking to several other people. I just
said it to him, just like, don't call your sisters, it's a trap. Like, I'm just really telling him, like, don't frickin' bother your stepsisters, leave them alone. Again, maybe you weren't listening, but I know what I'm doing here. Can't be an asshole to him and have him talk. So people really need to open up their minds a little more if you actually think I'm believing this bullshit. What county
That's right.
you'll be in Utah, so I know where to look for you in case anything crazy happens.
You need to get a hold of my crazy stepsisters.
Which one? Oh.
All of them. Tell them what the fuck.
Well, I don't want to do that.
Pressing charges 40 years later.
We can't do that.
Chris McDonough just don't want nobody talking to him to fucking try to sway them and do something else. That's all that is.
Yeah.
Because he's a little bitch.
Don't talk to them, Don. Don't talk to them. Even if they call you or text you, don't reply to them. It's a setup. You know that. Don't talk to them. Okay?
Well, they've already set me up. I don't know. They can't prove nothing. I mean, I don't know. I think my stepsister's is only about 3 years difference from me, and they keep saying it's way more than that, but I don't think so. Because I remember when I was a little kid.
He said they can't prove nothing?
I wasn't even in school. I was like 4 years old when she was like 1 year old. It's all BS. See, my stepsister, my stepmom was my babysitter, and then she became my stepmom.
Yeah, I heard that. And she was married, and your dad was married, and then the babysitter and you got together.
Them texts I sent you the other night about Russ, Rick, and JR. JR molested my daughter. Okay?
Margie?
Yep. And then
who is JR?
Russ pretty much raped my sister when we were kids. And he's maybe a year or two older than me. I knocked him out in the driveway one time. I didn't knock him out, but I knocked him back. And then Rick, Jeannie decided she just wanted to sleep with him one night when she was like 13. And they had their little sexual deal or whatever, and he was like way older. He could be charged.
Is she charging him too?
Oh, they could.
My mind just wants to pause it.
They could. My sister could charge Russ. Jeannie don't want to admit to this. She's a little hoe.
What?
And JR tried to molest my daughter. It wasn't that far back. There could be all kinds of charges brought up.
Who's JR?
We don't try to do that shit.
Why do they talk about this like it's so normal?
Her daughter's been raped several times.
What?
By people. My daughter was raped by my first wife's son. As soon as she turned 18, he raped her on her 18th birthday.
Jesus.
Yeah, because he knew once she turned 18, there wasn't a whole lot she could do about it or whatever. On her 18th fucking birthday. Pretty crazy. There's things she could do, but she didn't go crying. She don't go crying and for all attention and blah, blah, blah. She dealt with it. I got to give my daughter props on that.
Autumn Renee, or Criminal Imagination, whoever you want to be today. By the way, best name transfer ever. You like threw in a little bit of your real name with your old name, and then we transitioned through. You just said you've never heard of a JR. Neither have I. Is he talking about Junior? Do they just call juniors, right? Something's going on. I don't get it.
I mean, not like to say that, it was right or anything. Not trying to say that. Just, I don't know. It hurt her. I couldn't be there. I wasn't there. Nothing I could do about her real mother, just like, well, let's, whatever. But I don't know, kind of crazy, but it's true. It's true. If anything, I'm gonna tell you, Cher. If anything, I am the victim of that step family. My real sister, Heidi, she can't even talk. She can't even be around them because she was hurt so bad because they just left her for nothing. They just abandoned my real sister, just like my dad abandoned me. My step family, they just kind of took over. My stepmom just kind of took over my dad. This ain't no shit. When I was 6 years old, I drove my dad's truck, an 18-wheeler, from LA to Utah. I drove his truck all the time as a little kid. A little kid driving a freaking 18-wheeler, which I didn't mind. I wanted to help my dad. I felt so big. I felt so important. I slept a lot. When we get to our destination, Dad would be so tired from driving, so I could stay awake. But I would unload we was hauling doubles, so I would unload 2 sets of doubles, or 1 set of doubles, which would be 2 trailers, okay? I would unload those sandwiches all night, and I would wake my dad up, like, Dad, they're unloaded. You pick up them other trailers, let's go. And he'd be like, holy shit, really? I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. And we go across the Sierra Nevadas. It was dangerous back then. All 2-lane. Now it's like fucking 10-lane. Whatever, But yeah, we got freaking.
You guys, he has other kids. Please don't say the name. I don't think, maybe it does come up. I think I asked him if it. Please don't keep repeating it. But yes, he has more kids from a different marriage before Candus.
Trailer catch on fire. Oh yeah, I remember all of that. And, dangerous, but when we go back to Utah, and Dad would haul back bags of cross tops, big bags of cross tops. I still tell him about that. So I ain't never hauled no damn tow back when it was legal. He still denies it. But I remember. Yeah, he'd give me about a couple, 2 or 3 of those, just because he'd be lonely, and I'd sit up for hours and talk to him for hours.
Aww.
But then my stepmom come along, and it was all over after that. It was all over. They just kind of abandoned us kids, and my dad was all about her kids. He would try to impress her by loving her kids, throwing us to the freaking dogs. It was bad for me, but it was even worse for my little sisters. It was so bad that my Sonia went back to my mom, to my stepdad that was molesting her, because that was better than freaking being with my dad.
Listen, Dawn, you know I'm live right now because you're watching. Please stop calling me. Let me finish this. I told you it's a bad idea to contact me until you go to the police and do the right thing. I said I will continue writing you no matter what and give you that human interaction.
I am hollering.
Thing for me to still have contact with you.
I am hollering. Cher just had to tell him, I'm live. Stop calling me. What is going on here? What is this guy? I mean, she's calling him out right here. I hear her saying, you're doing this for attention. I'll give it to you. What is wrong with him? I laughed. I literally just made the ugliest laugh. Luckily, I was on mute.
We'll continue writing you no matter what and give you that human interaction. You have to do the right thing for me. Police. And you know I'm live right now because you're watching. Please stop calling me. Let me finish this.
It's Cher, Florida.
It's a bad idea to contact me until you go to the police and do the right thing. I said I will continue writing you no matter what and give you that human interaction. You have to do the right thing for me to still have contact with you. You're not even answering simple little questions. Whose name is the Subaru under? Because it's not yours and Candus. Here we go with the call.
That's pretty sad. That's the truth.
Yes, he called me twice in a row. Don, stop, please. I've given you all of the fair opportunities out there. Just, you're not being honest. You're not. There's nothing I can do for you when you're not being honest and you want to attack people, and people in the chat are even saying, how many times has he even brought Summer up? It doesn't happen, Don. There's problems, and it's more than just your past. You asked me why. I told you. I laid it out. I wrote you one of the longest texts I've ever written in my life, so I could spell it all out for you.
Right.
Please listen, because you know, with all of the manpower that they've put into this in 3 months, all the money that's been spent, they are going to prosecute you to the fullest extent. So if you are covering for somebody, you need to go and tell the truth yesterday, 3 months ago, please. Now I'm going to finish this call. I know you're upset that I'm showing this. I'm sorry. But in the end, I want your daughter home. Period.
They have dominated. My step family has dominated and fucked my dad over in every way. And my stepmom, my dad would bring home the check, give it to my stepmom, she just handed it out to her kids.
What? Wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Jeannie sits there and brags, and McDonough's bragging about how successful Jeannie was raising her kids and blah, blah, blah. She didn't raise her kids. My dad and my stepmother raised her kids while she was out doing whatever she wanted to do. She didn't raise her kids, and neither did Trish. My dad and my stepmom raised Trish. You know, Jeannie didn't. Hell no. Hell to the freaking no. Oh, hell no. Well, that's just truth. And me, they kept me in and out. I mean, I'm not going to blame them. I was raised in jails. Every county jail there was across America, that's where I was raised. That's just the truth. I mean, I didn't know no better. I didn't know how to stay out of jail. But anyways, I'll let you go. I don't mean to take up all your time.
No, it's okay. I'm glad you called. And
yeah, heck yeah.
Well, text me where you're going to be in Utah. Where is it called in Utah? Where would you go if they came and got you?
Argon, Utah. Believe me, if they take me to jail, it'll be a vacation.
It'll be a vacation.
Wow.
Oh,
you think I care about them people there? Hell no, man. I'm institutionalized. You think that really bothers me? The thing that bothers me is my kids are going to be the ones that suffer. That's the fuck up part. Man, I'll go in there and I'll fuck every one of them up, whatever. I don't care. I'll go in there and fucking lay out in the sun every day and work out, eat good food. I don't give a fuck about them people in there. It's not that I'm not the one they're hurting my kids. That's where they got it all fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm institutionalized already.
Shit.
Oh, and so it's my boys that's going to suffer, not me. My daughter's already suffering wherever she is. I hope not. I hope some rich person has her that's taking really good care of her. But it's unlikely, though.
Yeah.
I don't know who's got her. I wish for God we knew.
Yeah.
Whoever's got her, if I find out, it's not going to be good. I will be going to prison then.
As you should, yeah.
And you think I'd fucking hide any motherfucker, my wife or anybody else? Hell no.
No.
I'm standing up for my wife because I know she loved her and she would never do anything to hurt my daughter. That's why I'm standing up for my wife.
But you understand why I had to ask you, right?
Well, yeah, I get that because that's the way the world thinks, you know. They all are freaking nuts. And I don't care what you tell them, you ain't gonna change their mind because they're stupid. They're evil. They're stupid as freaking hell. You can't change their mind. No matter what you say, it ain't gonna change their mind. I figured that out already.
Well, go get some rest. Don't talk to a bunch of strangers.
Good talking to you.
You too.
Oh, hell no.
Don't go talk to Denise. Don't go talk to a bunch of people. Just go relax. Go lay down.
I get that. I appreciate you, Sherry. You have a good night, okay?
You too.
Good talking to you.
You too.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh. Actually, earlier on in the call, he said, I really wish you were recording it. I mean, I don't care anymore at this point. Since for the last week, I haven't cared. I've been recording everything since I had to start bringing things to law enforcement.
Who else is freaking out?
Again, if you don't like it, I'm not sure why you're here. You had to subscribe to even chat in here for at least 5 hours. So thank you. If you don't like it, there's lots of other channels, and I can't win. Like Daylon said, if we edit out things, you get pissed. We don't edit whatsoever with this. Still get pissed. Now I want to instead of making a plea to people who have Summer, I'm going to make a plea to Don, and it's going to be actually pretty much what I texted him. Don, it is in your best interest to not have contact with me.
I don't know.
I will answer your calls. I will text you back. But I am going to be recording calls in case there's something that I feel is important that could help law enforcement find your daughter. And I told you in the text message, and I begged you, if you are covering for somebody, tell it. There's something, if you didn't hurt Summer, you know more, and that's my feelings. And I told you why. I'm not going to lay it all out here, but I spelt it out for you exactly why I felt the things that I feel. It's not just your past. It starts with even the 911 calls between you and your wife don't add up. It starts with you are off by an hour, which, you know, we can see, but it also with different coworkers saying different things. It also is law enforcement isn't doing anything. They're squashing certain rumors, but not squashing any rumors that could clear you and your wife. It's because, well, your wife and your mother-in-law were the last people that we all know as the world to see with your daughter. It is also because I feel like you are too focused on attacking your sisters instead of worrying about your daughter. Even if they're filing charges, whatever they're doing, that shouldn't stop you from being out looking for your daughter. And you're not doing that. And you're not calling law enforcement all the time like I would be.
Right.
You're just, in my opinion, you two aren't acting right.
Mm-mm.
Even if you are covering for anybody, I feel you know more. I'm doing the best thing in telling you, and I told you guys, and I don't care what anyone says, I told you from day one, do the right thing. I will still give you that human contact. I will write to you. I have JPay because I talk to lots of inmates.
She said I have JPay.
I will take your phone calls.
Oh my God.
But I will not do any of those things if you don't do the right thing. I won't. I've given you the platform for 5 weeks now, and you've done nothing but bash your family and try to hurt your sisters. And in that 5 weeks, I've been lashed and bashed myself just for giving you a voice. You told me today that you cared about me just a little, then you will do the right thing and confess. Mr. Cher won't even talk to you or accept your friend request because things are not adding up. And 99% of the people know he is pretty reasonable and was even on your defense, but things are not adding up because you're lying. You're playing.
Oh gosh, that breaks my heart because you guys can think whatever you want, but Cher and Mark are real people. And if you've ever watched Mark, you can tell, like, I mean, I don't want to say you could tell his persona, but you can tell he's pretty level-headed. With that being said, if he won't talk to Don, that's big. Like, if he just refuses to talk to him, that tells me a lot. It really does. And everyone's going to say, like, they're doing this for money and they're doing this for... Blah, 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 blah. You guys don't know what they could do for money if they wanted to. I hate that we know stuff that law enforcement doesn't care about, but we also can't say out loud. It's insane what is going on. I've never been a part of anything like this and not been able to grasp it all. I feel stupid sometimes that I don't know facts that I should know, but because I feel like it's coming at all angles. It's just the weirdest sensation ever. I don't... No comprendo.
Playing games. You're worried about $1 million ideas. Do you have anything to say, baby? Because you know he's listening. No comment. I feel like maybe it's heavy enough he will do the right thing. Because I'm sorry, again, hearing the fight between you and Candus, Dawn, because I know you're listening, and her being so afraid that I've called the police on you guys. It doesn't make sense, because all I did was have you on a live stream. You were on a live stream answering questions. You can't go to jail for that. So what was the concern that I was turning you in for? What? Candus is worried that you don't talk to me, or that you talk to me, and is worried of you talking to people. Really doesn't want you to talk to people. Yes, that could be looked at as hella smart, or it can be looked at as she's afraid you're going to slip something when you're drinking.
What does it
and
mean?
Smoking.
Does that mean she's
I don't
guilty
know.
or innocent?
I don't even know what to think anymore. But in my heart, you know more than you're saying, whether you're involved in actions that got Summer took or whatever. I believe you know more.
Okay.
Answer me the question. If you're going to text me at all, answer me the question. Just the one question. Whose name is the Subaru in? And remember, I ask questions sometimes that I already know the answers to. Stop attacking your sisters and make this about Summer again. You say no one's had it about Summer. Everyone's just been worried about donations the entire time. Okay,
agreed.
Change it then, Dawn. Make it back about Summer. Make it about Summer. I honestly don't even know what else to say. Please go and do the right thing. I don't care if it's your wife, your mother-in-law. I don't care if it was all three of you. If you believe in God like you say you do and like you talk, you know you need to go and do the right thing, or he's not going to accept you, Dawn. You don't try and rush somewhere before TBI gets somewhere for a tip of where your daughter might be. I get people in their head are like, yeah, but you would want TBI to get there first, right? I just feel like everything has been wrong. And I've tried to give you a fair shot. I've been honest with you in my feelings, but it doesn't get anywhere. It just keeps circling back to wanting to attack Jeannie, Mary, and Trish. And I just cannot keep allowing that anymore. I've done it like so many times, and I don't like doing it. And it's not fun for me, and it's not fair to these women. But enough is enough. You have to do the right thing. You have to. If you believe in God and the Bible and he is so cool, like you tell me, you have to go and do the right thing. So I'm pleading to you, Don, is to just do the right thing. No matter who you think is involved, go in there because you know more. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry for my evil way of thinking. But it's my gut feeling from the last 5 weeks of talking to you that you know more, or you're protecting somebody, which in the end means you know more. I'm going to repeat, it is in your best interest to not talk to me now with how I feel. Don't call me. Do not text me until after you have done the right thing. You have to do the right thing, Dawn. And I don't care who you're trying to protect. Do the right thing. If you love Summer so much, prove that. Be her hero and bring her home. And with that, you guys, I'm going to end it. Do you have anything to say?
All I have to say is, mother effer, bleep, 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 bleep. What did we just hear? What is... What is this guy thinking? Like, what is wrong with him? Are you serious? What is going on here? I can't believe that happened. So there's still one more Dawn interview. I feel like the numbers are going to drop because no matter how quote unquote important he is, no, you're not wrong, Luca. No matter how important he is, I literally cannot stand to hear him anymore. Just like I said earlier, he says a lot for somebody who doesn't say anything at all. Just entirely, so much comes out of his mouth, and none of it, none of it is cohesive. He just makes me want to yawn and get some oxygen to my brain because there is no sign of intelligent life anywhere.
How you doing?
So I'm going to share this. I had mentioned at the beginning of my live, which is like 3 hours ago, that this is a Benny Keys interview. And again, just like with Cher, I know some people don't like certain creators. I don't want to say I don't care about your feelings. But as of right now, I'm going to get every single interview played. At least for me. And this is where you guys come in with me that I'm going to be doing this anyway. So might as well watch it with you guys. Like most of my banners usually say like, let's sleuth together. Because, I mean, that's what my quote unquote show is about. I would be doing this by myself. But instead, I have found a way to do it with you guys. So let's listen to everything. If you do not like Benny and you cannot stand to listen to him, or if you do not like Don and you cannot stand to listen to him, obviously, click out until we're done. And then you're more than welcome to come back in. I just don't, I'm sorry, I just don't want to hear it. With that being said, here we go. And Benny did give me his permission to use it. He gave me permission to use it. So while I was on my rant, I missed a whole bunch of your guys' questions. You guys are asking, what is the significance of the Subaru and payment? I'm guessing that Cher thinks that the Subaru payment means it's a payment for something, like a good. Maybe they paid it off, whatever. But either way, I guess she asked Don, and Don said he couldn't tell her. Why? I don't know. That's really weird. But they're weird. But, that's what she's alluding to, I believe. And you guys are all saying, look, let's get our friends in on this. Yeah, let's do it. Somebody can go figure out the license plate number, and then we can go from there.
Actually, on the live, do you want to tell people what's happened, or is this private?
And once again, this is Benny Keys. He will be linked in my description, and I'll pin him right now.
I'm talking to you. I'm on the live, but I have not put your voice on the live. Do you want to talk about what's happened to your property? Here you go. This is Don, guys. Go ahead, Don.
And this is like 3 days ago.
I feel like Chris is trying everything in his power to attack us. He's already had people up here sneaking around, it's crazy.
Do you feel like, even with the boys gone, do you feel like you're still in danger because of the people that could be coming from online?
Yeah, I mean, Ernie the Shell Hunter, all these people, I don't know what's going on. All these fake book accounts in every way. My stepsisters, I don't understand why they're attacking us like they are. To me, it makes them look suspect. To me, it's like they're trying to throw all this stuff at us because they have something to hide. That's how I feel. To me, the pieces all fit. That Mr. McDonough, why is he doing this? Why? I've been asking myself this question for days. Why are they doing this? It's like,
and he just it seems like he just done what he's done to you and your family, and then he just kind of jumped ship. That's what it's looking like to me.
yeah.
And I do. I saw that there was a whole lot of money raised to continue the search or whatever, and I just was like, what is so different about this missing person than this missing little girl? Like, what qualifies this lady for money but not Summer, right? Like, I don't get it, Don. Like, we've been talking. I'm like actually sick to my stomach about the things that go on. Like, there's a lady right now, Don, that is taking pictures of your daughter that you or your wife took and put them on a candle and is selling them for $25 a piece. Did you know that?
Right. Yeah. I didn't know that. Sorry. I didn't know that.
That's
we just hear bits and pieces and stuff everywhere. And why is Mr. McDonough after me so hard? Like, to me, they're all trying to throw the blame on me, like they're trying to hide something.
I agree. There is some very strange behavior going on, Don, and you have to start to try to, quantify and understand why these people are doing what we see them doing. Like, what happens behind the scenes that's making them do this stuff? Like, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, they're putting us in danger. They're having people attack us, left and right. And why are they doing this? I don't understand. I mean, to me, the puzzle pieces fit. Like, they're trying to shift blame, because they have something to hide. I mean, I'm starting to be really suspicious of all this activity, and they're putting our lives in danger. They're putting our kids' lives in danger. That's why our kids ain't here, because we're in danger. And now he's doing this stuff all over again. He sent all these people out here, all these fake book accounts. We're trying to tie my stepsisters to fake book accounts right now.
And that's not even work you should have to do right now, is it? You should be having to focus on your daughter. But now, during this time, you have to now worry about stuff from 40 years ago.
Well, yeah, that's just ridiculous. That's just, wow. Anyways, yeah.
Fuck all that, man.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. It seems so strange to me. It seems so strange.
Tell me this, Don. How was church yesterday?
Oh, it was awesome. It was so awesome. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And everything that you've done with church, and man, you can't go wrong with God, can you, brother?
No, you're never.
Can't go wrong.
He's infinity and O, Don. He's never lost a fight.
Yeah. For sure.
I paused to mention that Amber, myself, Alex Erickson, Crazy Crime Chick, and Kelly from CDT are moderators and running a new Facebook group for summer, and I'll pin it. But it's Wells Island. Welcome to Wells Island.
For sure.
For sure.
Yes.
Now you you got to work tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday.
Oh,
Do you?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I worked all day today. Today's the first day of the week.
Today's supposed to be your day of rest, bud.
No. Sunday's the first day of the week.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry.
Saturday's the biblical Sabbath. Then God made them commandments on Mount Sinai, and they have never changed, and they'll never change forever. The Roman Catholic Church changed those laws. They don't have the authority to change God's laws.
That's it. No, they don't.
Yes, sir.
So, what was the what was the topic of sermon yesterday, if you care to share?
Yeah, Dan Daniel. We talked about Daniel and the latter days and what's going on now, and how, you know, Satan's coming, you know, through the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church has changed 2 of God's laws. One of them is Saturday Sabbath. You know, they changed it to Sunday.
Yes, sir.
They don't have the authority to do that.
No, they do not.
And idol worship. They worship all kind of idols. They don't
Idolatry.
worship God. Yes.
Yeah.
They changed 2 commandments. They don't have the authority to change any commandments because them are God's commandments. No human on this planet has the right to change God's commandments.
That's it. I mean, even King James, he made his own version of the Bible, did he not?
Well, I don't know. Sorry.
So,
I mean,
do you have a
the
full?
Bible hasn't changed. The Bible is so accurate, and when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, that proved how accurate the Bible was because it was almost 100% accurate.
Correct.
Watts connection.
That's what's so cool about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
That is. You're right. It is a corroboration of what we hear in the Bible. That's the design. That's the instrument.
Yes,
right? It is.
Yes. God has preserved the Bible throughout history and preserved it well. And God doesn't make mistakes.
No, He hasn't made one yet. That's a fact.
No, sir.
Do you have a full work week lined up this week?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been trying to work, but trying to work with people, and fight all this craziness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unbelievable what Satan throws everybody's way, and it tries to confuse people. The 3 Ds: deceive, divide, destroy.
That's it.
That's Satan for you.
That is. I always believed that you could be in the middle. You could kind of be in the middle of a war, and you can see that it's coming, that it's getting worse. And I think that when you're in the middle of a war and things begin to get worse, I feel like you gotta know that God is on His way. Like things are about to turn a corner. That's how I feel when it really intensifies. You got to know that God is right around the corner and He's about to change it. I truly believe that.
Yeah, that's true. But Satan's gaining power.
He is.
It's in the Bible. More and more people are turning away from God and turning into satanic power. It's sad, but it's all in Revelations. You may have. It's sad, but God is testing the hearts of everyone.
That's a fact.
This life, this short 70, 80, maybe 95 years, if you're lucky to live that long, isn't nothing compared to eternity.
No. It is it's a fingernail in time. That's it.
Yeah. Yes.
That's it.
If that. Right.
If that.
Yes.
That's it.
But to me, Chris Madonna, and I'm just gonna put this out there. Why my stepsisters are jumping on me like this, and Chris McDonough, and all this, it just seems highly suspicious to me. It really does. When you look at the whole puzzle and the whole thing, something just is not right.
I agree with that, and I will tell you that I would.
Well, can I start with? Can I say something? When Trish, my niece, first come out with her lies, they were so horrific. I don't even want to say them, but I think most people know or remember what those accusations were.
Correct.
And I don't even want to repeat them. But could that cause somebody to get my daughter out of a bad situation? I would do that for somebody's kid myself if I thought those lies were true.
You know what? That's where you have to start questioning, Don. I think that's, to even question that. I mean, sir, in your situation, we've already seen, like you said, it was an arranged legal kidnapping. Like there's been all these dynamics that have a lot to do with the legalities or the illegalities of moving children. We had Ernie Shell who talked about he actually knew a portal where someone was going to pay him money to move one child somewhere else, and so you start to look at what's called pro-protective or protective parenting groups. There are groups out there, Don, that if they feel like that they believe you're abusing your child, there are groups that'll come kidnap them from you.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
You know what? And you know what? If I believed the lies that Trish put out there at first, I would probably be on the front lines. I don't blame them. I wouldn't even be mad at them. Honestly, if I believed that them lies that Trish first told, that is crazy.
Now, have you've had some contact with Trish since all of that? Have you not?
Yeah. I tried to smooth it over with her. She tried to tell me, I didn't spread them lies at first, blah blah blah. And I just played along. And I says, you know what, Trish, that's fine. I understand that there's probably some fake stuff. I didn't believe her, but I told her that, just trying to smooth it over. And then she went straight to McDonough and told him exactly what I said.
Right.
Trying to be friendly, trying to smooth it over, but they refuse. They absolutely refuse.
I'll tell you now, Don, I think what's happened is what I'm pretty sure, almost certain that's happened, is that he came into your case, CM came into your case, and he felt like you were guilty. And so what he did is he scratched and he found something from your past, because he knows that he could bring up, and we're not going to talk about the essay stuff, but what I am going to refer to tonight is that he scratched and found some stuff that you were a part of as a kid in order to mess over what you're currently going through, right? It is nothing more than that, because I'll tell you what, I believe that there's a very high probability.
Good night, Brenda. Thank you for being here tonight.
That any DA or prosecutor is going to want to
Resume
touch
soon.
an SA that has been this publicized from that long ago. I mean, it is just, it's a problem, right? So we're going to move away from that. But do you have anything to say to the abductor? And I want to we'll finish our conversation privately, but that's as much as I want you to say to them. Do you have a plea to the people that have your daughter?
Yes, please, man. Whatever these lies that my niece has spread about me, and apparently Amanda, Mary made it very apparent of the lies they've been telling about me all these.
Yes, he does say Amanda. I don't know if that's me, but with my history on YouTube, it very well could be.
These years, these ain't true. They are not true. They are not true at all. I'm not perfect. No, I fell for some things, which, now I realize. I mean, I was a kid. I didn't know no better. I'm not innocent. My stepsister isn't innocent either. I'll tell you that right now. But none of this stuff, these lies that Tricia spread are true whatsoever. And I don't know why she wants to keep spreading these lies, but this ain't true. I love my daughter with all my heart. Oh, Lord, please have mercy on us. Oh my gosh. I love my daughter, and I love everybody with all my heart. I love everybody. I'll give anybody. Come to me and say you're sorry, man. I'm the first one to say, man, don't worry about it.
I know that's a fact.
Who am I to deny God's forgiveness? No way, not me.
You are not qualified to do that, sir.
All right, I'm not.
No,
I'm not. Only Jesus is.
That's
yeah.
it. I'm not qualified to do
Absolutely.
that either.
You know, I was 7. I'm gonna put this out there just because, you know, I don't like to brag on stuff, but you know, I was 10 years old in Harris County Jail in an adult facility. They put me in an adult facility at 17 years old. And I'll tell you what, man, I don't like to put this out there. I've never bragged on it. I'm not trying to brag on it. I'm not trying to say I need everybody to feel sorry for me or anything else. But, I mean, it was all black. And, I mean, I was 17 years old. I fought every day in that some bitch facility. Harris County Jail. You can check it out.
It's rough.
I want to put it out there. I'm not trying to brag. I'm not asking everybody's sympathy. It wasn't good. I made it out there barely with my damn life. And you know what they done?
What's that?
You're gonna just go ahead and put your imagination to whatever happened.
That's it. I'm already knowing.
I was beat down. I was crippled. And when I did try to tell the authorities, they all laughed at me and they put me in the freaking hole. That's what I got. They all laughed at me and put me in the hole. I didn't get nobody feeling sorry for me or any damn thing else.
No.
So I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there.
And I appreciate that, Don. And you know, I think that we should probably just take the rest of our conversation private. I don't want, you know, it's really starting to kind of fill up with people that are talking greasy, and I just don't, I don't want to expose you to that. So
that's fine, man. It's just fact. But
it is fact.
I plead for my daughter's life. I plead for my daughter's life. We love her with all our hearts. She's special. She's good. She's the biggest heart ever. Please let her come home.
Please.
Don't
hurt her. Bring her home.
Yes. I've never. Yeah.
I know, Don.
I appreciate you, Danny.
Yes, sir. I'll call you back here in just a little bit, Don. Okay. Let me wrap this up and I'll hit you right back.
All right.
Love you, brother.
I was muted. Thanks, Chels. Appreciate that. Yeah, Don drives me crazy right now. He makes no sense. He makes absolutely no sense. I had a good chat with myself. Thank you, Karen. I was making statements and everything. I'm back. Don't worry, I'm back. Oh man. Okay, so I can't even. I've lost my train of thought just a little bit. I'll be back in one moment. Just bear with me, guys. This is just, it's a lot. I listened to this with you guys. I didn't listen to it beforehand, at least not all of Benny's and definitely not Cher's. I wasn't prepared for all of this. I kind of winged that. You guys know I'm not really into winging things. I kind of always have my lineup set up. But with that being said, I'm glad I did it because I want to hear everything. I want to know what this guy is up to. Seriously, what is he up to? Why? And why are they up to this? Like, Make that make sense. Tell me how all of this is going to help.
And
So we were watching this before I went all ADD on you guys and just shifted tabs. We'll throw this on real quick until I can gather my
with a
thoughts.
dog on the table.
Oops.
And there's a lighter in the plate with a spoon. Everyone keeps saying it was meth and everything. For one, I am not a meth head and a crackhead. Do I look like one? Look at the size of me. Like, come on, really? Never touched stuff in my life. What we were doing is her mom was making up.
Well, hello, Carolina Adventures. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I had already forgotten you.
Oh, okay. I had to come outside anyways. The grandbaby just went to bed about a couple hours ago, so I didn't want to wake her up talking. So
I hear you. I mean, I talked to you the other day in my comment section. I said I'm glad you messaged me because now everything that's going on, I just got to get all the facts together. Let's put our puzzle pieces together. You talked to Dawn, I talked to Candus.
well, you remember it's kind of how we met. I was like one of the big people on Facebook that every time that a predator locally got caught, or I would run across something about Jackie Dobbs, I was constantly putting it on his Facebook. We would talk on Messenger, we would text one another. I've been married 21 years. I've got grandkids. I didn't think of Don in that way at all. But Candus would not speak to me, and he would, and so I would go that route. And it didn't matter. And at first I gave it, well, he's busy. Everybody's posting to him. He's probably talking to everybody behind the scenes. I kind of wrote it off to that. Maybe that's why he doesn't care as much as I do about these people. But then it just, my husband would constantly say, that's just weird. It's weird that he doesn't care. It's weird that he doesn't say his daughter's name. And I just said, well, stress, we don't know what we would do in that situation, and I just tried to be so understanding for so long until I felt like I was banging my head against a brick wall. And he would get trashed like on the nightly. I mean, we could go there with the drama at any point, but I mean, I probably stayed on the crazy train longer than anybody, wanting to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I got ran through the ringer. And I said, I'm tough. I can take it. I don't care. Let them cuss me. Let them call me whatever. If there's a chance this child's out there, I'm going to take that chance. I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to keep looking for Jackie Dobbs. I'm going to keep looking at these predators, And I finally, got to a point where I looked stupid enough. I had to take a look back, go back, listen to every interview that they did, and say, no, there's something else here. There's a reason he doesn't care. There's a reason they've been through this many children, and they don't mention any of them. Not just these boys, not just Summer. They don't talk about any of them. It took months for me to know that there was a child after Summer, that there was children before Summer. No one speaks about children in that family. They don't care. And for me to normalize that or think that someone can feel that way about children, it's so abnormal that my brain can't comprehend it. So
I don't think you could have said it any better than what you just said, that like they went through so many children. It's sad that you can put that in that context, but it's almost like when I said earlier, like this set of children were their replacement children.
Right. And there's no way that our brains can wrap around that. So we're trying to deal with them the way we would deal with people that we know on a daily basis, that we think are our friends and our neighbors, and the way that we would treat each other, and the way that we would want help from each other. And we can't deal with these people the same way because they're obviously not like us. There's something going on there that it's okay that a child can be ripped from you, and I can go get drunk or high and make prank phone calls and laugh my butt off. I can't do that. I don't even know. I wouldn't shower. I'm sure I wouldn't eat. I mean, I know I couldn't function, much less to have like 6 children, and we don't even know if that's all of them, ripped out of my life.
Yeah. And the thing you were saying, like you couldn't eat and all that stuff, that brings me to when Chris McDonough would bring up to Candus, like, I know, I understand, because he had a missing child. And she would almost kind of like breeze over that. Like, yeah. Like, yeah, I know. Like it didn't,
Yeah.
she didn't identify with that.
And you know what? Hell's a hot place, I'll tell you what. How dare them? I mean, I would come up with a lot of crap because I understand that Dawn's terrified of jail. I get it. And you could come up with a lot of bullshit, but how dare they come up with a theory to accuse a person that has been through a similar situation of this new theory that they've got now. I mean, I think that that's the most far-reaching, crazy shit I've ever heard in my life. And for other people to even jump on that train and put him down and to say the things that they're saying when he's lost a child, no, I dare not touch that.
In your opinion, allegedly.
Yeah, and allegedly, yeah, I dare not. I wouldn't touch that. No.
What do you think is?
God,
what do you think is the most? What do you think is the most sketch-alleged thing that he told you? Like, what is the one thing that lives rent-free in your mind?
Man, I'll have to think. Sober or drunk? Usually I give him a pass when he's drunk. Usually I write that off. Oh, he's drunk by about 9:30, 10 o'clock. He's wasty pants by then.
I'll take one of
usually
these.
just try to get away from him by then. He's just disgusting. Let's see. I'd say the craziest story recently, probably the nearest the end of me talking to him. Now, this is allegedly. I think that what he had done this night was he was going to buy drugs. And I guess they're starting to get recognized more and more locally wherever they buy from. I'm sure the heat is on there when they show up to go buy their drugs. And I guess there was a young girl, I don't even remember the age or whatever, out playing by the road. What's his story? Did you hear that one?
The car on the road that was wrecked?
No, the young girl walking in and he was scared that she would get abducted. Supposedly took her in her house.
No?
No? Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah. So supposedly wherever he went this night, and the reason why I think it was drugs is because he was already wasted, and usually that's when he'll go get drugs and come back, and it just gets worse, and the stories are usually really crazy. And this story in particular, I just don't think that it happened, because if it did, I would think the father would have probably called the law. But supposedly this little youngster was out, I guess, by the road playing, and reminded him of Summer or whatever. She was young, and he stopped and asked her where her parents were and stuff, and she said that they were at home asleep, and I guess it was a trailer, and he supposedly took the youngin to the house and went inside, he said, with the youngin, and the father was on the couch asleep, and according to him, he didn't have much clothes on, like maybe underwear or something, and the guy got up off of the couch not wearing much clothes, and that he was incoherent, mumbling to him, and he was like, don't you know that your child's out playing by the road, and I've lost a daughter, and you don't want to lose your daughter because there's people out here that are taking kids. And that the guy was like telling him to get out of his house, and that and that he left his house. And see, I'm thinking, well, if that guy did that, he would have fought you or called the police, or I mean, you walked up in his house with his daughter. He didn't do anything, and he acted like it was just normal. That
I'm not being facetious. I swear to you. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, and this has not been maybe 3 weeks ago at the most. He said that he was driving down the road, and it was a trailer, and the little girl was playing out by the road, and that he stopped and he asked her, where is your parents? Is there anybody here? And she said, yeah, that they were inside and that her dad was inside and he was asleep. And that he asked her to take him there and that they went in and went in the trailer. The father was on the couch, not wearing much clothes. That he went in the house, woke the father up, told him that he needed to be watching his daughter because he had a daughter that was missing and the woman was out taking children and that he needed to be watching her closely. The man got up and that the man was, he thought that he was drunk because the man wasn't making much sense and was mumbling when he was trying to talk to Don and telling him to get out of his house and that Don just left. Yeah, that was his story.
How did I miss that?
I don't know. I mean, I figured he probably told everybody because usually when he comes up with a good one, he tells everybody.
And this is allegedly true.
Yeah, allegedly happened, but yeah.
You think he's just trying to play superhero and made that up, or do you believe him?
Well, I think so. I mean, he doesn't look for his own daughter. What would make me think that he would stop and help somebody else's daughter that was playing out by her yard or by the road? I mean, he did. I'm telling you, in the 2 months I talked to him, he said Summer 3 times topped. I would try to pry it from him. He didn't want to talk about her.
Same.
So
I'm gonna say this. I've never said this. And Candus, if you ever hear this, I'm sorry. But I got the impression that she was more upset about the boys being taken by CPS than Summer having been missing overall.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want to say that I feel like she was blaming Summer's disappearance on them being taken, but she definitely mentioned it. Like, you know, I want this to all go back like from before she was missing, like making it the situation is why she's missing kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, we never got the story why the daughter after Summer was given away, have we? For adoption.
Wait, what was that?
Have we ever gotten the story about why the daughter after Summer was given away for adoption?
No.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Was it a thing about girls, or was it just didn't want kids, or did she only want the boys? What did you feel like?
Well, I mean, she had a daughter previously, and from my understanding, wouldn't leave her husband, so the kids got taken, and I think they went to Rosemary Bly. And then even when that happened, she could have fixed her life up and taken her kids back, but she didn't. And then she had the 3 boys, and I have heard, allegedly, that she didn't want to have a girl and that she was upset when she was pregnant with Summer. But this is all alleged. I've never heard this from her. I, in fact, have seen the complete opposite. In her own way on her Facebook, she's put, like, my beautiful daughter, and before I knew you, I wanted you. Once I had you, I couldn't let, like that, like things for her and stuff like that. So I saw the complete opposite, but I heard that rumor.
Yeah, from the beginning, I guess the reason why I stayed on the crazy train so long is because I noticed that her social media and her TikTok and stuff like that was so much about Summer. My fear was that, a predator noticed Summer, being shared so much more than the other boys, and that was probably what happened.
Rooster Crow, I completely, that was always my belief before any of this happened, that Summer just wasn't cared for, A1. And I say that because I grew up on a property much like theirs, and my parents, they loved me. They didn't want me hurt, but did they watch me all the time? No. They knew that if I was home, I was safe, and that's all they cared about. They didn't care if I wasn't safe. They didn't care that there was 50-foot drops, 20 feet from my doorstep.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't care about that stuff. They would not look for me if I was gone all day long, and I feel the same thing with Summer. And at one point when I truly believed Candus indefinitely, I said, the one thing I think that she could be lying about is the 2 to 5 minute thing. Maybe she was distracted a little bit longer, doing something with Grandis, so on and so forth. One thing that has always stuck to me is that text message between Grandis and Candus Jr., I guess, who would be Summer's sister, her older sister. She asked them, or she asked Candus, like, what kind of candy? And we didn't see the response, but she asked her, were you guys off the shits that day? And the grandma sent her a thumbs up. Now, I'm not from Tennessee, but I have said in California, shits is a drug. Saying off the shits would be off of a drug. So were you off the shits that day? When you Google it, urban legends or urban dictionary style, it will say, were you on drugs that day? Like off the shits would be like on off the rails kind of. But
Well,
I
off the
still feel she was asking if they weren't.
Well, you know why they say that? Off the shits is when you're on opioids, you can't shit. So off the shits means I'm on opioids.
Anybody from Tennessee? I know I have some Tennesseans in here.
Yes. When you're off the shits, you're on the opioids. I've got like two things I found totally weird, was probably why did they use Candus for all the girls' names? And why was all the girls trying to look like guys? Like Grandis, Candus, and then poor little Summer. They just seemed like they were trying to make them all look like boys.
No tea, no shade. I'm Mexican, and in Mexican culture, sometimes they name their children juniors under them for like, what is it, like citizenship reasons? Because there's Mexicans that have migrated to the United States, are alien residents, so they aren't exactly a resident of the United States, but they end up having children here, which then makes them a naturalized citizen because they were born here. They name their children after them, so then they in turn can use their information. But I know that's not the case there. I wonder if it's really weird to name your kid after yourself, especially being a
And it was, so two daughters are named Candus, and the grandma's Candus.
And the weirdest spelling of Candus.
But, because I got confused when I was looking at the deed to the house, it looked like it was given to Candus by a man years ago, like in 2001. Because at first, when she first went missing, let's go back to that. I thought that they had only lived in that area a short period. It felt like I was given the impression that they had not been there that long. I mean, in the very beginning, I thought, oh, they were new to this area, poor people. And then someone come in and took their daughter, and they don't know anybody that's going to help them. Oh my God, let me jump in. And from the very beginning, it seems like I found out everything was a lie. Wait a minute, no, they've been there since 2001, and that wasn't, his mama didn't give that land to him. That land went to Candus. Oh, wait a minute. So they've known each other since then. Then the sister went missing in 2009, and then she says, no, I was between this state and this state then. But then I go back to, no, that land was in a Candus name in 2001. So the whole thing, and then his name isn't even Don Wells. It's
Night.
Donald, what is it? Wesley. I mean, somebody probably can put it in chat. I can't see it in chat right now, but his name isn't even what he says it is. And the whole thing is just not what they say it is. It's just weird.
It's very weird. And did he ever speak to you about Grandis or Hunter?
Well, Hunter, yeah. One thing we did talk about is that night, and this gets glossed over a lot. We probably do need to cover this. That night, and we can go back and look at this and find points to figure this out. That night, Hunter was supposed to spend the night. The original plan was they were going to go to like a water park or something, and he was going to spend the night at that house. And I think even maybe in CM's interview, something happened and they decided to take him home early. And I don't know if it was during that interview or before it came out that they ended up taking him home early and he didn't end up spending the night. But for some reason, Dawn thought that he was going to spend the night there. And I think that had a lot to do with his phone calls. I also think that had a lot to do with why he got off around the 3 o'clock hour. I think that he was going to sneak home and see if Hunter was there and see if he caught her doing anything. I mean, I really think that that's what happened. And somehow she knew that Don was getting upset that he was going to spend the night, and she decided, no, I'm going to go ahead and take him home. Because he did think that he was going to spend the night that night.
Yeah, that's really weird. So somebody had mentioned earlier in another chat, I think it was just in a comment section, and they said when he called at when he was at Walgreens, he called and he said his excuse was that he was calling to say, well, I guess I'll just stay late since nobody's home. But obviously the boys were home. And they were saying that, H said himself, or Hunter said himself, that Candus made them all be quiet in the car when Dawn called, which means that she was either trying to listen really carefully or she was trying to keep him from knowing who was with her. With that being said, huh?
I know it's a fact because I know that I said to Don myself, I said, were you mad that she was with Hunter that day? And he said, no, I actually thought he was coming back to spend the night at the house. And so I knew, I said, yeah, I did hear that before. I heard that that was the plan. So I glossed it over as being, okay, well, that what made him mad. Then I thought about it. Well, okay, well, then why did he go home? And now it makes sense that, yeah, okay, that's why you got off early then. The truth is you was really going to sneak up to the house. Now, I will tell you another thing, a big game that they played. And not only is it something we talked about, but you'll find it in another interview. He did used to like to scare the kids a lot. And you'll also hear Hunter say in that one interview, I wasn't surprised when she called me about summer missing because she used to do that. She used to call and say the kids were missing or I couldn't find them. Can you hear me?
Yeah, she said she lost the kids. He did say that.
That was a joke that they would, well, I don't think it was a joke she played. I think that it was a joke that Don played because he said that he used to like to sneak up on the kids and scare them and scare her. And I think something he used to do was take the kids and make her think, okay, they're missing or they're gone. And they would just go to the store and get french fries and stuff like that. And she would think that they're gone and start calling and looking for them. Well, he just picked them up and took them places, and they would come right back and laugh at her. Ha ha ha, you're all upset because she would be high or drunk, And that's why they would call Hunter. So he had gotten calls before with the kids missing, but it's because they were just trying to fool her. And he would sneak home and get behind the cars and stuff and scare the kids. I mean, he admitted to doing that. And that's why I said he used the kids for entertainment. And now that they don't have that entertainment there,
they're bored.
That's why that's why you're seeing a lot of the craziness go on.
This is true. And this I can confirm. Straight, straight from the other party's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
That I can really confirm. This is, somebody asked, it's been said that Dawn was already at home with the boys that afternoon before Candus and Grandma arrived. Is that true or not? That's one thing we really don't know, but it makes a lot of sense if it's true. And that leaves me with the impression that Hunter wasn't lying about saying, hey, somebody called, or Dawn called and set up an alibi by saying that there's a creepy neighbor trying to touch the kids.
Right.
That's weird.
I think that his whole intentions were creating some kind of fear that afternoon in the atmosphere. Sneaking up to the house, he was going to get the boys to be afraid that someone's poking around up there. He was probably making noises downstairs, and the boys might have been upstairs, and the car was probably down the road. He was probably playing that little gig.
Every once in a while, I keep hitting mute, just so when I move around, I don't make noise. Is it making you guys hear and hear me wonky? Let me know, or her.
It just makes me think sometimes I've lost you.
Oh, it does sound bad for you?
Well, I'm sitting outside, so the only thing I can hear is when you're here, you're not here, and when I don't hear the room around you, I think, oh no, I've lost you. I'm out in the country myself. I'm not too far I'm in North Carolina, but I'm not too far from where they live at, actually. And the reason, I'll tell you that I'm just not a weirdo that reached out on the internet. I actually, for years, have owned a search and rescue company called Carolina Search and Rescue. We do underwater search and rescue. And it's called Carolina Aqua Search. So when I originally reached out, it was because I heard there was a pond on the area, because he said something about going down to a pond. And I know Chase 423 had talked about a pond or something, and I kept trying to ask him, where's this pond? Can I get to it? Can I get permission? And I tried to get Don to tell me, and he would get mad. He was like, divers have already searched that pond, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, that was what I reached out for originally before I beat my head against the wall and realized, no,
So
he doesn't want anyone to search.
I was going to say, so I heard that's the only time he's actually been upset with people searching was when they searched the pond. And I heard they searched the pond because a source told them to search the pond. I have always thought that source was Dawn, and I feel like he got mad they didn't find her. Like, because he can't, and allegedly, in my opinion, he wouldn't be able to tell them without giving himself away exactly where she was. So when they came back empty-handed, he was probably like, what the hell? Like, he probably wants it over with, because I think they're going to be able to make it look like it was an accident. At this point, if Summer is deceased after all this time, she will be decomposed. I'm so sorry. And unless there are like marks on her bone, on her skeletal, they won't be able to see, they won't be able to tell much.
Well, I can tell you 100% that is my theory because of a few things. I feel like my attention's always been drawn by Dawn to that swing area. And I remember seeing some free weights, like a weightlifting bench weight in the Dancing in the Rain video. They were laying out by the walkway, and there was like 3 or 4 maybe of those round weights, like you put on bars and lift. And I noticed that when pictures were taken and when CM went there, those weights were no longer there. There was a lot of the other debris and stuff around, but those weights weren't there anymore. And I noticed that immediately because of what I've been through in my past. Warning bells went off over those weights. And because of that swing video, I remembered those weights being there, and they're not there anymore. So that and that pond are my 2 places. Those weights, her and that pond, is the only things that I can think about probably every night when I go to bed.
And this may sound, ignorant, I guess, because I don't know. This is a pond that isn't the one right on their property. This is another pond you're speaking of?
No, it's actually the one on their property. Their property must dead end at it. And according to Chase, 423 Chase, he said something about you would call it either a creek or a pond, but when the rain's up, there's a lot of water in it. And I guess when there's not much rain, there's not as much water. But if you remember him talking about coming home, he said that the boys were down near the pond and he told them to come on, and he picked them up in the car.
Yes. Well, the reason I'm asking you again is because when Candus was asked that by Chris McDonough, she minimized it to the most extent.
Yeah, they won't let. I mean, I've never seen it in a video.
She says something like, "Oh, like you can't do nothing in that." Like she even like threw her wrist. Like I'll find it. Right. I'm scratching my head right now. Like ugh.
I've tried to see it on Google Earth. I've tried to find it, to look at it to see, how much water could it have. But if divers went in it, it's got to be able to hold quite a bit of water. And
I was gonna say I can ask Cracking Cases if they took video of it.
And I can tell you from experience, we've searched small bodies of water for a year. You have to actually touch it with take your hands and touch it in order to know what you're touching, because there's no visibility. And it can be just a foot deep and take you a year to find a body. It's just hard unless you empty it, which is what I wanted to do. Let's go find it. Let's pump it out. I'd be willing to bring people in there to do it because, it could have been an accident. It could have been anything.
April is saying the pond is not on their property.
I think it borders their property. I don't think it is on their land, the 11 acres, but I think it must be near it because they said the boys were walking around it.
Okay, so they do have like a creek area where they live, but I think the pond that they searched may be somewhere else. That's what KDB's saying as well.
Oh wow!
When they dove in, because Candus made it seem like the stream by their home was a creek and it was much smaller than than anything. Like it couldn't, like, there's almost nothing you can do in there. I'll look it up, but I'm looking for it
Yeah.
right now.
That's what I was asking though. What's the closest body of water even near them, the closest pond near that house that he could drive to? I just feel like everything draws us to that. I mean, them going swimming, the horse pond thing, the horse running down the road, the dancing in the rain video. Just if you let your gut lead you, where does it lead you? It leads you to water. And usually our gut, especially, I'm not going to say it's a woman thing, but usually our gut's right.
No, I hear that. I know what you mean. I mean, I have bad instincts a lot of the times, but sometimes I feel very strong. The pond
Yeah.
where they swam was not, but the creek is. Okay, yeah. So they did search the pond in Kingsport where they went swimming last. The horse what was a horse pond? What was it called?
Yeah, that horse pond thing they went swimming up pretty good ways away from that house. I mean, I don't think it would be there.
Yeah,
I'm
okay. So
thinking
they're
closer
saying
to
that
the
the
house.
creek is about 2 inches.
Yeah.
And then
But when they get heavy rain in the area, is that the one they're talking about gets pretty deep?
I think they're talking about the horse pond that may get pretty deep. They're saying that the creek is the Beach Creek.
This is the one the diver searched last that he got mad about. That's the one that I want to know about.
I think I found it.
apparently-
Give me a sec. I could share right now. I found it. I'm going to share the audio real quick. And then if you can go ahead and mute yourself.
You know, I have much more respect for what you're telling me. I stand here, and I'm on the camera here, so, but I'm looking at this terrain, and I'm going, holy cow, she could even, there's a million possibilities down there, and there's the road down there. Okay. And this right here,
Usually you can see the road because they have went through here and mowed down the subway from Carline.
Okay.
But usually it's full up, you can't even see the road.
that day, though, how was it? Was it full up?
Actually, that day and a few days prior that they were working on it. So I even come to a conclusion maybe one of them people.
Oh, interesting.
Because they were all up here.
Yeah, I see those, the path on there. I see tracks down there.
Yep.
You over there.
And they were all the way up here to my light pole.
Okay. And you told TBI all this.
I told TBI, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I can see the cars going like that. It's not far from. Is there a river of some sort?
Let me try that again. Choppy audio bad. Okay, let me bring that up again. While I'm doing that, Cinnamon Red Hot, you brought up right now the Kaya Weatherholt case, or Kaya Weatherholt drowning. So from what I know, they have done an autopsy on Kaya. They sent it to a specialist, and the last I heard, it hadn't come back. But the weird thing is that we were all watching the interview with Brendan, the dad, thinking, "Oh, he looks weird. He's being sketch." Brendan wasn't even there. They got it wrong. They took the information wrong from whomever called the news station, which was his sister. They took the information incorrectly, and he wasn't even there. He didn't get there until like 2 hours later. So even though Brendan seemed sketchy, he wasn't even in town when it happened.
You know, I have much more respect for what you're telling me by standing here, and I got my little camera here. So, I'm looking at this terrain, and I'm going, holy cow, she could have even. And I'm going, holy cow, she could. There's a million possibilities here. Down there, and there's down there, and there's the road down there.
Yeah, that's the road.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's my mom's house.
Okay.
Like literally, it's.
Okay. And this right here.
Usually you can see the road because they went through here and mowed and took down a bunch of stuff away from the power lines.
Okay.
But usually it's full up. You can't even. Days prior to that, they were working on this.
Okay.
So I've even come to a conclusion maybe one of them people have snatched it.
Oh, interesting.
Because they were all the way up here. On
Yeah,
my
I see.
property.
I see those. The path down there. I see the tracks down there.
Yep.
You over there.
And they were all the way up here to my light pole.
Okay. And you told TBI all this, right?
I told TBI this, yes.
Telling me by standing here, and I got my little camera here, so. But I'm looking at this terrain, and I'm going, holy cow, she could have even. There's a million possibilities here.
Yeah, there's
down there, and there's down there, and there's the road down there.
Yeah, that's the road. And that's my mom's house.
Okay.
Like literally, it's.
And this right here.
Usually you can see the road because they went through here and mowed and took down a bunch of stuff away from the power lines.
Okay.
But usually it's full up. You can't even see the road.
That day, though, how was it? Was it full up, or was
They
it like this?
actually, that day and a few days prior to that, they were working on this.
Okay.
So I've even come to a conclusion maybe one of them people have snatched it.
Oh, interesting.
Because they were all the way up here. On
Yeah,
my
I see.
property.
I see those. The path down there. I see the tracks down there.
Yep.
You over there.
And they were all the way up here to my light pole.
Okay. And you told TBI all this,
I
right?
told TBI this, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yeah, I can see the cars going by. That is not far from your property.
Mm-mm.
Is there a holler down there? I mean, is there a river of some sort?
The creek runs all the way around the property.
And how deep is the creek? Okay, just so it's like an inch or two. Okay.
You'd be lucky to get wet enough to do anything.
Okay.
I don't know how many people can watch this video and he called it a crick. Right. I think that's what I said right after that. I think that's exactly what I said right there where I cut myself off. That I don't know how you can see this and like not think it was believable. We were all rooting for you, Candus. We were all rooting for you. Why'd you have to lie to us like that? Now we can't believe you. It's like, you know, when women have that boyfriend that cheat on them and then they can never believe them again. She tarnished her relationship with people who really trusted her. And I'm not saying she needs us to trust her, but I mean, if I'm going to be reporting on this, you're going to want me to believe you. Because now that I don't, I just feel so conflicted. I mean, there's another channel out that reported today that they will no longer be working on the case. Just after the series of events. They were all burnt out. I'm sorry.
With me. No, I mean, I was going to say I brought a lot of resources to the table, and I feel that way too. And that's what made me think a lot of resources just walked away when she made that phone call to the sister. And that broke my heart because if someone is out there, I guess I go back to Joe Clyde Daniels. Even though his father just got convicted, I watched the entire trial. And a part of my heart has always, because they never found his body, has always said, what if he didn't do it, though? What if that little boy is somewhere out here being tortured, sad, you know, he doesn't have what he needs? Just what if? And if people walk away and you close your eyes, and 10 years from now, it's like Ohio, and these girls come out of a house that they've been hostage in for 10 years, am I going to be smacking myself in the face wishing I did more? It kills me.
Yes.
It killed a part of me, you know?
I can't stop. I really can't stop.
I don't think none of us can, and none of us signed up for a circus. None of us are wanting to entertain this or make a joke or a mockery out of anything. I am one that every night I say, I'm not watching anymore. I'm not tuning in anymore, shutting it down. Enough's enough, because if I add to it, I'm making it worse. I've got to stop, but I can't, because I wake up every morning and I Google her name the first thing when I wake up.
Yeah.
Have they found her?
See,
And
one thing that happened after all of that stuff. Oh, carp diem. If I guess what I'll say is Candus, allegedly hoaxed Dawn's sisters by calling them crying, and of course knowing that they were going to record her so they could release it. And in the audio, she was saying that Dawn was basically kidnapped by the cops.
Yeah.
He was going to be killed by the cops, and then something about the mafia, the Mexican mafia, and then about storming the Capitol, and just a whole bunch of weird stuff. But she sounded distraught. She sounded
Right.
like there was something really going on, and we all believed her. We were all rooting for her. And then myself and another friend, we all asked her, "What's up? Is Dawn in jail?" She said yes. A few hours later, it was no. Dawn isn't in jail.
She hyperventilated. It's hard to believe someone could fake hyperventilate on a telephone call.
I don't know. I don't even know. Phoenix Rising, thank you for being here. Have a good night. But one thing that drives me crazy is after I found out that she was lying to myself and Crazy Crime Chick, and we were upset because we're trying to not go with the flow and not run with the masses and not exploit everything that has fallen at our feet with this case, to prove that we really are just broadcasting for Summer to figure things out, maybe entice more people to get the word out, because her parents aren't doing it, so might as well help out. And I know people are saying they don't need our help, but yesterday WVLT let out a statement and there was nothing new in there. And in that very same statement, they said they had taken a break from the case. So if they're not working on it, who is? I guess it's us. Maybe we stopped them. I don't know, but I thought that was rather dumb. And with that being said, we're asking Candus to verify things. So people are saying, you guys are running with rumors. You guys are running with rumors. Who would you believe? If you were asking the mother of a missing child, hey, is this for real? And they say yes, you're going to take them at their word. Why would I ever believe that she was going to lie to me? I never thought she would have. And then they did, she did. And then I was wondering, are they okay? All that stuff. And I had sent her a message and she replied, "We're fine. We're fine." That's all I got was a "we're fine." I was so upset.
I had been looking for that emotion from her for 2 months, and I finally got that emotion from her. And when they asked her, the sister asked, "Well, do you think that Dawn was involved?" And she said, "In my heart, I don't," but she was barely could breathe. And that told me, well, in her mind and in her body, maybe she does. She knows that he was involved. And I'm thinking, okay, she's finally coming around to her senses. And then they go out of their way to create even a booking thing on the internet under pranks that has him in transport. I mean, they went all the way because they don't have cable. They were on the internet, and do not think that they're stupid with it, because they are very smart. They went all the way with this prank.
I promise you that I have not even thought who wrote that out, but if they did, that's just SI.
Yes.
Okay.
They took it all away.
So Charles is saying Candus and Dawn both turned their phones off, or turned their phones, called after the call to Marie, a parent of a missing child, does not ever turn their phone off if they don't know where the child is. So basically what Charles is trying to say is they turn their phones off. And as parents of a missing child, you don't ever turn your phone off. You're always going to be waiting for that phone to ring.
Right.
Yeah.
And the grandma even. What grandmother could possibly leave that property thinking my grandchild might come back?
I'm sorry, my sister's husband's dying. What?
Oh no.
Isn't that what it is? It's her sister's husband. It's not her husband, right? Do you know that?
Do what?
The woman, I mean, the man that Grandis went to go take care of, it's her sister's
Oh,
husband, right?
I don't know. I mean, I heard this is like a yearly thing that she always does. I mean, she always goes to take care of them like part
It
of the
doesn't seem
year.
like
I
a
just assume she always does it.
she doesn't seem like a routinely kind of person to me.
But I mean, there's nothing that could have got me away though. I mean, I would have just been like, yeah, well, COVID's killing everybody, and they're not gonna let me go to the funeral home anyway, so I'm gonna have to stay right here, and my grandbaby might come home.
Hey Kim, how are you? So one thing that that I question, or not I question, but one thing they said is that Grandis just couldn't handle it because her daughter had been missing. And that goes with what I was thinking the other day when I went on to I sometimes like go super sleuth and I look for like the very first things that were released in a case, and I was looking at all the flyers, and none of the flyers, much like all flyers you would find about a missing child, have their personal phone numbers on them.
Yeah,
The
they have
first
copies.
flyers, the first flyers almost always have the parent's phone number on it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they're
They
so
have my
well
cell
versed.
phone number on.
Yeah, because they're so well versed with Candace Bly's disappearance. I mean, not Candace Bly, I'm so sorry. With Rosemary Bly's disappearance, it's almost as if they were jaded enough to just wait for the TBI to say, hey, we're going to have a tip line for you guys.
And it's a sad fact that those are what just now getting distributed. I mean, 423 Chase is giving them out with groceries and things in grocery stores. But why aren't the parents giving those things out? Why aren't they just show me an effort? I mean, I am willing to do whatever they would want me to do, much like any of us are, I believe. If the parents were to ask us, hey, let's set a date. And I don't care what anybody says, TBI, the police department, or whatever, telling me I can't search for my child. Set a date. Let's show up here. We're going to search. I have a feeling a lot of us would come. But, and it wouldn't matter what sheriff or whoever told me I couldn't look. I'm going to go look, and you'll have a heck of a problem arresting all of us, I'm sure. But there's no way you can stop me from doing it. But how am I going to help you if you're not helping yourself at all? And in fact, you're hurting yourself. Every day you do something else that makes people not want to help you anymore. We all want to help Summer, don't get me wrong. I mean, I think every one of us, our hearts are with that child, probably more so every day. I don't think any of us want to return her to where she was. And that's another thing I have to go to bed with every night. I know that there's a big God. To me, there is, and he knows what he's doing. And would I want that child going back to that house? Nope, I don't. And I have to deal with that.
Those kids will never go back to that house, at least
Nope.
not while Candace is with Dawn.
Nope, but there was a long time. There was 2 months there that's what I wanted. I wanted that girl to come home.
You know,
and now
I've been
I look back and I say, thank God for unanswered prayers.
I've been saying, find Summer. I don't know if I've ever said bring Summer home, but at one point when Candace was telling me that she wanted her kids home, plural, I believed it. And I thought, I want her home with her mom and her brothers. But at the time, that whole Dawn thing wasn't as big. And even so, I don't know if I took it as serious as I am now.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a moment in time where I did want her to go home. But with that being said, I did know that she wasn't going to go home. I knew that once those kids were taken, that unless she leaves Dawn, much like her first set of kids, unless she leaves that man, she's not going to get her kids back. And she's done this before. She's just decided to disregard what the law said.
That's another thing, that we have a huge problem in this country with parents killing their children. In 2020, I was looking at over 500 children were murdered by their family, by the people they lived with, during quarantine. It's the hardest thing for me to wrap my brain around, that the people that you love most are actually murdering their own children. But when these parents lose children already to the system, and then they go and have more children. How do we just let that drop through this? I mean, we just let that go, you know? Okay, yeah, we took 2, 3, 4 kids. Okay, they had 4 more. We're not checking in on those next 4. We don't go and take that next 4 until they do something horrible. You know, why are they continuing to be able? I know we just can't go and make people sterile, and I know this is a big thing. We don't want to get into all the details, but you know, no one was checking up on these next set of kids that she had. You know, we don't know what they were going through, but we know that she lost some already, and we know that it was probably something was probably gonna go bad.
That's true. It's true.
And it's a whole thing we can't get into over this case, but I mean, it's becoming a huge thing. Look at how many kids we had missing. They just disappeared without a trace. You know, there's just nothing. We can't find anything.
I Plead the Fifth says, yes, it definitely got worse during all of that. And there was a moment in time where I was like, am I only noticing it now because I'm following it? Or is it actually just happening a lot? And it is. It's happening a lot.
Mm-hmm. I followed it for years. You know, I'm 45, and I guess I've done it for the last 20 years, and it's way worse than it used to be. You used to barely hear about it. You get an Andrea Yates or a Susan Smith or something like that once every 5 to 10 years. Now it's so much you can't even keep up with the caseload.
Right. And it's like, that was a mom? That was a dad? That was a
Yeah.
mom and a dad?
Yeah. I mean, you can't keep up with the children's names. I mean, if we even tried to go through the names right now of the children that we know are missing, it would take all of us in chat to try to make a list of their names.
The cases that I've already covered of kids being
That
killed.
we're covering right now, that are missing right now, that we don't know where they're at. Just no clue where they're at. Yeah, well, Orrin and Orson and Little Monkey and Summer and
Xavier Harrelson.
Yeah, I mean, we could rack our brains right now for the next 30 minutes and make a list, but disappearing without a trace.
Melanie Melanson?
Yeah, and 5 years ago, you would not hear of a case where disappeared without a trace. Not for 2-3 months, not for 6-8 months. What Orrin and Orson, it's been last December. Joe Clyde Daniels, it's been over a year.
Yeah, and one thing I have to say about missing monkey, what's his name, Michael Vaughn.
Yeah,
I talked to the babysitter, the one that people thought was involved in all this stuff. It turned out she was quote unquote a town away.
Mm-hmm.
She told me the family doesn't want people talking. They don't want to talk to anybody. They want the Facebook groups taken down. In fact, they don't want them talking at all.
I don't get that. I mean, I could see where they see this clown show and go, oh, I don't want that. But I can't see. I would want everybody to talk, and I probably wouldn't care if he drugged me. I mean, I would be like, drag me, say my kid's name. I mean, put the picture out there all night, every night.
And you know, Madeline McCain is somebody that Chels just brought up right now, and it's suspected that her parents were involved. It doesn't sound like they look for her. I've never really heard them actively searching for her. But then you have people like Beth Holloway, whose daughter's been missing for 15, 16 years, and she has not stopped thinking about her daughter. She has not stopped talking about her daughter.
Right.
It shows you.
Look at Tim Miller. Tim Miller, you know, that case is still unsolved. I mean, to him, it's still unsolved. And he will never stop. That man will go to his grave.
Little baby Dior, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the people that are not involved and something happens to their child is night and day different than when a parent is involved. I mean, look at baby Evelyn up there when they finally found her little body up in the garage and we found out that it was her mom and the stepdad. I mean, you can look back on that and everybody searched for that little baby for like 30 days. And the whole time she's sitting there. Baby Evelyn, her parents are coming up for trial.
And I said, how do they miss that? I mean, I know of the case and I know
her around. Yeah.
I know her mom's face and stuff, but they were moving her around.
Yeah. And she was so small. I mean, she was just, it's really hard when are babies or when they're small children to find. I mean, even dogs, you talk about cadaver dogs, and a lot of people think that they're so great with
Yeah.
scents and stuff like that. And you get one or two that are really good, but just few and far between. You get a lot of dog handlers that are fakes, to be honest with you. And I've seen it with my own two eyes.
They
They're just
do
fake.
sometimes miss the signs. Somebody brought up was it Kelsey Barrett murder? I guess
Yeah.
there was blood in Crystal's apartment and they didn't smell it.
Right. And I've seen dog handlers plant things to get their dogs to alert on them. Yeah, I've seen things. I mean, that'll make you just turn your head at the dog thing. I mean,
Check this
to
out.
me, yeah.
Check out just this serendipitous thing that just happened right now.
Mhm.
Carp DM says, Brittany Beers was my family member. We searched night and day for her. And then I Plead the Fifth, or Chels, says, Brittany was one of my best friends in first grade.
Man.
Wow. That really hits close to home.
Yeah, it does. And that's the thing.
Hey, don't start
People
giving
out
you
here-
guys suggestions in here.
Well, see, I mean, Amanda, think about that, though. Think about that with your heart. There's people out here that are invested in this case because their heart has been through this.
Absolutely.
And when they make a joke like they did on that telephone call, can you imagine your heart and your soul it being so invested in Summer because of the pain that you had suffered before, and you watch someone make a joke out of something like this, how crushed you
Check
are.
this out. I have heard stuff like this in murder cases. When Polly Class went missing, they had a little girl and her friends prank call the cops.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Polly Class was a case that I followed because I was in the area and it was just so close to home. And it was devastating. And even though as a little kid, you felt sick about it. Same thing with Natalie Holloway. What's his name? Joran. He did, he false confessed a few times, changed it up completely. You felt sick. How could they play this kind of joke? Why would they do that? And in this case, it's the freaking parents that did it to us.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say with Iran. At least he was trying to get ransom from the family to tell what he did with Beth. And normally it is people calling the family saying, well, I'll tell where your child is if you give me money or you do this. In this case, we have the family actually playing the game. And that's something we're not used to.
Because we've probably never gotten this close except for like Letitia Staunch to being a family member that did it. Most of them aren't brazen enough to stay around.
For some reason, that name makes like razor blades pop out of my spine. I think I turn part werewolf and demon when I hear her name. I'm not sure what she does to me, but there's something she does to me.
It's her eyes. They were blank. It's like Teresa Balboa, the one that killed Samuel Olsen.
Oh, her too. Yes.
She has no soul in her eyes. And that's absolutely that saying, like when I look at them, they have no soul in their eyes. They have nothing there. It's blank. Hey, Screaming Cranes, how are you?
I know why they get to me so bad. I do know. I'll share with something. And I don't normally share this with people. I am only a stepmother. I had PCOS. I could never have children. I've been married 21 years. And I have two stepchildren, and now they have children. I'm a mom. I'm a grandma. Don't get me wrong. I had all that love. I don't feel like I missed out on anything. But I feel like I had to earn their love. I feel like it's something that I worked for, the respect. I worked for their love. I worked to get along with the parent. I stayed in my lane.
And no one's ever going to take that from you. I hope no one has ever shamed you for feeling like you were upset for having lost that opportunity. I hope no one has ever tried to shame you for it because you are able to grieve that. I give you that. Grieve, girl.
Well, there's always that community that will try to make you feel like you're less than, but I've always taken it as, no, I'm more than, because I actually wasn't given anything. I had to work for what I got. Absolutely. I had to learn to stay in my lane. I wasn't owed anything. I had to earn their respect and their love. And like I said, for 21 years, they live with me. They're my everything. My grandbaby I've had since she was 9 months, and I raised her myself. And I won't go into all that, but anyways, with them too, I feel like they were given an opportunity on this earth to earn the love and respect from these children, and these children trusted them and they were the step parents or the girlfriend, I think more so with anybody, those two bring a part of me out. I wouldn't trust myself in the neighborhood with them. I'm not saying the same room. I'm saying in a neighborhood with them. What I would do to them would make the devil upset. And that's the God's honest truth.
What is one thing that you found comforting about what Don said? Like, what made you think, hey, he's believable?
Because the way he would always tell me how hard he worked for his children. And I believed him for so long because the way I've seen it, the way he would talk to me was that he would go to work and he would start talking to me. He'd text me, I'm at work. I need somebody to occupy my mind because all I can think about is, my kids. He would never say Summer. I would want him to say Summer, and he wouldn't. But I thought, okay, well, he's trying to distance himself from the pain. But then his mind would go to wanting to talk about other things. And, I would always let my husband look at my phone and stuff. I would think it was flirting, and we would talk about it and go, no, maybe not. So I thought, well, okay, he just wants to occupy his mind. But I always thought, well, here's this hardworking guy that didn't get to spend a lot of time with his kids. And I felt really sorry for that because I remember missing out, a lot of things with my kids because I had to work so hard, and we ran a rescue on the side and stuff. And I felt bad for the dude. And I was raised really poor in the country, and I would send cards, to Lowe's, especially after I seen the house. I had some friends get together and get some money together and send some Lowe's gift cards so he could get some stuff to fix up the house. And I think it was just mainly pity. I felt bad for him. They didn't have anything, and he would say no one would help him search, and he didn't have anyone, and we constantly wanted to. But then I started getting so many excuses why we couldn't. And then I realized that night it ended up being such a routine. He would go home, get a shower, and then he would want to get on video chat. And it got to be that routine that I got into and realized, no, he's not on the same program I'm on.
I feel like, and, I think I could just say this already, I feel like he and Candus were just living in different worlds now.
Yeah.
And he was just trying to find his own paradise, which in my eyes would be being Don Juan, because that's what he's doing. He's talking to, and I don't mean to offend you, but he's talking to multiple women, flirting with them, and almost trying to throw out his pity party until he gets the bait, or until they catch the bait.
Yeah, well, near the beginning, we own a yacht, and half the summer we live on the yacht, and I had offered in the beginning, I was like, yeah, we should take the boys and, go out on the yacht, go deep sea fishing. He said, well, maybe when Summer comes home at first. And when he said that, that's probably what reeled me in the beginning.
Right.
I was like, oh, well, he won't even go until she comes home. That's so great. And then, no, that was it. That was one of the 3 times that went.
That was one of the few times, and but that's what reeled you in.
3 times in 2 months. Yeah, but that reeled me in. That's what kept me there.
So one thing that got me was when the boys were still in their care, I thought to myself, this woman is in despair. Her daughter's missing. Mm-hmm. She basically has paparazzi out, recording her every time she's out. This is when they had a picture of her outside the store, and they had pictures of her at the vigil and all that stuff. And I said, is there, can I send you guys a pizza? Can I send you a gift, like a gift card for a food place where you can order food, or maybe an Uber Eats gift card? Because I'm strict about, if I'm going to give you something, I don't want it to be used for anything else. I don't know, with things like that, I don't expect you to give me anything back. And I did mention that to her. There's no strings attached to this. I'm not offering you this because I need anything from you. I want to feed you guys because I know that food is that temporary serotonin release that makes you happy. And I want to give you a momentary happy. And that's kind of what I told her. She wouldn't take it. And I felt that was honorable because in that moment, I was looking around and I'm moving my head left and right. And there was this YouTuber, that YouTuber, this YouTuber, that YouTuber, myself included, doing video after video after video after video after video of Summer. And, you know, none of them were asking for donations like they are now for the Summerwells Rescue Fund. There was speculation right away in the beginning because there were so many sketchy GoFundMe things and they were all knocked down that there was no GoFundMe. So I was like, everybody's profiting off of this little girl's loss but her parents. Not that anybody should be profiting, but if they are, why can't her brothers, you know, why can't her brothers get handouts by people that care? Why are they getting in trouble? Because I don't know if you remember in the beginning, the news station released like a statement of things that they could get the boys. And people were like, why are they giving out that information? Why are they trying to get stuff for the boys and stuff like that? And I offered her, like, I think it was pizza specifically that I was asking, because Summer's one of her favorite foods that they said is pizza, because now they say it's other things. So sometimes they can't even get that together.
And we remember that day, everybody talking about that she hadn't ate that whole day, because that stuck with me too. So I can feel you on that one, to get food.
But there was Sonics, and what was
only a slushie.
How do we know that? Did they say that?
Yeah, all she had was a slushie that whole day. Even the Skittles that were in the back of the car, the candies, they were old. They had already been there.
She did say that.
Yeah.
Hey, Donna.
And that's something that stuck with me, because I remember as, you know, a kid, I was hungry. We were really poor. And that's probably one of the things that has been with me the whole time, is thinking when she went missing, she didn't eat that whole day. You know, she must have been so hungry.
That is
she probably would have went with anybody that offered her food.
You really think that they went that whole day and didn't feed her? Have we asked that specifically?
It's been talked about a few times. Yeah, she didn't. She had a slushie when they went to the Sonic. That was it. No dinner, no anything.
They said all she had was a slushie.
I mean, and I was just thinking anybody that come up and offered her some food, yeah, that ain't right at all. But anybody that would have offered, hey, and they said she loved French fries, that her dad would take her places and she would always ask for French fries. I was just thinking, well, if anybody knew that and said, hey, you want to get some food, she would have been like, yeah. And can you imagine being a little kid and somebody offering you food and you're hungry, and that's the reason your entire life gets changed? I mean, poor child.
That's you know, I don't think I ever took that fully into consideration. I always assumed that they ate something and then they just didn't mention it.
They didn't eat. And when you're on opiates, you're not hungry anyways, and that's allegedly a problem in that family. But that's not a problem for a child that's going to be hungry all the time. My little 2-year-old eats constantly. I could imagine that 5-year-old probably was hungry all the time. That's why she's eating old candy in the back seat.
My 6-year-old went to school this year, and I thought to myself, how is she going to survive without 36 snacks a day?
Exactly. Exactly. And my little 2-year-old calls it num nums, and I think that's like, I think she learned that word before she learned Gigi, but it's every 5 minutes it's like num nums, and they're sitting all over my house. And I think when people come in, I mean, they must think we're just a bunch of fat people. There's snacks everywhere. I order them from Amazon. They're just everywhere in the house, so that she could just go pick up something and bring it to me for me to open, because she's hungry all the time. And she's still underweight. She's only like 29 pounds.
Nita says, I can't see Candus, grandma, or those boys not being hungry and eating. They don't look like they go without food. Nita, that may, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think that you could go, well, the boys weren't there, but you could go all day with the kid in the back and not feed them. Just this morning, my daughter got in trouble because she didn't go to school today. She's sick. She got in trouble because she badgered me for a particular breakfast, like super particular, like it's a dish. So I made it for her, set it down for her, give it to her, and maybe about 20 minutes later, I look and she had taken maybe one bite. Like, I don't even know if she took a bite. And I was like, no, sweetheart. If you're going to badger me for this particular meal, you're going to sit here, touch down, no phone, and finish this food. And I rarely force my kids to finish meals just because you don't want to really force them to eat as punishment. But today it was like, you are not going to make me cook so you can feel good and then not eat it. But yeah.
I don't know. I'm fat now, and I used to blame that on, well, when we went without food, I eat now because I remember that time when I was hungry, and then I also blame it on, well, my mom also wouldn't let me waste food when I was a kid, so I eat now all my food because I didn't want to waste anything. So either way, I'm going to blame somebody for the fact I'm fat. So I don't even know the right way to raise a kid. So mine is just, I let her eat what she wants to eat, and I throw whatever away, whatever.
I literally have, this is probably really bad, but we have a basket, a wire basket, and all the snacks that I order for school or for anything, for my husband too, Little Debbie's, chips, Louis bars, they are all sitting in a little wire rack, a beautiful little wire rack, available to my kids, Capri Suns, apple juices. You may think I'm doing too much, but I also have like a tiny skinny mini that I just worry that she may get hungry and not say anything. And if there's always a snack available, she's not on a calorie deficit diet, go for it. And
you sound like me, but you're organized with it.
I'm
45. I'm not organized anymore, but I have snacks everywhere.
I cannot like, my daughter, when she was smaller, she wouldn't eat. And I would go to sleep crying because I couldn't get her to eat enough. Like, I was giving her chocolate milk, like stuff, like just heavy caloric foods, because she was just so small, and she also didn't like to eat. She was just too busy. I have often thought about summer while looking at that snack rack, and I don't know why, because their house looked like it had food. There's a picture of them, and the boys are sitting at the table, and they have their Mountain Dews, and it looked like they had a whole bunch of chips and stuff. And
there was rumors off and on about that, because the church one time said that they had been there prior to Summer going missing to bring groceries to the family.
If she's not, I got this, Karen. Thank you, though.
And then there was rumors afterwards. I think he made the mistake of saying he had never been to the house before, but I don't know what the real truth is there. But whoever called DSS before had said that there weren't food in the house for the kids, that they ate junk food a lot, that she would take them to get junk food a lot, but she wouldn't cook ever. There was never food in the house. That
I can believe, but with that being said, junk food is junk food. It's food. My brother once said, and my mother-in-law gave them macaroni and cheese, and she gave it to them as a meal. And I was like, did they get full? Like, that's all that matters to me sometimes. And this
exactly. Don't ask me to judge. If they're eating, they're eating. Hey, I'm good. I'm good with it. I'm not that nitpicky about stuff. That's for sure.
And
I'm with the chat there. The boys did look really healthy, but to be honest with you, Summer did not look healthy to me.
It's affordable.
Her bones didn't look healthy. Her bone structure didn't look healthy to me. Her skin color didn't look healthy to me.
It would be more so the skin color. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That I can say
that she needed.
That I can say I absolutely saw was her skin color seemed more green than
a greenish gray to me is what I thought when I looked at her. She didn't look natural. Her teeth didn't look like they were healthy.
Well, they weren't.
I don't know what her weight was, but I definitely don't think she was at her proper weight.
I have a small tiny, so I try not to judge by weight, because like I said, I have literally given her free reign to every child's dream of snack bars, and she doesn't put weight on. So I will never really judge by that, but with the skin color, I can totally attest to what you're saying, that she had this gaunty, greenish gray tint to her skin, and you can see the difference in some pictures from when she didn't look like that.
And it was odd because they seemed to be outside a lot, but none of the kids really had much skin color. Now of course, these kids don't have my blood, but I'm part Indian, but my kids all have a lot of color, a lot of tan, and we stay outside a lot. And these kids, I just noticed how white that they were. to be outside that much, I just thought, oh, well, that's strange that they're that light.
So I don't know if you heard yesterday, the Sweetie Pilo live with Donna the psychic.
I didn't. I wanted to. I didn't catch it. What was it about?
Okay, so I don't want to say like I'm really religious, because you will never catch me at church. I've always said like I am my own church. Like my body's my church. I don't need to go to church. I pray all the time.
Amen. I'm with you. I have a personal relationship with God, Amanda.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. I don't, I've had a priest ask me like, why didn't you come here and confess? Like, because I didn't have to. I talked to God myself.
Hey.
You didn't like that. But with that being said, like I've said that so many times. With that being said, I'm definitely gonna get a few comments about that.
That is so funny, because I'm the same way. Well, I'm exactly the same way.
So I'm superstitious. That I'm a superstitious Catholic, and psychics scare me. I think of the whole like the witchcraft thing, that whatever you do comes back to you 3 times, and I try to give out only good vibes in life, because that's all I want in return. If you're a good person, good things will happen to you. Karma works fast, so on and so forth. So I don't like psychics and stuff. When I have been referred to psychics, I normally just brush that off my shoulder. But I have believed in a psychic before, because he just seemed legit to me. In my bones of bones, and my bones, I was like, this guy's real. Today, when Donna was talking, I was like, holy crap, I'm so upset. This sounds so real. I couldn't stop listening, and I'm not going to tell everybody to go listen, because you have to want to go listen to it on your own and believe if you want to, or not if you do. But like, it seemed really believable. And I'm
gonna go check it out. But what points did they make?
Well, so she's saying that she sees Candus having hit Summer, and that Summer died, and then she also says or that she could have been sold, but it's just, I mean, to be honest with you, it's also jumbled up. But yeah, it's,
well, after talking to Candus, what is your theory, or do you want to share it?
Originally, I believe that she was kidnapped, and Bible says stay away from psychics. Kidnapped, because that was just my most reasonable explanation. I didn't want to believe that her mom or her dad or anybody had hurt her. And I didn't know if it was familial or a stranger. But with everything that's gone on, there are people that are strange around her. That David Dodson guy. So today, one of the things that she was saying was that there was a guy there when her life ended, and that he looked like the guy from Bewitched, the husband, the one with the cowlick or whatever. Like, he has a cut on the side of his hair and it's swooped to one side. Darren.
Yeah.
And she was saying that he kind of looks like him, and I was like, that reminds me of that David guy. Again, allegedly, my opinion. David is innocent, whatever.
Yeah.
But I said that reminds me of that David guy, and it reminded me that I've said this before, but the day that we thought we found the red truck, and that everybody was all on the internet on my live because we thought we found the red truck, David Dodson had the boys. That's the day they went to go play putt-putt. On the way back from playing putt-putt, while we were speculating that something was going on, there was something going on. The cops had actually pulled him over because he had Summer's brothers with him, so they had kids in the car. They pulled him over and drew guns at them, got it all cleared up, and then they went about their day. But after that, he had his interview with Unmasked and all that stuff, and he never mentioned it.
Wow.
I mean, either by curiosity or admiration of the cops, or to clear things up, I would have mentioned it, and he never ever mentioned it. That seems so odd to me.
That's very odd, because I would think after Summer Witness, and they were watching every vehicle that came and went out of there.
Right.
So that would lead me to believe that they knew that was the kids that was with him.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, very good point.
And then not to bring it up. That's
a good reason to search his car. So
wow,
that lady Donna, the one that was speaking on Sweetie Pie Low, she's the lady who predicted where Tylee and JJ Vallow were.
Oh wow. Another case like that Haley Cummings case out of Florida, they never found her.
Yeah, they never found Haley.
That's for a long time too.
That's one of my soul cases. You know, one of the channels that I followed before I ever even thought of going on YouTube, before I even knew it was a thing. Unmasked. You know, I listened to Unmasked constantly, and I thought to myself, if ever, no, I didn't even think that, but I thought these are really badass women. And I did Haley Cummings with Teresa on her True Crime with T, and I'm very proud of that because Haley Cummings is one of my passion cases. It's a case that I followed through and through from the beginning to end, and then she's still missing, but I feel like we found the conclusion. We just never got justice.
Well, did you ever follow Denise Riley on YouTube?
No.
She followed a lot of true crime cases, and I used to do her research, and I was on her panel a lot of times, and she passed away when COVID first started. But that's where I started following a lot of true crime and doing YouTube and blogging and all that good stuff.
Yes.
So from Candus, so did she ever bring up any theories?
She did. She brought up, she was saying that she knew that her daughter was kidnapped because she didn't know anything else. Like, basically, she had to be kidnapped because there's nothing else. But that's not true. There's bears in the area. The other day, there was a news report of a bear in their area. According to them, it's a dense brush and it's slopey and stuff like that. It could have been anything, right? And yeah, to her, it was just like, but, that's kind of what had to happen because I know nothing else. And also, how many times did she reiterate that Summer would never leave the property?
Yeah, I know. A lot.
So
well, my theory was always Jackie Dobbs. The only other theories that I had was
Jackie D on here.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Jackie D or JD.
JD, yeah.
Because of all the weird things that he did. And, how can you explain coming from Georgia and buying property that you don't know exactly where it is and spending your last $11,500 and claiming you're going to build a storage shed or buy a container to live in, but you and your dog are just going to camp out in your truck until then. And, he had
on the wrong side of the property.
Yeah, on the wrong property because you don't know where the property was you actually bought. And, just to disappear off the internet like he has now and all the strange things he did. I mean, I just so wanted that to be him, but every time I tried to talk to them about him, they didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to talk about it. And that, I mean, to me, I wanted so bad to have a Wayback Machine so I could go back on Facebook and look and see, were they ever friends? Are they the ones that told him about the land? Can we draw a connection there? Because why don't they want to talk about this guy? I would want to talk about this guy more than I want to talk about CM or thinking that somehow because he came through Utah, he knew my sister, that he had my daughter, taken. Look at this guy.
Remember I was saying
more sense.
Remember I was saying that I felt as if Candus was more upset about the boys having been taken than Summer having been missing. I still want to say that I still feel that heavily, and I feel like when they told them that they couldn't talk about the boys, that hurt them more than if they would have told them they couldn't talk about Summer, because they were never told they can't talk about Summer. They just don't talk about her.
Yeah, they would not talk about her, and that's the truth.
But they're still allowed to talk about her. Allie, Hunter, and all of them are not allowed to talk about her, but her parents are, and they don't.
Nope. You can hear him talk today. I refuse to talk to him now, but anybody that wants to talk to him today, I mean, he'll talk to you, especially if you're a female. I mean, don't think that we're special.
He didn't talk to me.
To him. Oh, you tried to talk to him?
Mm-hmm. He never talked to me. He read my messages, but he didn't talk to me.
Well, I'm surprised.
I know. Hey, I have a good picture too. I'm going to
You
hell.
know what? Hey, my picture was actually me and my granddaughter, so that's scary. Maybe it was because I had my granddaughter in my picture with me. Now you're freaking me out.
Oh
Is it because I
no.
had it? Yeah, now you're going to make me feel weird. So did he talk to me because I had a little girl in my picture?
No, Sherry
Don't
didn't
make
have
me
a
come
little girl
through.
in her picture.
Do not make me come through my phone.
No, I said Sherry didn't have a little girl in her picture.
Well, you don't want me to go there, do you?
No. No,
okay.
I don't.
Because I prefer not. I would prefer not to go there.
No,
Because I know this live might be repeated, and I don't want to
No,
talk about it.
I mean, no, just don't.
There's probably certain reasons why he talked to her, but now I'm thinking, yeah, okay. Now you gave me some kind of reason why he talked to me, and I think it wasn't me. Now I'm thinking it was because my granddaughter was in my picture. Now my head just twisted around backwards.
Yeah, he didn't talk to me. He read my messages but never talked to me.
Wow. No, I just figured he was talking to me and like 80 million other people.
Well, that he was. That he was.
I wasn't getting what I needed, and I just wanted permission to come, bring boats, bring sonar, bring people, search.
Don's love tank is not full. I repeat, Don's love tank is not full.
No, I guess not. He's willing to give. Give, ladies.
Is he a giver though? Did he offer you money?
Yeah. No, you know what? He does claim that he has money and that he makes really good money.
That I believe.
He has offered. I mean, I don't need money, but I mean, he has offered other people money. I've seen that.
Yeah, I've seen it
too. We didn't talk about money. I mean, I actually sent gift cards prior to ever discussing money with him. I think one of the first things I ever messaged him about was I wanted to send some Lowe's gift cards so you can help fix up the house and maybe hopefully get the boys,
to help.
But, yeah.
I mean, one thing that I found interesting about the house, because he said on his, who is it? He said it to Benny. He said, well, they don't know how long I've been working on that house or something like that. And they built that addition because they needed an extra room. And when she goes downstairs to show Chris McDonough the bedroom, she says, and this is where Summer and Lil Waylon slept because Waylon was still only like so-and-so years old. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I know why she said that. But why would you say that?
Yeah, no, that was bad. That was bad to say.
You know, you heard.
Known.
Yeah. It's like, tell me CPS has been called on you without telling me CPS has been called on you.
Yeah. And let me say, maybe I heard this wrong. Correct me if I heard it wrong. But during one interview, did he not say something to the effect of Summer's biggest fear would be being kept in a basement or something to that effect? And that would be torture for her because she loves to be outside. And then like 3 weeks later, they take us to the basement and say, this is her bedroom. And I went, holy shit.
Oh, you and everybody else were like, what the F did he say and what the F just happened? I mean,
my mouth dropped and I went, you just said our biggest fear would be in a basement and you even called it a dungeon and you just showed me and said, this is her room. And there's Girls Gone Wild on the TV. And
that was not Girls Gone Wild. You don't watch my videos. That was not Girls Gone Wild. That was Most Something. It was a TV show about like it was basically a countdown of like Most Something music videos.
Movies? Oh,
no, it was a music video thing. So it was a reenactment of a music video. It was not Girls Gone Wild. Stop perpetuating that rumor.
But wasn't there like a lot of cobwebs and like 2 toys? And I don't even know if I've seen the 2 toys. They might have been back in the darkness of the corner of the dungeon, but there might have been 2 toys back there.
So she said the majority of these toys are Summer's, and then she pointed down to 2 tubs under the TV, and that's one thing she told me, that she was picking up all of Summer's toys and putting them,
all 2 of
them together.
Okay. Well, I'm glad she picked up both of them toys. But how many mattresses or beds did you see in that area? I thought I seen 1 bed on the floor. Do you have that video?
I think so.
Replay that clip of the bedroom. Can you get that up?
No.
Does anybody else want to see that? I would like to see that again.
I'm too lazy. I'll find it.
Because I thought it was just me, but I could have swore it looked kind of like a dungeon. If I could have like thought in my mind what a dungeon might look like, it probably would have looked
It would
like
be that room.
Yeah, that room. And then I was looking, I think it was yesterday, I see one water line outside of the house. When somebody mentioned they didn't think that she had a bathroom in the house, you actually see a water line running, a white PVC water line running outside, strapped to the house behind them in the news interview. So that tells me there is water only ran in one section of that house, probably in through the kitchen. So we didn't see a toilet when Chris did the walkthrough, but they may be right. There could be actually only kitchen water ran in and probably only a toilet in the kitchen area.
If CPS has gone to that house, I assure you they have a toilet.
Well, if a toilet is sitting in your kitchen, though, you don't have much privacy if there's boys and girls in the house.
That wouldn't be allowed. But
well, I worked for CPS.
Hey,
and
CPS has been getting away with a lot of shit these days.
Well, I was going to say I worked for CPS, and you know what they told us in training? Our job was to keep the families together. Keep the families together.
Well, that's better than the opposition, I guess.
You're right. The opposition is not good because they don't love your children. And if you've even got a little bit of love, you want them to stay with their family.
I'm too lazy.
Did somebody say that? I can't see the chat. That's not nice.
I said, I was like, I'm too lazy.
That's okay. But
I was
no,
actually upside down, like stretching when you asked.
But no, as long as you validate my feelings, because I'm pretty sure that's what I remember feeling when he was saying that. If I could picture a dungeon, I think that's what I seen on that video. No, CM wouldn't have got in my house if that's what would have been going on in my house. No, never. And the fact she was so open about it, though, I mean, that's another reason I felt I still was on the, no, they couldn't have done that. They wouldn't have let him in her house. No, they're not that stupid. No one's that crazy. No. Absolutely not.
Get in, nobody can get out.
Okay. Now, who's this on up here?
That's my little sister that's missing.
Oh, that's right.
He has such a straight face. Oh, that's where.
You know, I have much more respect for what you're telling me by standing here. And I got my little camera here, so. But I'm looking at this terrain,
water line,
and I'm going, holy cow! She could have even. There's a million possibilities down there, and there's the road down there. Okay. And this right here.
Usually, you can see the road because they have went through here and mowed and took down a bunch of stuff away from car lines.
Okay.
But usually it's full. You can't even see the road.
That day, though, how was it? Was it full up?
They
or was
actually,
it
that day and a few days prior to that, they were working on this.
Okay.
So, I can come to the conclusion maybe one of them people snatched it.
Oh, interesting.
Because they were all the way up here.
Yeah, I see those, the path down there. I see the tracks down there.
Yep.
You're over there.
And they were all the way up here to my light pole.
Okay, and you pulled TBI all this, right?
TBI, yes.
Okay, okay. And yeah, I can see the cars going by. That is not far from your property. Is there a hollow down there? I mean, is there a river of some sort? And how deep is the creek? Okay, just so it's like an inch or two. Okay.
You'd be lucky to get wet enough to do anything.
Okay. right, so let's pick it up from where, and I'm going to just use this little one. Is that okay? Okay, so from where, when you got home, now she's leaning.
Mom's truck.
Okay, your mom's truck's right here. Okay, so when she's leaning against the milk. Is she sleeping?
She was sleeping, yeah.
Okay, from exhaustion from that day.
She was, where I woke up early and she just slept till 9, 10, 12 o'clock by later.
Okay, how did the milk bottles get rearranged? Hunter said he had them on the floor and then he put them next to him.
They weren't no.
Okay, so walk me through that.
When we dropped them off, they were actually still on his lap.
Okay.
And he put them on the other side of Summer.
Okay, so he reached over?
Yeah, he set them over there by that. There's a black tote she had in there.
Okay, where's that tote at?
I think actually my mom's got it still in her truck. It's got a bunch of crafts and stuff in it.
Okay, got it. And then, now from when you pulled up, did she just fall asleep next to that?
She fell asleep, I'd say maybe 5 minutes on the road.
Okay. Got it. And then, so walk me through, you get home, you take the groceries inside. He's not home, by the way?
No,
okay.
Actually, I parked the truck and I opened both doors. So hard this lawnmower is. But I opened the doors up and I said, wake up, we're at home. She jumped right up.
Okay.
Like nothing. I unbuckled her and I said, come on, Mr. Mom, we'll be right back. Went in there and got the boys and they were sitting in that table.
Reevaluating all of this, when she says she jumped right up like nothing. Was there something wrong? Sorry, I might be reading into this. Go on.
Sorry. Disclaimer.
Dang, I moved it. I hate touchscreens.
Just fast forward it. Oh Lord, they got enough stuff.
Anybody help find that message. Okay, that message. Okay, so you go into the house.
Go in the house. And
can I follow you in, or do you comfortable with that? Huh?
I don't know.
And is this they're gonna attack me?
No.
Oh, I was just I'm teasing. The dog's gonna attack me. So this is the scaffolding you're talking about.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so she comes up, jumps up, goes right in.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna guess you. You know what? You should have like zoo license. You know, I'm seeing all kinds of critters, which is good. Okay, where's Summer's bed?
Oh, it's in the basement.
Got it. Okay. So what happens when she comes in? The boys are playing where?
No, the boys are actually sitting here.
Okay.
And they're actually sitting right here at the table watching TV.
Okay, so they're at the table watching TV. Okay.
We're all locked in. Nobody can get in, nobody can get out.
Okay. Now who's this on up here?
That's my little sister.
Oh, that's Rose. Oh, wow. Wow. And who's the guy?
That's her ex-husband.
Wow. Do you think he had anything to do with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to go there.
Can't say.
How's your mom deal with that?
It's.
Yeah, I know. You know I know, right? So, okay, watch TV. Where's Summer?
Summer? She was with me.
Okay, so walk me through that.
All right, well, we walk up in here. We got Josie lying on the board.
Right here. Groceries down, right?
Yeah, well, we went back out and then we brought the one down. And then Mom, she went to her stuff to her house, put her stuff away.
Okay.
And of course, me and Summer went back over, put our stuff away.
Okay. You went back in.
Yeah, me and Summer went back in the house. And then we were just doing normal stuff.
Okay.
Around the house like we normally do. And I come out, Mom was sitting there, and I come out and I'm standing here. Okay. I was like, what are you doing? What are you staring at? She's like, these plants, I gotta get them transplanted. I was like, well, Summer will help us, so I went back in. By that time, she was sitting on the floor playing with her toys.
Right here?
No, in the kitchen where we were just at.
Okay.
She was sitting on the floor playing with the kid at the time. Did somebody want to help plant flowers? And she jumped up, left the toys in us.
Yeah, well, that's what kids do. It's a job.
What?
Okay.
We walked over here and we transplanted these cactuses from the little pots that they were in. We transplanted these ones here into this bigger pot and that one in that bigger pot. And then she took the rocks that we've gotten from different gem mines when we went up to Gatlinburg and stuff.
Okay.
And she's the one that's putting all the rocks around in here. And then she put her puppies in here. She wanted to chase them, you know.
Okay.
That's cool.
Where are those puppies now?
What do you?
Oh, the little puppies are real. Oh yeah, those little guys. Oh, that's Paw Patrol. That's a police one.
Yep, that's Chase. He's always on the case.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
I see another one over here.
She put it in there. Yep, you're on the cactus.
Okay. Don't take those out. Okay.
No, I leave them right
I
there.
know.
No one in my mom, we can't get in there.
Yeah, that's fine. Went in there.
I went in there and got the candy and stuff to get to grandma.
Okay.
And I said, well, I'm going to go back over to the house. She wanted to go back. So I figured I'd go back.
Have I fixed it at all, or is it still super glitchy? Should we even go further? I just want to see the room though.
It's glitchy. It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, it was making me a little bit dizzy. I was like, oh, I can't fix it. I can't even look at it.
What I was going to say about that is usually when I'm planting, I have potting soil, sitting out, and I never, have like clean rock on top. But I remember seeing the pictures the day afterwards that I think LE took or something, and I remember thinking, those don't look like new plants.
Yeah, they look dusty. It looked like they were old.
Oh my gosh. I remember thinking that day, that doesn't look like anyone was planting anything that day.
It's not Girls Gone Wild.
Come on.
This is mine. Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Over here. Well,
Okay, so there's Waylon in Summer's bed. It's static and glitchy. Okay, we'll just leave it on Summer's bed and keep talking, just so I don't have to deal with that.
What is that?
I hate that it's failing. StreamYard's probably like, you just been on too long. I probably should end it, just so I can.
Is there like one mattress down there? I mean, how many beds did you count? Because I didn't get a chance to see, but like one, I thought it was like one queen size mattress in the floor. That's what I thought I see.
That's all right.
It looks like there's some type of pad on the floor. Oops. Like over there.
Wow.
Like around here. That kind of looks like there's something there. Like some type of flat mattress.
So maybe like you would have to walk over their mattress to get to another mattress back there?
His Waylon's only 9.
Okay.
And they stay down here. And these are.
That's the best I could get it, but yeah.
Yeah. So that TV's been in a pawn shop. There's a pawn sticker.
That's not a pawn sticker. That's the energy efficiency sticker.
Well, see, I've been to a pawn shop before.
It just looks like one of those like 6-inch mattresses that are just so flat, but it could be something else. So
they have that big TV down there and a big TV on the wall and that little bitty TV upstairs for the kids to watch.
So that's one thing that I had pointed out. GSD 101 is that Candus had said something to the effect of, and this is where Josie and Summer, or this is where Waylon and Summer slept. because Waylon isn't like he isn't of a certain age, and then she gave the age that was like CPS appropriate, and that's why we even brought this up because I thought to myself like, tell me you've had CPS called on you without telling me you've had CPS called on you if you have to even mention it like that. Hey, Sharon.
Yeah. We used to say if they were over 8 and they were male and female, it was inappropriate to put them in the same bedroom. But I think over like 5 was inappropriate to be with your in the same bedroom with mom and dad.
I always had my own bedroom. I never shared with my siblings.
So you
And
got
that's
mom and dad and brother and sister all in one bedroom down here.
and let's just say I wasn't privileged growing up that I didn't have my own room. I think my parents would have still been hyper vigilant about keeping brother sisters away from each other. Like my mom did protect us in that manner, and maybe one day I'll really go into depth with that story. But I myself have never been essayed, and thankfully, right? And
Right.
I find that it happened because my mom talked to me about it
Mm-hmm.
at a very,
Well,
very young age.
my mom was a survivor, so she was hyper vigilant. But me and my brother did have to share a room my entire life. He was 5 years older than me. We had twin beds on opposite sides of the room, and we had a line actually down the center of the room. And if any of his stuff even got on my side of the room, I would kick it onto his side of the room. But yeah, the same thing. We were taught modesty at a very young age. We were never allowed to run around without our clothes on or anything like that. I mean, my mom was, like I said, hyper vigilant on certain things. But what I find that we probably don't want to discuss here is I know that she got pregnant after summer. And my thing is, if you guys are all sharing a room like that, there's not a lot of privacy in that home at all. Upstairs, there's no separate rooms.
Wait. What are you talking about?
Well, she had another child after summer that she gave away for adoption.
No, she didn't. Is this true? Who told you that?
No, yeah, that's a thing.
Who told you
Another
that?
daughter. Well, I mean, it's fact. I mean,
No. I heard it was a rumor.
I didn't hear it was a rumor. I mean, when they did the count of the children, it was 6, right? So summer would just be 5, and then it would have to be another one after summer then.
No, there's 3 boys. Stop making sense. What?
No, I mean, I really thought that was a
Wait,
fact.
count with me right now. Okay, how many boys are there?
4, right?
How many brothers does Summer have? Like full brothers?
Wasn't there 4 living in the house? The 3 boys upstairs, the little boy downstairs, Summer
It's
downstairs.
6 because she has her 2 additional kids. Her eldest Candus, and then her son.
No, I'm talking about and just since they've been living in Tennessee. I'm not talking about her 2 that she had taken before or his before. I mean, they've got others before and his before together. I mean, I don't even know how many that would be if we counted all them. I'm just talking about, I thought since Tennessee there was 6.
My head just spun. No, I think that was a rumor that she had another child.
Okay, ask people in chat. Am I the only one that I thought Grandma said that?
No. Oh, thank God. I was like, did Dawn tell you this?
Oh no, I mean I didn't ask.
Nobody make a video over this, please.
I'm scared to even ask.
It's unsubstantiated still. Oh my God.
Okay, well, let's go with that. Yeah, unsubstantiated that there was another child after summer, another girl.
Oh my God.
I think that's what got CPS involved, though, is because
Lil Miss, they asked Trish if there wasn't a child, and she said she didn't know. They said they didn't even know about Summer.
The way that I heard it was that there was the way that CPS got involved is when she got pregnant with the next child. There was an addiction issue with the child when the child was born, and that they took it and it had to be given up for adoption, and that's how CPS got involved, and that's how it started.
Yeah, it's a rumor. And then GSD 101 is saying that the daughter that you're speaking of is the eldest daughter. No. We're counting in Candus, the eldest daughter, Hair. We were counting her in, but
Well, the
There
oldest
was a
daughter, I
rumor.
thought her sister took away. Rose, the one that was missing, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a whole different thing. I thought
It's a whole
this
different
new
story.
baby was what caught CPS's attention here in Tennessee. There in Tennessee.
I did hear that too, but I'm pretty sure it was
Really?
hearsay.
Well, I will just text Donda and ask him.
You cannot use that acronym. You cannot use that convention.
I'm gonna ask Donda, and I am sure I'm gonna get the truth. And
It
when I
sounds like
do,
a
I'm gonna
Kanye West
screenshot it.
album.
I'm gonna screenshot Donda's answer, and I'm gonna share it with you, ladies.
It sounds like a Kanye West album.
And I'm gonna be able to believe Donda's like I believe everything else.
Don't say it, Donda's.
I can't with you anymore tonight.
I'm
All
losing my
right,
mind.
I gotta
We
go.
gotta
I'm
go.
thinking. Yeah, I gotta go. I
Thank you
love you.
so much. We need to do this again. I need you to go over your messages, and I need you to. I have
Oh,
questions.
I'm gonna get new info. I'm coming back with some new Donda info.
No, stop.
I am. Watch and see. And I'm gonna screenshot it with proof, hardcore. I'm a video chat him and proof it.
That'd be dope. He doesn't talk to me.
And if he won't talk to me, I'm gonna go get my grandbaby and bring her in on the video.
Shh, don't say that.
I'm going in hard.
No, don't ever say that.
I'm just lying, you guys.
Okay.
Don't nobody video tape that and like replay it for me.
No.
All right, I'm delirious. Gotta go. Love y'all.
Bye. Thank you. So we are officially delirious. Here we are. Thank you everybody for being here. This is now officially my longest live. I don't know what got in me. I actually said I wasn't going to do like a long live. I was like, it's gonna be a shorter one just to clear up whatever I had talked about. And then all the stuff happened, and now I'm gonna have to take like 40 minutes out of my night and be like, whose all videos did I play? I played Cher's, Anas, Benny's, McDonough's. I'm just a constant swagger jacker right now. You like the long lives, awesome. And thank you, Aluminum Brim. I appreciate that. Sharon K, you like the long lives, and officially for sure. Yeah, I'm officially delirious. I will breathe now, Karen. And thank you, Sarah Smile. I appreciate that. It was a great live, and I like when sometimes when I'm doing lives, my neck is killing me at the end, and I feel fine right now. I will probably be as stiff as a board tomorrow, but you know. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it up. Don't worry. Look at what time. Why isn't it clicking it? It says I have aged 10 years in 3 months over this case. I mean, I believe it. Oh, oof. The Hunter stuff was basically going over the video and then fixing what I messed up and then showing other stuff with it. Not worth it. You don't have to go back. We'll talk about it another time. Thank you, Nita. I appreciate that. You have a great night. Yes, my group is the best. I actually got a troll in here tonight, and I've never had trolls before, so that was interesting. Susie Rainwater said, then why were her teeth rotten, gums swollen, malnutrition, dirty, painful private area? Oh, wow. Susie Rainwater's a little bit behind. But we never said her teeth weren't rotten. Okie dokie. Oh, everybody have a great morning. Good night. Be safe. Be kind. Be better, not bitter. Pray for summer. Check on your happy friends. And good night. Bye.